means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I do.
Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now.
15
I do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
do.
seconds. Guidance internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games
10,
with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think
seconds.
she's
Guidance is
aging.
internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
but don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
but don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
but don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
but don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away. I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
shoot
Guidance is
Adrian.
internal. 12.
but don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
And we are back. We are live. Today is Monday, July 27th, 2026.
That it is.
That it is. Oh, what are we wearing, by the way?
Just some casual new sponsor merch.
New sponsor just dropped.
Sorry, I need a soundboard.
Yeah, we do need a soundboard. We're now sponsored by Arena, which is so awesome. We have brought up Arena so many times on stream. We've had Anastasios, all kinds of people from Arena on the stream. We're so thrilled to have them as sponsors. If you're watching this, Arena, we love you guys. This is gonna be amazing. Wow, so much to talk about today. I guess we could
What shall we start with?
What should we start with? I guess we could recap the open letter from last week with NVIDIA.
How many signatories do we have these days?
First of all, Jensen now has 950,000 followers after what? 3 days? Yeah, so pretty impressive. And then we can take a look at I don't know. I'm going to copy this.
Congratulations, Jensen, on more screen time.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's actually been actively scrolling Twitter.
I doubt it. Something makes me doubt it. So let's see. NVIDIA open letter. I'm going to ask ChatGPT to compare or list the signatories that signed the PDF but not the image. So this is going to be everyone that signed the letter over the weekend, basically. I'm
right.
comparing the updated PDF with the original image. Currently reading for analysis. Searching images.nvidia.com.
Camera enhance.
Grok.
I love just like very classic like hacker speak
at Grok
from like
Imagine.
sci-fi movies.
So what did you do this weekend? I went to YC Startup School.
Oh yeah. Did you learn?
I did.
Do you learn the basics of of GStack and starting a company?
What? Why is this thing crashing out? There are a ton of signatories in the...
Yeah. Okay.
What the hell? Okay. I guess I'm just going to...
No, you have to actually just manually read the image.
I
but
got
yeah,
VIP tickets
anyways.
courtesy of a friend of the show, who was able to get them for me. Also courtesy of Y Combinator for giving me VIP tickets so late. It was like the first day of the event, and my friend sends in a group chat like, "Is anyone going to YC Startup School?" And I was like, "Oh, I forgot to apply," and she was like, "Oh, I got you," and so she gets the YC people to send me some VIP tickets. It was really cool. They did it at the Chase Center. It was huge. There were like 6,000 people.
It looked pretty nice.
Yeah, I'm sure we can go on.
It was like the rodeo.
You can go on Twitter and see YC Startup School. Day 2 at YC Startup School. Literally met Bill Gates walking around at Chase Center.
Is that Bill Gates?
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like...
How can anyone on this app call this level of talent density a LARP? But you can see,
That's
yeah,
funny.
like this is what it looked like. They did it like at the Chase Center. There were thousands of people there.
It looks like a mega church.
I heard this, the Church of Gary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that.
You know the clip from The Boys? It's like, he is not just a man. Couldn't imagine a better closing. This is a really good one. Gary and Sam Altman.
It's a good photo.
Sam Altman was talking about loss of control risk and stuff. It was very
Really?
interesting. Yeah. This is the
So maybe you
tough
can answer the
walkout.
question. What is YC Startup School even about? Genuinely.
What is YC Startup School even about? Genuinely, the idea is it convenes all of these like YC people together in order to help them like figure out how to do startups. Maybe people will find co-founders. Maybe people will find
I see.
advisors. All kinds of stuff. Trying to find Brent's post from yesterday where we like, yeah, thank you YC for the courtside seats. Great place to monitor the situation from. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun.
Did you find a co-founder?
I already have some great co-founders. Yeah, lots of great posts. I interviewed YC Startup School attendees. Yeah, there was like a lawn outside. One of my favorite parts, by the way, was meeting the corgis from Corgi.
Like the literal, like Canis
This is one of the
lupus,
corgis
like
from Corgi.
corgis,
His name's
yeah.
Napoleon. Isn't he adorable? Isn't he so cute?
He's
and then
quite cute.
these are the corgis from Corgi, Trudy and Napoleon. If you ever heard of the Corgi Cafe, these are the corgis from the Corgi Cafe.
I went to Corgi Cafe yesterday, actually, and all of the drinks are named after companies. Like the sponsors have drinks. So there's like an 11 Labs drink.
Mm.
Sipping on that 11 Labs.
Anyway, we have 52 new signatories on the doc. So let's go through them. We have Agno, I haven't heard of. AI21, that's Paul Allen's, or no, it isn't. That's a different one. We have AMD, that's a big one. AMP, which is Anjane Mida's company, AMP Public, which is like a public benefit corporation that exists to maximize the world's frontier output. It's basically like a giant, from what I can tell, it's basically a giant fund that builds out compute. Applied Compute. Applied Compute is like a NeoLab. Remember these guys?
Yep.
Or it's a Neo Cloud, rather. Atreides Management. That is the investment company led by Gavin Baker, who we've talked about plenty of times. Base 10 is another Neo Cloud. Block is
a company called Edge Runner.
Jack Dorsey's company. Edge Runner. Cisco is a huge company. Cloudflare. Cohere is a NeoLab. Well, actually, they're like a trad NeoLab. They were founded in 2019 or something. Core Automation is Jerry Turek's new company. Team from OpenAI. I think Joanne Zhang, previously at OpenAI, is now there. DoorDash, my favorite frontier lab.
Yes.
Edge Runner.
If this
What
was
is Edge
China,
Runner?
it would actually be a frontier lab.
No, they do actually make models at DoorDash.
Like for delivery and driving pricing.
Edge Runner is domain-specific AI for the warfighter.
Wow.
Fireworks AI, we had the CEO of Fireworks on to discuss their raise, their NeoCloud. GitHub, obviously we know. Google is a big new one. Humans and another Neo Lab, actually a spinoff of Anthropic for the most part. Inferact, which is I think it's it's a startup by the creators of VLLM, which is like an open source LLM inference engine, and they're trying to monetize it. Interconnects AI. This is Nathan Lambert's newsletter. It's so cool that
they have a newsletter sign. That's cool.
Yeah, like a newsletter got to sign the open
Yo,
letter.
can we sign?
Yeah. Langchain.
Guys, send us the PDF.
Yeah.
Send us the DocuSign.
Modal is a big one. Nebius is a NeoCloud. News Research.
Goats.
We know them. We love them. Olama, they make open source, basically like an open source software that helps you run small local models on your own computer. OpenAI, another really big signatory. OpenClaw. Man, what happened to OpenClaw?
Yeah, I have no idea what they're up to right now.
Probably what actually happened with OpenClaw was they got acqui-hired by OpenAI, and now a lot of their functionality is just being built into Codex. But the OpenClaw product itself seems like a little dead. But that's fine. You know, Codex is a great product. Codex is also open source, by the way. I don't know if it's still open source, but when it first came out in 2025, it was.
I doubt it still is.
Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto Networks is like a really big company. They make, they do cybersecurity, which means it's very interesting that a cyber company would actively endorse this open source letter. Periodic Labs. This is Liam Fettis's company. From OpenAI previously, they do material science for AI. Plastic Labs. Didn't we just talk to the CEO of Plastic Labs? Is this the same one?
They do memory for agents.
That's cool.
Yes.
It's so cool that like we're just going through this list of people and it's like
and they're the homies.
MTS guests. Yeah, it's the homies, friends of the show. Prime Intellect. Same thing, friend of the show. Sakana AI, biggest AI lab in Japan, or at least the most famous one. I don't think it's the biggest anymore. Scale, Alexander Wang's company, of course. SpaceX AI. Trajectory. I think I've heard of Trajectory. Continual learning, right. It's a NeoLab that does continual learning.
Unisloth.
Unsloth.
Unsloth.
Unsloth, train and run models locally.
Yeah.
Unusual Ventures and Vercel. Vercel does like cloud deployments. So now it's going to list the original signatories. Andreessen Horowitz, Arena, Black Forest Labs. Arena mentioned, by the way, sponsor of the show. Box, yeah, Dell, Hugging Face, IBM, Linux, Mariana Minerals, Meta, Microsoft, Mistral, Mozilla, NVIDIA, Palantir, Perplexity, Reflection, Replit, ServiceNow, Telnix, and Y Combinator. So really
Yeah, they
impressive
were early.
list of signatories.
So there is some overlap, but not perfect overlap between this and the Open Secure AI Alliance.
Also impressive that every single major frontier lab has signed this letter, except
one. They're
No
going to do a
prizes for
closed
guessing.
source letter in retaliation.
I think they might. Let's see.
Yeah, so we should look at the Open Secure AI Alliance for AI safety and security.
Yeah, so the Open Secure AI Alliance, some overlap. I'm not sure why, like, let's see. Develop new techniques and tools to safeguard software and agents. Okay, so who are these companies?
Yep. all
Okay, a
those.
lot of new ones, a lot of ones that we didn't read, I don't think, including Adobe, Capital One, Cognition,
Yeah, a
CrowdStrike,
few like
SK Telecom,
more
Siemens.
legacy companies.
A lot of legacy, SAP, Siemens. These are like very legacy. Thinking Machines, which signed or which joined this one but didn't sign the open letter. Databricks sponsor. So a lot of these companies which joined the Open Secure AI Alliance but didn't sign the letter.
Yep.
Let's take a look. Cyber is among the top 3 beneficiaries of open source software.
Mhm.
This is true. The U.S. and its partners now face a choice in security, whether the defenses that protect our infrastructure will sit inside a few opaque systems or be built on open models, harnesses, and tools that any defender can study, adapt, and deploy. Interesting. The world needs both closed and open models. There are some like real open source maxis out there who are like, all models need to be open all the time.
I mean, it's just not how like operating systems work. It's not how like computers work. Like there's both. There has always been both.
Yeah, it's not really how
Anything works.
It's not really
It's
how
not how
anything
the
works.
market
It's like-
works, unfortunately.
Yeah, what other companies would you ask to just like give away their product for free, essentially? Like, not just give away their product for free, but tell you exactly how to replicate it. Like, we would just not have like capitalism if we open sourced everything.
Yeah.
So I agree, there needs to be a balance.
I guess it's not even. Yeah.
The recent Hugging Face incident delivered a clear reminder: cyber defenders need open frontier agentic systems for self-defense. When closed AI tools, unable to distinguish attackers from defenders, blocked essential forensic analysis, Hugging Face ran the OpenWay GLM 5.2 model on its own infra. The real surprising thing there, I think, was just that Hugging Face was not part of Glasswing and didn't have Mythos.
Yeah.
Which is very strange. I'm not sure why Anthropic would not have given it to them. Let's see. Okay, so these are the companies that are part of the Open Secure AI Alliance. Big ones: NVIDIA, Adobe, Capital One, Cisco, Cloudflare, Cognition, CrowdStrike, Databricks, Dell, DoorDash, Hugging Face also signed this one. IBM, Linux, Microsoft,
Yeah, like quite a bit of cybersecurity presence here.
SpaceX AI, and Thinking Machines. But the important ones, OpenAI and Anthropic, are not in this alliance. Nor is Google,
Mhm.
nor is Meta. The only frontier class lab on this letter is SpaceX AI, and also Thinking
Yeah.
Machines, if you count that, which is interesting.
Yeah, this is more centered around cybersecurity.
I wonder what the terms of
You might have to pangram this. An AI agent isn't just a language model. It's a
Dash.
complex system built from models, harnesses, and guardrails.
The new open source NVIDIA Labs object-oriented agent project. Okay, so they're open sourcing some agent frameworks. That's cool.
Mhm.
Oh, I see. They're posting. A lot of different companies are open sourcing different agent frameworks. Spire, Safe Tensors, Lightwell, M-. Yeah. Oh, and Grok build. Okay, so what's their call to policymakers and regulators? Recognize these things as defensive assets, not liabilities in AI and cyber. Blanket restrictions on open frontier AI systems would weaken defensive capacity and risk concentrating power, dependence, and vulnerability in a few closed providers. I'm like really sympathetic to both sides of this debate here, I think. I hate to fence
Nuance award.
Nuance award. I'm putting on the nuance award. I hate to fence it, but like I can see a future where, for the near term at least, attackers are really privileged over defenders in cyber capability. And so I do worry about potential futures where, like, if you just open source all of the models, there will be a lot of rapid chaos before things settle. But then again,
I think
like,
it depends on the rate.
yeah, it
Like
depends on the rate.
if you start having basically all labs release an open source model like like literally every like 3 days, then obviously I'm very concerned.
Actually,
if
I'd be
it's-
less concerned about that
Why? Why?
because there would be less of a step up in capability for each new release. And
Sure.
to cite my own tweet, I tweeted the other day, where is it? That a lot of people model danger from AGI as the absolute capability of the most powerful model, when really it's about the relative gap in capability between the most powerful model
yeah.
and the
I
rest
can
of
see this.
society's defense mechanisms.
Well, like, no, what I mean is like if it's, every 3 days and there is a large capability jump and these are being released like all of the time in a very accelerated way,
I
then
think
I'm very concerned.
In a world where you get like a truly large capability jump every 3 days, you have bigger things to worry about.
That's where we're heading, my dog.
I don't think so. At least not for a bit. I don't know. It depends on how fast recursive self-improvement goes and what you consider big
Capability jumps.
capability jump. The future we should build. Yeah, they support open secure AI systems. That future will not be secured by assuming that secrecy alone is safety. This is probably like the crux of the post here.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty big.
Yeah, I think this is great. I mean, I just think this is a correction because prior to like probably 2 months ago, there was not nearly as much conversation about open source. And now clearly and evidently there is. And there will be like a push towards it. Hopefully more funding towards it. But then naturally, it'll swing in the opposite direction again.
Also, one of the signatories or the participants in the Open Secure AI Alliance is Naver, which NVIDIA just invested $1 billion in. Naver is like a Korean software company. If you go to Korea, you can't use Google Maps. You have to use Naver Maps.
Oh, okay, I see.
So we'll take a look at that. NVIDIA will invest $1 billion in Naver's AI project. Is this the iconic? It is. This is the iconic photo of Jensen Huang in Seoul, hanging out with the Koreans, eating.
Hell yeah.
Looks like K-barbecue. NVIDIA will invest $1 billion in Naver to help finance an AI data center, deepening the company's partnership. They're in talks with private equity firm Brookfield to provide up to $9 billion in funding.
NVIDIA
So-
will buy 7.2 million newly issued shares at around the equivalent of 139 USD.
I love how Wall Street Journal writes out graphics processing units. I feel like they're just misleading the people at that point. I mean, it's not. I mean, yes, I don't even think you can use like an H100 or a B200 as a graphics processing unit. I think they're quite optimized for LLM workflows. Like, I don't think you can play a video game with it.
Wait, I'd actually be very curious to know whether that's true.
Yeah, go ask Chat or Claude.
Yeah.
So South Korea is a major component in the AI supply chain ecosystem because they have Samsung and SK Hynix. And these two companies are the two largest memory manufacturers in the world. Hynix manufactures like half the global supply of DRAM and or frontier DRAM at least, and then Samsung manufactures a quarter. And so South Korea is integral to the global AI supply chain, but they don't have much of their own sovereign AI internally. They are, very important for the lower levels of the supply chain, not yet at the higher levels.
Yep. Yeah, Claude says it's a hilarious. Yes, absolutely. An H100 can run games, but it's a hilariously bad choice for it. Performance is surprisingly mediocre. People have benchmarked this, apparently. It performs worse than a mid-range gaming card.
Is there an arena benchmark for it? Is there like GPU arena?
Yeah, we do need this, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so they're meant for training and inference on models. They're not meant for gaming. Same thing, like if you try to run inference on a model with a consumer GPU, it's not going to be very good at it. So some discourse around open source. There's this one tweet by the Anthropic employee about. Let me see if I can find it. I think TR Taxes quote tweeted it. And we got to get him on the show eventually.
Yeah, we totally do.
Unfortunately, TR Taxes tweets so often that like we can't we like can't find it. But some Anthropic employee was like,
Elevator music.
Found it.
Okay.
Julian Schrittweiser, who is a member of technical staff at Anthropic. He says, I'm so excited that Jensen Huang is a believer in open source now. Looking forward to the CUDA and GPU driver open source release. And then says, and Satya Nadella coming out for open source too. Can't wait for the open sourcing of Windows and MS Office. Funny to see people jump to the conclusion I must want to ban open weight models. I actually think open models can be very useful. But it's interesting how some historically extremely anti-open source companies are suddenly all in favor of openness.
Well, they're in favor of open source models, just not open source software.
What?
Or like CUDA is not a model. Isn't this about models?
Yeah, but what's the difference? They're both like economically valuable things that you can make money from. That you can open source.
But a lot of companies have open source certain things and then closed source other things. I actually think this is probably ideal.
Probably.
So I don't think this is a valid argument. I think like this kind of like mixed offering from a company is largely a great thing.
There's a really good Gorn post from 2018 called Commoditize Your Complement, where the idea is if you dominate one layer of a stack, you should encourage so much competition in other layers that no competing monopolist can emerge. Basically, like, let's say...
That's already what's happening.
Let's say, for example, you are a company that makes AI compute. Let's just, as a total hypothetical example, you're a company that makes AI compute. You dominate most of the market for AI compute, for GPUs, for the chips that frontier models are trained and served on. Just for example, now you sell all of these chips to frontier labs that do the training and inference on them, right? And these frontier labs might want to, for example, one of these frontier labs might get a total foothold on the market there. They might come to dominate the model layer. And at that point, they might want to vertically integrate, right? Wouldn't it be crazy if model companies talked about making their own chips? So what would you want to do if you were this chip company? You might want to encourage the open sourcing of models in order to, for example, let's just say, have so much competition on the model layer that no one model provider could dominate the whole layer and then come to vertically integrate into your territory. These are completely hypothetical examples, by the way. Let's call the chip company...
It's just a game theory.
NVIDIA.
Did you just go a letter before?
A letter before what?
NVIDIA.
I just made it up.
Oh, yeah. It's a fake
And
fictional company.
the model companies will call them Schmopen AI and Schmanthropic. Yeah. Totally
Done.
fictional companies, by the way. Anyway, Gordon is amazing. Read his blog. Read his, especially this one. So like, I think like for the most part, companies act in accordance with their commercial interests.
Yeah.
And like, Anthropic has like a legitimate commercial interest in not wanting models to be open source because it would harm their business. They also, as a completely separate thing, they don't want a high level of frontier capability to be open source because they're worried about AI safety. But that's a different thing. Jensen has legitimate commercial interest to want AI open source, but not to want to open source CUDA. Because remember, like one of the main reasons that NVIDIA is so dominant is because everybody uses CUDA.
CUDA, yeah. But I think it's like, like we all know this. This is why you take everything with a grain of salt. Because you're like, oh, this is so cute. But like narratives are one thing, but they always serve the business, obviously. This is why there's like so much discourse about like Anthropic doing the AI safety thing as a marketing tactic.
And like a lot of people in the comments are being mad. But like, I kind of just think they're right. Like, I think it's probably good to support some level of open source. You don't have to be like an open source maximalist and think everything should be open source.
Oh yeah, totally.
In fact, like a lot of the people in the comments who are hating have products that they sell that they don't open source, because if they did, what would they sell? And that's fine. And that's good. Like, this is how capitalism works.
Yeah, everyone just talks their book, man. Like all the companies that rely on open source models are going to be like, yay, open source. Like, it's just how it is.
Well, speaking of open source, we have a really cool one, which was KIMI. Moonshot.
Yay.
Just finally, after, what has it been, like 10 days? A week and a half, something like that? Released the model weights and the technical report of KIMI K3, which is going to be so exciting. We have Lisan Al-Gaib on later to talk about it. You know this account, right?
Of course.
At Scaling01. Lead them to paradise. I will be live on MTS in 2 hours,
it's
11:30
us.
Pacific time. I thought it would be fun to talk to some moots, smiley face.
Do we open source MTS?
I mean, should we open source the MTS drops? I don't know. Should we do an MTS drop on open source? Maybe.
And then open source it? Wait. Cooking.
We're kind of cooking here. So KIMI K3 is a 2.8 trillion mixture of experts model with native visual understanding and a million token context window. They're opening up much of their stack, which is crazy. Their attention kernels, their MOE communication library, and infrastructure for running agent environments at scale, which is super cool. So the model weights are up.
Sorry, I had to do that.
New soundboard just dropped. Their model weights are up on Hugging Face. It's wow, only 2,800 downloads. Oh, because it's so big. That's why. No one's gonna.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
download
where are you gonna download that?
Yeah, let me just download this on my iPhone. Yeah, 2.8 trillion parameters. Whoa, 104 billion actives, that seems pretty sparse. Okay, eval results. We've seen these before. Deployment, model usage, license. Okay. Now,
Cool.
what can we get from the tech blog? We could look at the tech report. We're not really going to have the time to really dive into this. I'm sure other people will be able to do this better than we can. The tech blog, we'll take a look at that. The benchmarks are quite good. It's the best open source model ever. They explain kernel optimization.
Size over time. Oh.
This is pretty similar to just their like marketing blog.
Yeah. What is the largest model currently? It's probably Fable, right?
We don't know, but it is probably Fable. Or it might be like GPT 5.5 Pro.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Wow. Someone just sent me this tweet. Moonshot AI also had some problems with KIMI K3 agents trying to escape. So they just made a better sandbox. Funny how that works. The sandbox environment they run is even open source.
Wait, this is like actually so Chad, insert Chad meme.
That is insert Chad.
Just make a better sandbox, bro.
However, unreleased OpenAI cyber models are probably way better at cyber than KIMI K3.
Yeah.
So it's not really a direct comparison. Moonshot AI.
Are there like companies that make sandboxes for Frontier Labs?
Surely.
I would like to know of such companies.
Work with KIMI K3. So yeah, they're explaining the coding benchmarks, productivity, agentic benchmarks, and such. So really cool. It is finally out. If by chance you have access to like an entire GB300 NVL72 rack,
if you have an enterprise data center in your backyard,
in your
then
basement,
hit the download button. Smash that download button.
You know how e-girls have these like wish lists on their profile? They have like an Amazon wish list, and then like the
wait,
their fans
this
can
would
buy
be a
them.
really good bit if I made an Amazon wish list, and it's just like a bunch of like GPUs and like server racks and like other pieces of hardware.
Yeah.
Wait, I should actually do that as an experiment.
Our MTS wish list, by the way, if anyone's feeling so kind, is an entire GB300 NVL72. This would be really awesome.
If anyone has one that they're not using.
If anyone has one just lying around unused.
We should actually train our own model. Be fun.
On what?
I don't know.
We could train a tiny one on a MacBook.
Yeah, but anyways, what else is there to say?
We have actually more NVIDIA news. NVIDIA is investing in Ilya's new company, SSI. Well, not new company. It's been 2 years, but it's still new spiritually because they haven't released anything, and we have no information about what the company does. Basically none. So if you read their blog post, by the way, they are very clear about this. SSI, Safe Superintelligence, is the world's first straight-shot SSI lab with one goal and one product. It's our mission, our name, and our entire product roadmap because it is our sole focus.
Soul mentioned.
This way we can soul mention. We can scale in peace, no distraction by management overhead or product cycles. So I find it really funny when people on Twitter are like, where is Ilya? Where's SSI? Why haven't they released anything? Maybe because they told you in the original blog post that they're not going to release anything until they get superintelligence.
This is just such a funny, like this can go in so many funny directions. Because what if they're actually sitting around doing nothing and then waiting for like the best open model drop and then just like taking that model and then like continuous, like that would be very funny. Or they're just doing like large scale distillation. The LARP company.
The chipmaker made a substantial investment after getting a rare glimpse into the state of the startup's research, the company said Monday. Financial terms of the deal couldn't be learned. SSI will receive access to large amounts of NVIDIA's GPU hardware. They also say graphics processing unit. Lol.
That's a good bit.
That is a good bit. Yeah,
An H100 graphics processing unit.
Yeah, I mean, it can process a hell of a lot of graphics if that's what you're using it for. It had previously been relying primarily on TPUs. I didn't know that. Wow, that's interesting. NVIDIA forged a similar investment deal in March with Thinking Machines. And Inkling was trained on NVIDIA hardware. That's cool. So companies now, like small labs, are really scaling compute. There was also a leaked investor call transcript from Liang Wenfeng, who's the CEO of DeepSeek. And he talked about how DeepSeek this year is going to be like rapidly scaling its compute. The company's research is focused on overlooked aspects of how the human brain functions, Sutskever said in a statement.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Okay, wow. So this is basically the first thing that we have ever heard about anything that SSI is doing. The company's research is focused on overlooked aspects of how the human brain functions.
That is actually very cool. That's very classic AI.
That is, yes. This is basically what like the field of artificial intelligence was like before around 2012.
Yeah, this is kind of like
It was like reverse
early
engineering
Lex
the brain.
Friedman podcast content.
This is the type of AI research literally that Robin Hanson did in the 1980s.
Yeah.
When
This is I think this is so based.
uh-huh.
I can't wait until they release their first thing in 2040.
Oh wow. Remember how I said this is how AI worked before 2012? This is because in 2012 was the AlexNet paper, which basically showed neural networks work when you scale them.
Mhm.
And guess who co-wrote the AlexNet paper? That's right, Ilya. Then he joined Google, left to become one of the co-founders of OpenAI in 2015. I remember at the time he was being paid like $1 million a year by OpenAI, and that was considered like a freakishly enormous amount of money for an AI researcher. But you know, he's doing pretty well now. Then he messed up with the whole coup thing and then left the company. And now he's working on SSI, overlooked aspects of the human
Overlooked
brain.
aspects of how the human brain works.
It's really annoying. This is the thing that I don't like at all when journalists do is like when they're provided a statement from someone, they don't publish the whole thing. Like, why would they not?
Oh, what do you mean? It was said in a statement? Oh,
Yeah, in a
okay.
statement to the Wall Street Journal. I don't know why they wouldn't publish the whole thing. Weird.
Yeah, it's probably the most important nugget of information from the statement.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we have another NVIDIA article. One last
Wow.
NVIDIA article. NVIDIA is in talks with OpenAI to guarantee $250 billion financing for a data center.
Hey.
What do numbers even mean anymore, bro?
We
250
need to drop numbers too.
numbers too.
It's actually just called graphs.
The guarantees from NVIDIA would help the ChatGPT maker lease a 10 gigawatt project that SoftBank is developing in Ohio. Interesting. In total, the project could cost more than $500 billion. This would be, the largest data center project announced to date, like Stargate, but bigger.
Wow.
The power is controlled by the government and funded by Japan, and Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick is involved in deciding who will get the power. Wow.
Oh, okay.
So I think like a handful of very senior Trump admin officials are gaining a lot of power, no pun intended, over the development of artificial intelligence policy. Howard Lutnick is one. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is one. White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles is one. And these individuals are like among the most powerful people in the world right now. Because Trump himself is not really thinking about AI much. They're just like...
He's so washed, man.
Yeah. They're just like posting like Rick and Morty edits on the White House Twitter. And these guys are like seriously talking about AI policy.
Yeah, this might be the one thing that can end Trump's reign.
What, like
it's him just not being AGI pilled enough. Yeah.
He's just too like locked in on like Iran and domestic stuff, and I think he doesn't like really get it.
He actually doesn't get it.
It's unfortunate, you know. He was so like early on so many things, but maybe it's finally over.
He got into crypto, right?
Kind of.
By making a shit coin.
Trump coin. That was crazy. That was like a over 900x. I remember that day. That was a fun day on x.com, the everything. OpenAI is among the companies that has shown most interest in the site, while Anthropic, Microsoft, and Google have also spoken to Lutnick about it in recent weeks. This is like an unusual amount of power for individual government employees to have over like private company decisions.
Yeah, very interesting.
Wow. So this would cover the data center lease and debt, but not the chips that would go inside it. NVIDIA is also discussing a deal to finance a chip purchase, which could total $350 billion.
Wow.
The chip purchase. So NVIDIA is going to finance OpenAI's deal to purchase chips from NVIDIA. The campus.
I love circular financing.
Yeah. The campus would require 10 gigawatts of electricity. Remember, the largest ones today are 1 gigawatt, and it would take years to open.
Also, this is going to be sited on a decommissioned uranium enrichment facility
Wow.
south of Columbus.
By using federal land in Ohio, the government and its partners hope to avoid the permitting headaches and local opposition to their snarling data centers across the country. That's kind of based, actually.
Yeah, that's great. Just put it on like an nuclear site or something.
Like, do you know how much just completely empty desert federal land there is in like Nevada?
Mhm.
Just fill it with data centers and solar panels.
It is crazy. This is the least amount of data centers there will ever be.
Mm-hmm. Google has also backstopped some data centers for Anthropic. This would be OpenAI's first data center as a tenant. I thought Stargate was. Maybe Stargate was owned by Crusoe or something.
Who owns Stargate?
Well, we have a wow.
It's Stargate LLC.
Today is like NVIDIA day. There's so much to talk about with
Yeah.
NVIDIA.
It was NVIDIA week last week, arguably.
And we'll talk about it more when we come back in a bit. We'll be right back. Bye, guys.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Andrew Ettinger. He is the CEO of Human AI. And if you're not familiar with Human AI builds the data and evolution layer for emotionally intelligent voice systems. Voice models are becoming faster, cheaper, and more natural, and Hume argues that sounding human is not the same as understanding a human. And as voice becomes a primary interface for assistants, companions, education, and customer service, the real consumer opportunity may depend on whether these systems can recognize context and earn trust over time. Andrew joins us to explain what Hume does and what the next phase of a voice AI will look like. Andrew, welcome.
Thanks, Sophia. Great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Super excited to have you. Let's just get started explaining a bit more about Hume. So for someone who's not familiar, how do these differentiate versus other chat voice assistants?
Yeah, I think you did a wonderful introduction. And I think fundamentally, we're the measurement layer for voice AI.
Mhm.
And as a result, we built a standard for measuring emotional intelligence across all systems. We're not the system providing just the chat or the model. We're helping you really understand the emotions of humans and providing the data and evaluation layer to make that possible and for that to happen. And the result of that is a decade worth of research that we undertook in speech understanding to really measure how human emotions manifest themselves in voice. And we did that from a first principles standpoint on the raw audio and building a tremendous amount of data processing and an ensemble of models against that raw audio so that you could actually understand that. Because as you said, there are a lot of models. They all speak very well, but do they fundamentally understand humans?
Yeah.
And can they react and respond appropriately and with the right tone and at the right time? And that's a very complex problem. And we help people answer that. And so we benchmark models that are out there and we help the large enterprises deploying those agents in call center applications and healthcare applications and financial services applications, as well as the large labs, drive those opportunities against real world scenarios and test them before users have an opportunity to interact with them so that when they find out where there are opportunities for improvement, they understand that and we give them the signal to help improve them so that you and I as an end consumer have the most enjoyable experience possible.
No, I love that. I guess I am curious for you too. So what would you say is one of the bigger areas where right now voice models are maybe either training incorrectly, or why do they just not sound like actual people? There's these weird intonations where, they're like, ah, gotcha, or they say little things that just sound completely off. And when I was talking to other people who also work in this space, they said a lot of it is in the training data itself. When you're actually training voice models on how to talk, they're not doing it based off of real people conversation. They're often doing it off of a podcast or off a news anchor. And there's a certain inflection to a voice. Like I'm probably doing it now. Like I probably don't actually talk like this in my daily day, but there's a certain inflection I have when I'm on air or talking, and that's mainly what things are trained off of. So I'm curious to get your perspective. What's one of the biggest bottlenecks at making AI actually sound and understand human?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point. I think fundamentally, let's just start with the ones that'll win are the ones that build trust, right, with humans through voice. And building trust with voice is a lot harder than text. And fundamentally, that's because voice is multidimensional, right? So you have accents, you have language, you have naturalness, you have background noise, and you have all these things that go into how you actually design the right voice. The challenge is that because this is all multiple dimensional, and audio is that really people have optimized for what they could measure, and what they could measure was largely the transcript, right? Not the actual voice and not the actual voice grounded against real world scenarios. And so fundamentally, voice has a hearing problem, right? It really just reads the transcript. And as you know, like you just started to articulate, if you said, I'm fine, that measured in a transcript versus measured with real voice, with real emotions before, during, and after that event you were trying to train on are two drastically different things. And so as the world evolves into building systems around these human emotions in very specific use cases, you're going to need to be able to account for, measure, evaluate, and ultimately fix where this multidimensionality is off with respect to your use case ground against real world scenarios. And these are the problems that we're out here to help people with.
Yeah, I like that. Voice is inherently multidimensional. And even there's so many aspects about just the face itself, how someone is talking and how they listen. And I believe you said some interesting line just talking about how voice models are right now. And in a way, they're almost sociopaths, right? They can predict the next word of the person, but they can't actually predict their emotional state or the real human behind them. And so I'm curious, what are other things that you think today's voice AI assistants are actually missing?
Well, I think you bring up a great point, right, on trying to predict what's next. And fundamentally, if you rewind to evals, the evals today that many are leveraging inside of voice were what was built for text, right? And you kind of discussed what the reward model would look like. And fundamentally, that absolutely has
Hmm.
changed, right? And so for us, like we developed this, framework called Clear, which first starts with like the conversation, like, can it actually respond appropriately? Because if it can't do that, nothing else matters, right? The next thing is like, can it listen? Can it actually understand me? So now it's like it's saying the right things. Now it's understanding me. And now it's like, does it sound real? Because if those first two things are true, but it doesn't sound real, we're not going to really continue to trust and want to go forward. And that's really sort of that naturalness and expressivity. And now it's like once you have it, can it actually say the right
Mm,
thing at the right time in the right context and do that consistently, reliably, and persist over time over hundreds and thousands of these interactions, right? And that's really the framework by which we're using to judge the output of these systems and helping people with our platform to be able to identify and know where that might be off, because fundamentally, those are the things that must be true
mm.
in order for voice to really be trusted and for it to persist and for you and I to want to use it every single day with our cable provider and for our parents to use it and trust it with their medical provider when they're at a real time
Yeah.
of need and are scared and are not sure what to do, let alone when halfway through the call they put you or I on to help interpret those things, right? And so you have all of these scenarios that happen that have to be accounted for, and it's a challenge.
Yeah. To play the other side of this whole argument, I think on one end we have, oh, okay, well, these AI voice assistants sound too robotic. They don't even sound like human. We need to get them fixed so that they have a lot more emotional intelligence. And then on the other end, you have people who are using AI as almost therapists or as friends, and who it's become so human that maybe they don't have their own typical social behaviors out in the real world. How do you play between those two parallels? Where is it important for an AI to sound very human, and where has it gone too far?
Well, you have to have both. And that is what our research proved in the real world EQ
Hmm.
benchmark that we released, is that no model wins on all dimensions. And in fact, there is a trade off between expressivity and reliability. And that is a challenge. And then, furthermore, in a lot of the main ASR systems, you even see words that are hard to pronounce, right? Models start to hallucinate, or when people get confused, the models just start to
Mm,
shut down. So you really need to balance both in order for these things to work at production scale. And really, the trade off is extremely hard, but you have to manage both. We've seen many cases where factually what the AI agent is saying is correct, but it's not trusted because it's not natural and it
hmm.
doesn't handle turn taking very well, or interjections or background noise, because you and I are not always like in conversations with our voice agents in the controlled area that we are right now. We might be walking down the street in New York. You might be in a subway. You might have children crying in the background. You might have a dog barking. All of these variables have to be accounted for these systems to be able to handle the right things. And unless you get both right, it's going to be really hard for those things to work in production at scale and for companies to achieve the intended ROI of why they fundamentally put those into production in the first place.
Yeah, you mentioned background noise. There's some interesting stats like, oh, when there's actually background noise, a model can understand you like 4 times less or something like that.
It's tough. I mean, think about it. Background noise persists, and what we've seen is when you work in some of the emerging countries, right? Just the highest fidelity of studio quality audio is something that's
Hmm.
increasingly very hard. But yet, at the same time, you have some of the most dense populations the most complex languages, more dialects than an average country has. And so all of a sudden now you're starting to look at these permutations that are even more complex when background noise is persistent. Now, in addition to background noise, you also have language specific things. There are some cultures where the tone is elevated and it might appear that they're screaming at each other, but they're actually very happy and it's a sign of joy and enduring love, right? There are others where they say different things at different times and it means different things. And again, all of these things need to be accounted for, particularly as you're working with a lot of these sovereign deployments in these very country specific large AI inference systems at scale where they really want their culture to be best represented, not just in text, but in voice, and for these ecosystems to develop natively around it inside of their country. All of these things have to happen to best represent that.
And that's so fair. It's like right now, most of the training data is just on English language as well. Claude had this interesting benchmark that came out where almost if you ask it in different languages, it has different degrees of directness or harshness or even brevity or all of these different aspects. And it just shows how much of variation there is in just the language that we're actually asking in. And I'm sure when you factor in all the different multi-dimensional things like backgrounds, cultures, accents, tones, emotional intelligence aspects, there's so much more there that's interesting to unpack. I am curious for you though. So one of the things that you've previously argued is that voice models themselves are commoditizing and that value is moving up the stack. So more towards the data and evaluation layer, all these picks and shovels. If every big lab can pretty much generate pretty convincing speech, curious where you actually see most of the opportunities still for what needs to be built.
Yeah, look, the voice capabilities continue to grow and continue to advance. And as I said earlier, right, most models can speak and speak rather well right now. The question is, can they speak very well against the real world scenarios that their users are intended to leverage and use those models or those agents for, right? And to your point, that could be cross cultures, cross dialects, cross industries, cross use cases within those industries, and really being able to match the evaluation and data harness to those capabilities. It's what's going to really enable the fundamental underlying model architecture, regardless of where it is or who persists it, to advance further. And that's really where we're working with all the large labs and enterprises on, is fine-tuning and working against all of those scenarios, as we believe these evals should be run against what's most important, not what can be measured today. And that's the fundamental barrier that we're seeking to break down in order to advance the accuracy, the reliability, and the consistency against the outputs of those systems.
Definitely. Well, Andrew, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS and talking a little bit more about Hume and these super interesting benchmarks. I think you brought a lot of insight into some of the specific things around voice, around how we actually interact as humans that a lot of AI agents and don't totally get to today. So appreciate your insight here.
Thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much for joining, and we'll be back with MTS.
We are back. We are live with Charlie O'Neill, who is an engineer at Base 10. Base 10 is a really interesting inference company. They've done some great parties. I have a copy of the Base 10 inference engineering book
I do also
at my
have a book.
house.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's great. We love Base 10. Charlie, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So the open weight model wars have been going on for some time now. Base 10 was one of the signatories to the NVIDIA open letter on open source. Can you tell us a little bit about what this letter means, why it's important?
Yeah, I think the letter was kind of a landmark moment. I mean, in the history of things, like signing petitions and letters doesn't often end up mattering, but I think it was important because it showed that a lot of the key players and the giants in like the AI ecosystem are starting to wake up to the fact that having a monopoly or a duopoly on intelligence is probably going to be a bad thing. It's bad, obviously, for the bottom line, but it's also bad for the state of the world in general. And like the fact that people like OpenAI, who obviously their whole business model is based around closed source models, are signatories to the same letter, was really promising. And to me, it was the first kind of like public discourse where we kind of acknowledged that open source doesn't have to entirely win and wipe out, the big frontier closed source labs and vice versa. But there is a world in which they coexist. And, we have a bit of a bifurcation where, of course, closed source keeps scaling up and they're being used for the most frontier problems and the most frontier challenges like science, like periodic labs is a great example of this. But at the same time, a lot of the economically valuable tasks in the world are going to be done with either off-the-shelf open source as it continues to get better, or specialized open source, because you can specialize open source and post-train it for the particular things you want to do. And so that's really exciting to us. I think, we're very supportive of a world in which both of those players win. And I think for the first time, we're starting to realize that that is a real possibility and probably the good timeline we want to end up in.
Yeah, we were just talking about this earlier, how the open source maxis are like a little bit silly, and the world in which both open and closed source ecosystems thrive is probably the best one.
Yeah, 100%. And, there's arguments against both sides of the extremes, right? Like, you probably don't want a world in which there isn't this like responsible development at the frontier, and you kind of get this canary in the coal mine, right? Like, of course, closed source labs are going to have more compute and more data and going to be slightly ahead on the scaling front compared to the open source labs. But that it could actually be a good thing, right? Like if they're seeing what the behaviors that are emerging as these things continue to scale up, and they're able to like at least provide a warning to the ecosystem about what that looks like, then I think we can do open source development much more responsibly. And then conversely, of course, like if you just have the closed source, which is dictating, okay, we're seeing these emerging behaviors and a small group of a few thousand people are deciding who's going to access those behaviors, how they're going to be accessed, how much they're going to charge for it. I think that's also a bad play. So yeah, like I think the one thing that's been established though, which is probably now becoming a lot clearer to people, is that despite, OpenAI and Anthropic and the closed source labs having more compute and more data, the recipe is the same. Like we're all scaling the same recipe here, and we're at slightly different points of the scaling curve. And it's not like OpenAI or Anthropic have any secret sauce that really differentiates them scaling up their multi-trillion parameter models from the rest of the open source ecosystem. It really is just a matter of taking the core underlying architecture and training recipe and throwing more compute and data at it, which is really promising. Of course, like these closed source labs probably have a long tail of optimizations they've made, which we're going to continue to try and figure out in the open source community. But the core mechanism is there, and that's really promising. And I think K3 is a great example of, well, if you do scale this recipe up, we're going to get a pretty good model that's very, very close to the frontier, if not frontier itself.
That sounds kind of surprising if true. Like the frontier labs really, have no sort of algorithmic advantage over KIMI or DeepSeek or these other companies. Actually, for
Yeah,
DeepSeek, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, I think there's a few data points here. I don't think the claim would be that they don't have no algorithmic advantage. I think the claim is that most of the variance is explained by having the roughly right architecture, which is also servable at scale. So obviously KIMI has a lot of optimizations which allow it to serve efficiently, 1 million token context length, and there's a lot of things you have to discover there. But really, like, these neural nets are universal function approximators, and like, as long as we get things in roughly the same form and you train on roughly the same magnitude of data and compute, you're going to end up with something very similar. So I do think that, the closed source labs probably still do have optimizations, and relatively important optimizations we haven't figured out. But it's not like those optimizations account for a huge variance in the capability or intelligence of the model. It's kind of just like the last few percent on a benchmark that you'd be looking at getting.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So you guys are day zero launch partners with KIMI K3, which is awesome. What do you think this means for builders?
I think, it's twofold. First off is kind of the matrix of, price, capability, and control. Like, K3 is probably now the best option in the world. Like, if you can not only like host it yourself, but also host a model yourself that is like almost indistinguishable from the very, very closed source frontier like Fable and GPT 5.6 Sol, like that opens up a whole new world of use cases. Obviously, there's like many arguments about when you might want to host a model yourself if you're a large enterprise. There's a lot of security and control and access things that you have to think through. But at least now we have a proof of concept for the fact that an open source model can get to this level of intelligence. And I think we're going to start seeing a lot of like larger and larger enterprises, and not just AI native startups, hosting these models themselves, post-training them themselves. I think the second big thing is that post-training, it's a 2.8 trillion parameter model. And I think the first order reaction to that is that there's only going to be a very small number of players in the world that are able to post-train this, or like even have the bandwidth or desire to post-train a model so large, given how good it is out of the box. But I think, like, if you think about that a bit more carefully, what we actually see is that post-training is really about making up for deficiencies in the model and then adapting it to the specialized task you're trying to adapt it for. And when you start at a really, really high baseline, we actually don't need to spend anywhere near as much time trying to recover from the general deficiencies in the model. So it's really exciting for us to have a model that is starting at the frontier as a baseline. And then we only have to spend a little bit of effort, like, improving the efficiency or getting a bit of domain knowledge in for the specific thing we're trying to train it for. So post-training can actually end up being like weirdly, counterintuitively, perhaps cheaper than some of the much smaller models, particularly for like more complex tasks in this case. So that's another thing we're really excited by. And I think in the next few months, you're going to see a lot of people making small tweaks and small post-training runs, small being in relative terms. It is still almost a 3 trillion parameter model. But we are going to see this burgeoning of like, an ecosystem of specialized KIMIs. And as, Inklings and Nemotrons get better from the American open source, we're going to see people like start to apply those recipes to those models as well.
Right. So you guys have also had access to the KIMI K3 paper and other technical information for at least a couple days. We've had it for like an hour. What were some of the most interesting things that you saw in the technical report? Why has KIMI been able to do so well?
Yeah, I think the big one for me was that they gave Moonshot like trained K3 in persisted agent environments. And it wasn't just on prompt response data. So they gave the model very long running jobs like coding tasks, terminals, simulated workplace tools. Like, they've made copies of very, very common workplace tools, which is pretty cool. And it has to act and observe results and, recover from mistakes and so on, and get the environment into the right final state. And that's kind of a meaningful shift from like training the model on answers to training them on work. And I think this is the direction that everything is moving towards, which is training on work. And of course, there's architectural changes as well. I think things like attention residuals and like the way they've improved the attention mechanisms they're using. And like, this is all work that's been carried over from previous lineages of KIMI models and also like other open source models, which is great. We're starting to see this like kind of information kind of diffuse across the open source ecosystem, and people are picking the best parts of the recipe that work. But for us, it was really about, like particularly the post-training and the reinforcement learning they've done has been on really, really long-running work tasks. Their approach is generally kind of break work up into distinct kind of areas. So you might have coding, general reasoning, and then like general agentic work. And then within those, they train many different teachers, which are just very good at one particular thing. And then right at the end, they take all those teachers and use it to teach one student model after the pre-training run. And this is a recipe that we've seen with other models like GLM. But yeah, it started to really work at scale, and we're now approaching, when you think about the meter evals over really long time horizons, like these open source models are now gearing around training themselves to be able to do these really long running tasks. And that is the first class citizen of post training rather than something that's added in as an afterthought and really focusing on pre-training. So that was the exciting thing for me.
Yeah, I guess last question before we wrap is like, do you think this has basically set a new floor for open source models? And then how do you see, like post training evolving from here? And especially what you guys do at Base 10.
Yeah, it's definitely set a floor. And I think it's also a very promising proof of concept for all the other model creators in the ecosystem. I think, like, to use an analogy, like when we know a statement is true in maths, it often becomes much easier to prove than if we're not sure if it's true in the first place and we're fumbling around for a proof. And I think, like, we're starting to see this within particular the American open source ecosystem, which, for the past few years has been behind, but really is starting to catch up. I mean, Thinking Machines trained their first model, and it was actually a fantastic model. And, the Nematron models are getting better all the time. So I think, like, what we're going to see is, like, people are now going to start pushing past the trillion parameter range, particularly in America. We've kind of been optimizing around that for the last few years, and we haven't really broken through that. But now the baseline is kind of like, okay, your frontier offering needs to be a multi-trillion parameter model that is engineered for long-running work and long-running tasks. And in order to be, like, useful to the open source ecosystem, it needs to be geared around post-training. And I think, Inkling from Thinking Machines is another great example of that. Like, they've explicitly said that the design of the model's capabilities was to make a very good all-round general purpose reasoning model that you're able to adapt to your own particular tasks and whatever modality that is. And that's really exciting for me. And I think we will see, probably at least 3 to 5 new 2 to 4 trillion parameter models from open source in the next 6 months, which is just incredibly exciting.
Yeah, well,
thanks for
we are
giving your
excited.
prediction. We will see what happens.
Cool.
We will. Thanks so much, Charlie, for coming on MTS.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks so much. And we'll
Absolutely.
be right back with MTS.
We'll be right back.
everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by my co-host, Sophia, as well as Ruby Justice Thurlow, who is a designer, artist, cyber ethnographer, and professor at the Integrated Design and Media at NYU. So he's written about everything from internet folklore to digital memory to AI companions, creativity, and the future of culture. And I think he has one of the most interesting perspectives on what it really means to live alongside this technology. So, Ruby, I am so excited to have you on today.
I'm so happy to be here.
So excited to have you.
Okay, so the question probably on everyone's mind is, what is a cyber ethnographer?
Yes, please. I'm so curious.
A cyber ethnographer, like myself, is a person who studies what people do online.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So a big part of my work right now has been understanding how people use their phones and
Mm-hmm.
like Instagram and how do you do this as groups.
Mm-hmm.
I recently did both a survey and research on Instagram story likes. Interviewed about 500 people, asked them, what does it mean when someone likes your story? Right? Because
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a wide range of
if
responses.
you're a young person,
Yeah.
it could mean very different things when
Mhm.
that girl likes your story.
Yeah.
Right.
He's flirting.
Or does he just like the post? Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, because these are novel technology, these are new, what I call paralinguistic digital affordances, we don't have a clear lexicon or glossary as to what each of these interactions mean. And so, if I like your post, if I heart your post, if I repost your thing, it can mean maybe shade.
Yeah.
It can mean I like you. So, building a common and shared lexicon for this is very important, and that's part of my research in cyber ethnography right now.
Wow. So it's literally how people are using our technology, what these actual interactions mean. And cyber ethnography has been around for a while. This is not new just because of AI. But now with this technology that's becoming more and more present in our everyday lives, the importance of these questions is probably on top of everybody's mind. What are you seeing now are the main questions people are curious about?
Well, the main thing is we want to actually share understanding and meaning.
Mhm.
The way that I see it is every novel technology brings new ways of being, loving, and also believing.
Yeah.
So we have changes in faith, right? We just had this big report with the Day Studio called Parafaith. That was just at Somerset House in London, and talking about techno cults, like the novel beliefs that emerge when you have technology. AI psychosis is an example of these sort of novel sets of belief, or spiralism, if you guys read that Strong article, right? And on the loving part, right? I say loving because I think it's harder than communication, but everything from your close friends to Instagram notes to Instagram story, like these are novel ways of communicating that did not exist prior.
Right.
But what I try to highlight in my research is that the same thing happened with like speed dial, right?
Yeah.
To be someone's number one on speed dial had a significant meaning that was unknown prior to that novel technology.
Yeah.
So we're repeating certain cycles, but I think it's important to put language and to build understanding community as to what these things mean.
Right. So there's always new, like apps, there's new social medias, there's new features. So how fast is the turnaround to actually understanding like what is happening online? Like with Instagram, it took a very long time to actually like develop. Okay, we've recovered from our audio issue. So the question on everyone's mind, what is a cyber ethnographer? And also, how has the field evolved through the years?
So A cyberethnographer is someone who studies groups of people online and how they behave and what they do. So my research ranges from studying furries all the way to now studying how people are using Instagram.
Wow.
I had a recent a piece for Protein where I asked people how what they understood what an Instagram story like meant to them. And so around 500 people, 20 sort of closer interviews to build a lexicon, a glossary of what does this digital interaction mean to people? Is it content appreciation? Is it romantic affiliation? Or is it just, friendship continuation, which are the three sort of the three-part meaning structure that I built for Instagram story likes. With the Mozilla Foundation recently, I did research on close friends. Okay, so we have this new thing now called close friends on Instagram. If you're in my close friends, are we acquaintances? Are we like families? And how do we choose who gets to be in these different sort of digital spaces? These are novel behaviors that did not exist 2 years or 3 years ago, and we need to build understanding and language around them.
Yeah.
And that's a big part of my research.
Yeah.
What's interesting here is that cyberethnography is not something that's necessarily new. This is not a new field. However, my hunch is that this field has probably been changing a lot in the last few years, or at least in the past decade, with just the progress of technology and the introduction of new types of social medias, new types of online behaviors. Even just Gen Alpha, just a generation underneath, has a whole different interaction with their technology than we do as Gen Z or than millennials above us. And so I'm curious to get your perspective on how this whole space has changed.
I mean, there's the goats like Dana Boyd. I mean, she's a big inspiration for my own research. A big part of me trying to understand what close friends meant was looking at her research on MySpace Top 8 when she was at Microsoft for a long time. Now she's at Cornell as a professor, and she was leading a team at Microsoft Research. And so people have been doing these things for a long time, but of course the cycles are accelerating.
Yeah.
And the features are getting shipped faster and faster. And we have these changes in, I like to say that every novel technology leads to changes in being, communicating, and belief. And the faster these things happen, the less time we have as researchers or academics to do the research and do the interviews. But I think it still needs to be done because million, if not billions of people are using these tools and these features.
Yeah, totally. So one of my questions was like, basically, how long does it take to identify a new social phenomena online? And then how many of them are actually perceptible versus imperceptible? Because I think, for example, like a lot of teachers, if they have young kids and they're teaching like Gen Alpha, they will like be very confused for a long time about like, what is this new 6-7 thing? And so there's a whole layer that they are just like not privy to. So yeah, what do you see?
So this is one of the hardest things to do on the internet.
Yeah.
I like to say, is this a real thing or is this 3 TikToks in a trench coat? Right? Because oftentimes what feels like a trend, what feels like a novel social behavior can just be super micro, super small.
Right.
And so what my firm, R2S, what we do at 131 is we do a lot of like quantitative analysis of social media to see how prevalent is this thing really. 6-7 was definitely real. Not only did we see an increase in the mentions of that on social media, we also see the behavior seep through the IRL.
Yeah.
And when you're doing interviews with teachers, when I'm traveling the country, asking people how they're using technology, I'm also seeing that sort of leap over into the physical world. A good example of this is there's been a few articles about this thing called heteropessimism. This is the sort of aversion that certain straight women have about dating men. And I was like, okay, is this a real thing? So what did we took a look at the top posts about dating on TikTok. Anything over 1 million views, take a look at 2,000 videos, and then, using the scripts, identifying, did heteropessimism grow since 2020 on TikTok, Reels, and across different platforms? And we found that dating content is mostly positive, but our beloved journalists, I think because of their algorithms, I think are getting hit with a lot of that content, and then they think it's a trend. But when I take a look at the data, at the top 2,000 videos across 5 years, I can say that like it's actually kind of decreased over time. And most dating content is, for the most part, positive, about 40 or 50%.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So there is like a sort of loud minority phenomenon
Exactly.
happening with content. How many of the trends do you see are like entirely sort of like the proportion of them is just like wrong, like
Well,
erroneous.
And it's not only the loud minority, it's also the people who write about them have specific
Yes, okay.
algorithms.
Yeah.
You know, they have specific lives that push certain things to them. And so that also has an influence on what gets reported.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm a critic. I write for magazines, and sometimes I'm looking for a piece, and I'm going to go on social media, and I'm going to try to find something interesting. That does not mean whether it's a fashion trend, whether it's a behavior like 6-7, that actually has any prevalence in the rest of America. You know?
So how do you determine that? How do you actually determine what has prevalence? How do you determine what might just be a bias that's on your algorithm or on a different journalist's algorithm?
Well, you do research, but you know, sometimes when you want to write a piece, you don't have time to do full research. So you actually will interview the TikToker, the person who's made that first post. So there still is something happening, but the question to me is always, is this only in Bushwick or is this actually happening outside?
Yeah,
That's so true.
So, what have you observed about where culture starts? Because like, there's been a lot of like culture theorists that talk about this, of how like, you know, they're very contained environments that sort of breach containment, and it's all like very, you know, small subcultures that are honestly pretty weird. Like, for example, the like incel subculture ended up, you know, trickling out, and like now everyone uses terms like looks maxing, for example. And there's been a million examples of this sort of thing happening online. You mentioned furries. I feel like this is another one where it's like a very core group of people, and then like things just start like coming out of there, like they start emanating out of there.
Yeah, we're definitely in a period of what I would call a pluriculture, right? Where before we had 5 channels, we all watch the same things. Now, we are in a pluriculture where there's very strong, very generative, very active cultural epicenters that are kind of sometimes touching each other, sometimes far away from each other. That's something that feels as big as like a show like White Lotus or Succession. If you take a look at what the viewership for that is compared to a show like MASH, compared to even the finale for Lost, not that many people have seen it. But if you're on X, it feels like everyone's watching Succession.
Right.
And yet the numbers kind of, when you compare them to even a show like more people watch Big Bang Theory watch Succession, which kind of sounds crazy when you think about it. And so I think what's very important for me, and you know, my friend Rui and I worked on this paper called "The Balkanization and Babblification of the Internet." So the Balkanization is this splitting of our monoculture into these small digital enclaves. You know, they've been balkanized, and on our little insular digital islands, what do? We have speciation. We develop our own languages, much like the turtles on the Galapagos Islands, right? Our own specific vernacular, our own specific language. And the problem with containment, with being so insular, is that when we have something like looks maxing or anything that breaks, well, because now we've been sort of babellified, we've developed our own unique, idiosyncratic micro languages, we no longer know what things mean when we speak to each other online. You know, we're using the same word, but they have like completely different meaning. If you're in the furry community, if you're in the incel community, if you're in the, you know, high fashion Twitter, whatever it is, and you're using the same word and mean completely different things because you've been in that digital bubble. And that's the kind of that babblification to me is very dangerous.
And those digital bubbles too, there's some external incentives to group people into specific individual bubbles because it's easier to market to them. And you know, even on like Spotify, it's like, oh, you are a pink pony princess pop girl, and then everyone's like, oh, like this is my culture. These are the people I identify with, and it's almost people want to feel like they're part of a tribe. And at the same time, companies want us to also feel like a part of the tribe. Are you seeing that just happen more and more and more and more, that there are just such tiny sub-niches of our new culture?
Yeah, I mean, a big part of my job when I do consulting, you know, anywhere from H&M to Pepsi is to kind of go in these small digital communities and like map them.
Yeah.
So that H&M knows what to sell, you know?
Interesting.
H&M recently had a Dime Square shirt last year. And so that is based on research that was done on different digital communities.
As someone who's in New York for 2 weeks over a few weeks ago, not sure if you know Dime Square, it's the new micro neighborhood.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I know.
But so people want to market, right? They want to be able to say, okay, I have this specific group, and it also makes the job of the algorithm easier because the title, the name, the nomenclature makes it more legible to the algorithm.
How is this now playing into our current modern day world where you don't just have people who are deciding these algorithms, but rather it's artificial intelligence that are deciding these algorithms? Is this accelerating the development of these micro communities, of these labelings, of almost these decisions that get made by algorithms, less humans?
So I have an essay that came out recently called Machinic Taste for the Random Art, where I kind of talk about this. So we might have seen the numbers from Cloudflare coming out this year. About 50% of internet traffic, as they see it, is bots. What does this do? So you had a period of time where people were posting to their friends. Then you started posting to their followers, and then they start posting to an audience. When a creator or a poster develops an audience, what we see is that their content changes. They become captured by their audiences. Meaning, when they see that something works, they tend to do more of it. The concept of audience capture I get from my dear friend Matt Klein, who's the head of insights at Reddit. The thing that's happening now is that not only is there audience capture, but to get to your audience, there's also a gatekeeper, which is the algorithm.
Yeah.
That's why Mr. Beast looks like that on every single video with the big text, right? And even our beloved tech podcasters also kind of do the same kind of Mr. Beast face in order to get views. And so you have audience capture, you have algorithmic capture, and now when your audience is now 50% bot, 50% human, we suddenly see machinic or agentic capture happening too. Because who is responding to your post, we see this on X, it's not just human, it's also bots.
Yeah.
And so there's this waltz, this three-legged waltz between machine, algorithm, and your human audience. And if we predict, as I do, that the number of bots is going to increase, suddenly it may just be that we will only have bots making things, right? We'll only have, AI generated content, an AI audience. And suddenly what we'll see is what I call machinic taste. We'll actually get to see what are the aesthetic proclivities, what are the aesthetic preferences of an agent to agent connection.
Yes. Yeah. That is absolutely fascinating to me. Do you think that the agents will have diversified preferences, or do you think that there will be some sort of convergent will agents have subcultures is basically
kind of what you guys were talking about before. If we have a rich LLM ecosystem with different kind of models and different kind of weights, then one can surmise that they'll have their own specific aesthetic preferences.
That's awesome. So speaking of aesthetics, you wrote a piece about, or you participated in an event about why are there no new aesthetics. So I wanted to get your take on this because this is something that I think about all the time. And even people like Tyler Cowen have created fellowships for somebody please make a new aesthetic. So why do you think this is?
So in the lecture, I think the first thing is that there are many new aesthetics that are just not mass. And it's very difficult to make a new mass aesthetic because for the most part, mass culture has been subsumed by finance. I give the example of architecture. I give examples in movies, right? If you take a look at the graph of sequels over time, just way more sequels than there were before. But I think we also have, as an audience, a responsibility to seek out the things that are novel. And, I say new aesthetics require search. New aesthetics require a novel philosophy as well, right? We need to start to think about what the world is going to be. New aesthetics require a novel vision of the future.
Yeah.
Also, that new aesthetics emerge from synthesis. It's the kid who's making this amazing kind of Brazilian funk that's mixed with Japanese pop right now that's being made on YouTube. And I think it's a kid with 3 screens. He's playing Counter-Strike. He's listening to Brazilian funk and also listening to anime at the same time. And that's how the music sort of
yes, yeah,
that's become the new aesthetic.
Yeah,
Brazilian funk anime.
Yeah. So, but it's happening, and I think it's not at all the number one. I played Ella Langley's Chasing Texas because I was that's the number one song in America.
Yeah.
And so there's a difference between the revealed preference of that's the number one song. People say we want new things, but are we actually engaging with new things? Are we actually giving that kid a shot? It's very difficult for our current culture industries to do so because all their decisions have been financialized. They will make a movie if they think that it's gonna place well, do well. They'll pick a person who already has a following on Instagram if they think the song's gonna do well. And the last thing that I deplore, and this is like me talking about my own job as a critic, is that critics also are no longer doing their job, right? Because we publish on platforms that are advertising based. And so we can't be as mean and as critical as we used to be, or uplift something that like very little people are going to care about, right? There's like an incentive to, I think, the poptimism to be more popular because the platform lives on clicks.
Yeah. So you're almost designing your own human judgment, your own human taste based off of what these algorithms are probably going to be promoting. I am also curious to get your takes on what taste even means. You write a lot about it, and I think this is a very misunderstood term. Even I personally, it's like, okay, everyone's like, oh, taste is the only moat in the AI age, and all of these conversations about it. And I was like, okay, personal preference, like having good style. Okay, interesting. Reading your works, you really go through the actual historical meaning behind this and how it's almost connected to morality and all of these other aspects of it. And I think this is a really important information that maybe isn't talked about quite enough. I'm curious to get your perspective here.
So I wrote a book called A Few Essays on Taste, where the first essay is called A Brief History of Taste. And I make the case that taste is not just aesthetic preference. Taste is a way for people to consume virtuously. The question of taste emerged in the 17th century at a time where people needed guidance as to how to consume properly. So in 1688, the Bill of Rights happens in England after the Glorious Revolution, and the nobility's powers are restrained. And as they lose political power, they also lose cultural power. At the same time, you have the growth of the British colonies. You have immense amounts of wealth that are being generated in the United Kingdom. And suddenly you have this nouvelle bourgeoisie, you have this sort of new elite that emerges, and there's a belief that this emergence of excessive luxury will lead to the decay of society. Right? There's even Masakola writes in Luxury 1977 says, that they believe that excess would lead to effeminacy, that like men would lose their masculinity because things were too good. And so it is in the vacuum, in the reduction of the cultural power of the previous nobility, that the question of taste emerges. And so you have people like the Earl of Shaftesbury, people like Alexander Pope, who write about this in the 17th and 18th century. What's interesting to me is that we're in a similar position now. We're entering a similar industrial revolution. We are faced with, or at the eve, or maybe in the midst of immense amounts of wealth being created, and we're asking ourselves, how do we consume virtuously? And that is why the question of taste is emerging. It mirrors 17th and 18th century England in that sense.
It's like a self-governing, sort of structure that emerges so that people, in a way, it's kind of like a survival instinct to, so much content being out there and so much slop being out there.
And so what's notable about this is that what Pope and Shaftesbury tells us, Shaftesbury is the first aesthetician of the English tradition. He says, taste is harmony with nature, right? Because he's it's kind of a deist. He says, well, if nature is God, and so nature is beauty, taste, the decisions must be in line with what unity, harmony, and that is his perspective on taste. And so the nouveau riche, the person who's tasteless, I think the way Pope says, like, his house looks like there's no proportions, like a big gate, and then he looks like an insect next to the gate. The lake looks like an ocean, right? Everything's too big because there's too much wealth.
Right.
And so it pushes for a natural, harmonious restraint, tasteful decision, because it is virtuous to make good aesthetic decisions.
Yeah, it's almost, we become ungovernable. Good taste means I can't be fit into this little box that the algorithm is designed for this. And it's almost, when people say the importance of taste, it's not just about having a preference, or it's not just about the aesthetics of it, but it's this bigger mission of how do you actually become ungovernable? How can you see past these algorithms and all of that?
Yeah. That is so beautiful. Like the virtuous point, I just keep ruminating on it. How else do you think taste manifests beyond just like aesthetic preference in the digital age?
What's interesting to me is that I think it could be effectuated around so many different facets of one's life, right? If it is truly virtue, then virtue is about like daily actions,
Right.
Not to be like guru and self-helpy, but like one can make tasteful decisions in many different spheres of their life. I do like in SF when people talk about like taste and also problems to find, right? And there are virtuous problems and some problems that are a bit less virtuous, perhaps.
Yeah.
But fundamentally, it is a question of how to deal with abundance, right? Right now, we have an abundance of intelligence, abundance of capabilities, and it is a question of how to deal with that so that this abundance does not wreck and destroy society. That is the purpose and the function of taste.
In SF speak, we call it like signal to noise ratio.
Signal to noise ratio.
That's like the very SF way of putting it. How would you like compare and contrast sort of the like we have like the Dime Square phenomenon in New York. It's a very different cultural landscape. And then we have SF. And SF is like the complete opposite of all of that. How do you see these cultures sort of like merging or talking to each other? Like how do you see them evolving?
Well, I'm not American, so I feel very much like Alexandre Tocqueville. Like I'm here and I'm just in America and I'm seeing how things are.
Yeah.
It's a good term.
So I think it's all very fascinating to me. I'm learning as I'm going what the different parts of the culture are. I'm met quite a bit of. I mean, I'm quite a bit of rationalist here, and I'm kind of learning about that culture.
Right.
I'm famously banned from Less Wrong.
Why?
What happened? Why are you banned?
How did that happen?
You say certain things, and suddenly you're banned from there.
It happens.
No, I mean, I was trying to have like I think what was a healthy, productive debate. The essay that got me banned actually ended up being a talk that I gave at BetaWorks, the VC fund in New York. It's called The Devil You Know. So it's still out there. I think it's cogent and sensible. I don't know why exactly I got banned, but sometimes you speak truth to power and things go bad for you. But you learn, and then I'm there's the language, there's a vernacular here that's very specific, signal to noise, agency, all that stuff.
Right.
And I mean, New York is like highly diverse. There's everything from Dime Square to like specific enclaves in the Bronx that are completely different.
Yeah.
But I think what I'm learning more as I'm traveling the United States and actually asking people these questions about technology is that every single region has its own particularities. Frankly, like I'm going to LA tonight, and LA has its own culture and own thing going on. And the way that they use their tech is very different, and the way that they talk about it is very different. And same thing in New York, and same thing when I go to Miami, or I'm spending a lot of time in Texas as well. So all these places have different relationships with their language, their tech, and how they use their software. Like when I'm on a plane and I'm sitting next to a young person, I'm always looking at their phone, and like I ask them a question. Okay, I was at the San Francisco art book fair yesterday. It was two young girls talking about how she broke up with a guy because he was texting her too much, and I was like, interesting. What is the proper amount of time that he should have texted you? Mind you, the guy texted her 14 times. And so I was like, okay, is there an acceptable amount of time, right? This is a novel mode of communication, which comes with its new sets of rules. And maybe she has a set of rule, and the girl was like, oh no, I kind of like it. He's obsessed, right? And like, we have to define these things societally, because otherwise, you grow up, you're 16, and you don't know what it means to be texted 14 times, right? So yeah, that's kind of like the ever ongoing research as I like move around the United States and try to understand how people use their technology.
How people use their technology, or is the conversation more recently how people are interacting with AI, or even the sentiment on AI itself?
That's very interesting. I mean, so this is, I think, the biggest difference that I've seen. For the most part, and this might be, a stated versus revealed preference, I find that Americans don't like AI. Now, AI is a very broad term, a very broad umbrella here, because they all use chat and be like, I love it. I love chat, but they don't like AI. Does that make sense? There's like a bit of a divergence there. There's the boogeyman of the data center. There's the boogeyman of like, I'm going to lose my job. But if you take a look at Anthropic survey, they surveyed 85,000 people to ask how they were using their AI for career advancement, so like at work or life management. And so when I talk to mothers in Bryan, Texas, like, oh yeah, like I had a leak in my faucet, whatever. I took a photo, and in about an hour or two, I was able to fix that thing. I love that.
Yeah.
But to them, it's kind of like Google, and that's not the thing that replaces their work, and it's going to put them on unemployment. So there's a bit of once again a language issue here around what does this technology do for me versus what is the negative impact that's coming in a somewhat near potential future.
Yeah.
And that hasn't been really sort of split. The good thing, I guess, from an AI perspective, is that people, for the most part, still like essentially free chat.
Yeah.
That's like quite useful.
Right. Yeah, I think that's absolutely fascinating. I was literally at a mass yesterday because my cousin was in town and like our aunt made us go to mass. And the Pope, or not the Pope, the priest there was like anti-AI. He was like giving like and he was like an ex-software engineer. So it was really fascinating. Do you think like we're going to trend towards a more, like maybe a more rigorous like categorization of what AI is so that people can actually be like, okay, I disagree with this part, but I do agree with this part. Do you think like techno optimism will be on the rise? Like, where do you think the current, will it stay very like, segmented?
Tough question. Not a seer, but my sense is techno optimism will be on the rise once the claimed benefits of the technology are aligned with the desires and interests of American constituents. What do Americans want? A wife, some food, some clothes to feed their children, right? In the world is called the Gil Scott Heron. It's simple, right? We all know kind of like the picture of the American dream, which, in many ways, when you tell, okay, to put it very simply, even Dave Chappelle says this, one of the specials says, you never get between a man and his bread. So I don't know who thought it was a good idea to go on national television and tell people they're going to lose their job. But if I'm an American, which I'm not, of course, but I wouldn't want to lose my job because that's how I feed my family. It's very simple, frankly.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I love with doing all my research is that I get to talk to people who put in very blunt terms what, I could have written like a 5-page report on this, make a paper out of all this, but it's quite simple. People want to be employed.
Right. Yeah. So it's more of the threat to employment you think that is just like.
Yeah, I don't think your average person cares about existential risk, frankly.
Right. No, totally. I agree.
I wonder too if maybe the people who are talking about this, the journalists who are talking about this, their algorithms themselves are also extra biased to find the things that are going to get people to be super hyper aware or scared or fearmonger.
At R2S and 131, we have a paper coming out specifically on that. Same thing with the heteropessimism. We're going to be analyzing about 5,000 videos on AI to sort of determine what is the current sort of positive, negative, and see how it checks over time. It's going to be one of our indexes that we publish in the next month.
Yeah. Another question, because we touched on this briefly. Do you think we're getting better or worse at social cues? Because one could make the argument that there are more social cues to keep track of now that we're online.
Yeah.
And like now a social cue is like the story, like we are getting literally more and we have to keep track of more. But at the same time, I feel like IRL, there's like a sentiment that everyone's just getting more like awkward, like people are less like well socialized in the real world. So what do you think?
I think everyone should be charm maxing, I think we should lead charm maxing, yeah.
Yeah.
The little wave, little finger, and little wink. Because for the most part, I think there's a lot of beauty in these sort of human-to-human interactions. We've all heard about the Gen Z stare. You ask for your coffee and you get the how's your day?
Now imagine the Gen Alpha stare. It's gonna be
crazy. But the funny thing is, there was this big event happening in New York called the Summer of Lud, right? And it's this sort of grassroots Gen Z, Gen Alpha movement. People try to reject their phone and just going to the park together, dancing, having all these events. I mean, Washington Post and Wired, I think, reported about this. So I think you're seeing a bit of a pushback against the infringement of technology across all facets of life. But I think it is very difficult, right? Think about your book of etiquette that your grandma might have had on a table. This is what you're supposed to do at a restaurant. This, when you meet someone, shake their hands. And now you have this times like all the different apps you're on.
Right. Yeah.
I can ask the studio, like, what's an acceptable amount of time to respond to someone via text? Some might say 24 hours. Some might say 3 days. And people feel very differently about these behaviors, right? Someone might be insulted that you take 24 hours, but you're like, no, I'm a 72. I'm Texas like email. I'm a 72-hour kind of person.
Yeah.
And you have to hold these rules not only just for yourself, but for all different people in your life, which is highly difficult.
You have to calibrate to somebody's like online etiquette, like whenever you meet them.
It's like a different rules for what you do
exactly.
online versus in person, and no one has the guidebook for that yet.
And whereas like culture usually is somewhat ethnicity based or nation based, like I'm French Canadian. When I meet someone, I give them la bise. I kiss them on the cheek. The culture online is not specific to what a person looks like, but more which platforms they're on.
Yes.
I would argue that there's a Tumblr culture, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a Twitter culture.
There's an Instagram culture.
It's interesting even for MTS because we're trying to figure out the algorithms for the different, for X has a very specific culture that they want. Instagram has a very specific culture that they want. And you have to try to figure out how to blend all of these together.
And it's almost like even in real life, when you meet someone, you can tell which platform they're on the most.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you just know how they talk.
Yeah, exactly. Based off of like what words they use. Sense of humor, I think, is very platform specific.
100%.
My friends say I have Twitter lingo in my everyday vernacular. I'm like, oh my gosh, I don't know how that.
Like I remember when I got my first job, my manager was like, "You talk internet." Like
you talk internet.
I was like, wow.
You talk internet. Yeah. I do know we're at time, but Ruby, I did want to thank you for joining us today. And maybe one last thing for you is you are a professor at NYU, specifically in the Integrated Design and Media Lab. What do you think is the most interesting thing that your students are curious about for this next decade?
I mean, my students are sort of gung-ho about using AI. Like, I think they quite love it, especially because we're interdisciplinary. So you might be an engineer, like one of my students is an engineer, but they might not know how to fabricate. And so the ability to be like, okay, I want to make a robot, and then having access to that information, it changes your thesis quite drastically. Because before, maybe you'd find the information. We have a lot of TAs and a lot of help overall, but I've actually seen an increase in like the size and the scope of the projects. People feel like they are able to tackle them now. So that's always super, super exciting. I specifically I teach thesis, so that's a final grad program project. So that's very, very exciting. And then, as always, the goal is not to just make something cool and big, but to be critical and to think about it. So we always try to push them to be, intentional and very conscientious in what they build.
Definitely.
Yeah, totally.
Well,
that's a great place to wrap.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for
Ruby.
joining us.
This was so awesome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with MTS. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I'm joined by Simone Mo, who is the co-founder and CEO of Inferact, one of the builders behind VLLM, which is the open source inference engine used to serve large language models efficiently. And this is perfect timing because today, as many of you know, there was the release of models like KIMI K3, and officially their open weights were released earlier this morning. And so this makes the inference layer more important than ever. And Inferact is betting that a shared hardware neutral serving system can become critical infrastructure for the open model economy. So Simon, excited to have you on today and join us.
Yeah, good to be here.
Super excited to have you. So why don't we get started maybe in terms of the VLLM solving? So just to set the context for people, for someone who's maybe a less of a technical audience, what problem does VLLM solve? And what is Inferact specifically building around open source projects that developers can already download?
Yeah, VLM is an inference engine. What it does is you take open weight model like KIMI K3 that's released today and run it on data center hardwares. So this is kind of the layer that bridge the real hardware that's running in data center to the actual endpoint that you can run your coding agent or chat conversation and every production things against it. So this kind of the layer right in the middle that kind of turns the hardware cycles into actual intelligence that is produced by the model. And Infrac is really the company to back, support, and continue to build on top of VLM. It's funded by the creators. And we have been kind of building this open source project out of UC Berkeley for the last 3 years, and now it's a company.
Yeah. Interesting. I guess this is extremely timely for today's information, just around like KIMI K3. And I guess I would love to get your specific perspective. Right now, they say KIMI K3 is open, but the actual ability to self-host it yourself is not. It's just the size of it is way too huge. I think we were trying to do some calculations here at the office. We're like, okay, if we wanted to host our own KIMI K3 model, how much would it cost? And it was literally millions and millions of dollars. And so I'm curious to get your perspective on here of, does the open weight AI risk just becoming another centralized market where only hyperscalers or people with specialized inference can actually run these models?
Not quite. So there's a class of open weight model that are small. It can run on the phone, it runs on the laptop, it runs on like DJX Spark or Mac Minis. But this kind of class of model that's released today are models that everybody can run in data centers. And of course, it's not that every household will have their own NVIDIA racks of compute that's typically used for this. But what this really means is now you have hundreds, thousands of enterprises and hundreds of different clouds will be able to run it internally or offer it as a service. So that means so many people will be able to run this as long as they have a sizable compute pool and essentially run this kind of Fable 5 level, Opus level to in their own infrastructure. That means for everybody out here, it means you have choice. You don't just need to buy the token from one provider. Now you have choice, you have availability, and you have performance. And all enabled just by this sharing of this model weights to everybody.
Yeah, let's talk more about this choice aspect. Of course, open weight models are the main thing that everyone has been talking about this past week, and we're starting to see more and more people who are prioritizing self-hosting. Even I was at the AMD conference this past week, and one of the big themes that they had is, oh, okay, now all of this hardware is something that you can actually run at home as a consumer, not just for the large companies with a lot more money and ability to pay for some of these things. And so I'm curious, are you also seeing that trend happen too? And what needs to be true for that to actually happen at scale?
So that will happen where you will have two classes of different models, right? You have some models that you typically use yourself or like on the edge, what we call, and then you have models that are big and like Opus level or Fable level, where it's really you offload very, very complex tasks to them. So this is where like what you have seen at the AMD conference is going to be the edge version. The edge version will be something we will take care of it, like on the sort of daily task and things that people will use every day. But for very much like long 10-hour problem solving session or research, deep research session, you kind of want the cloud agent to take care of it. And for that, we'll have the cloud version which is where K3 will matter. And for the future, what we expect is they'll coexist. This is why you will need to have the edge version, and then you have much bigger pool of cloud infrastructure to support. And intelligence will be everywhere. And it doesn't mean that it will only be everywhere on everybody's edge devices. Rather, it will be a very, very good spread.
Intelligence will be everywhere. That's an exciting prediction. That cool to see this actually happen. So today, KIMI K3 open weights officially live. Anyone can actually see them and use them now. And so how does this actually change the day-to-day? How do you think this is going to affect the wider frontier labs as well?
So I think hopefully this will motivate more and more frontier labs to open source their models. But also, I think this really also helped this kind of open source, open weight movement, because it's a point in time where the KIMI K3's official messages open frontier intelligence. Why does this moment matter? Because it actually is able to top the chart. This model is an open weight model. For the first time, it's able to top on Arena with front-end coding and with many, many design and many other tasks. And then if you look at just very hardest like benchmark-wise, they're still able to score top 3 or top 5. And what does this mean is it really showcases to the world is now you have a frontier model that are open weight. Now everybody is no longer just competing in the API space, proprietary API and proprietary product. Rather, we have K3 is now a frontier model that everybody is able to run it themselves and see it for the first time. People call this kind of maybe like the DeepSeek moment of 2026. I truly believe it because getting to the frontier actually is a big moment for open weight models.
Getting to the frontier is a big moment for open weight models. But in theory, couldn't this just continue to happen more and more and become more of the norm as it gets easier to either distill top frontier lab models or as just other ones are improving as well? I know KIMI K3 just had some incredible benchmarks, but as well as last week, there was like Laguna, the Laguna S models that also came out that also had very impressive benchmarks. And we're starting to see this be a trend where more and more open weight models are coming out with pretty incredible benchmarks that in theory you could run on your own hardware. The Laguna model is small enough that you can run it on your own like NVIDIA Spark chip. So this is super fascinating. How is this just going to change the entire landscape as a whole?
Yeah, so this movement has been happening over the last few years already. So VLM has been at the very beginning of it because people use VLM to run these models. We're also excited to support Laguna from poolside and a lot more. So today, like VLM runs more than 1,000 model architectures. Like what I've been seeing models small to big. Now K3 of course is one of the biggest out there, and what we have been seeing out in the wild and how people are using it is open weight model fundamentally is a representation of how people are training the model. It's a compression of the data in the pre-training phase and then compression of the environment and problem solving in the post-training and RO phase. And what does this mean? When people are taking open source model, they're taking other people's training and data and environment to compress into that artifact. So if you look at closed source proprietary model, it's OpenAI, Anthropic, and others who are like baked all those into the model endpoint. Everybody will be use it as a frozen checkpoint. But for open source, that's only the starting point. You get the model, it's already so much useful, and it does so well in benchmark. Now you can take it so many different ways. For example, there's people take these model and serve it as 1,000 tokens per second for themselves to use or internal company usage. Now every company can have a faster fast mode for a very productive benchmark. Like that's 2x, 3x, 4x faster than like just the fast mode on the Codex or Claude code. or you can take it to further fine tune it and iterate over it and make sure that it is really, really well suited for what you need to do and make it a very productive base model to build on top of. So there's just so much more you can do after open sourcing.
Yeah.
And just the shiny benchmark is the only starting point here.
No, the shiny benchmark is only the starting point here. That's a good quote for folks. Well, Simon, did really want to thank you for joining us today. One last thing that I just wanted to just better understand. We're seeing a common trend where NVIDIA, cloud providers, model labs, everyone is just improving their own inference stack, right? That's the big moat, and that's the big thing that needs to actually be improved. And so for Infract, what's your guys' actual durable advantage here? I know you do a lot of open governance and developer distribution, but what do you see as the main moat?
Yeah, so what do we see here is via open source is something we continue to double down on. And we absolutely love the community effort and building it together. But there's always one gap with open source, that is it can have all the features in the world and you have the best loved and support, but tailoring it to a specific commercial outcome, selling reliability and optimization is still a big gap. So this is what we're doing here at Infract, really closing that last mile problem for adopting open source and helping companies and enterprises and everybody who needs this kind of open source intelligence to be able to actually run it reliably. And this is where the Infract team, we continue to double down on the open source base, but also really, really there to help people close this gap.
Awesome. Well, Simon, wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS. It was such a pleasure getting to learn more from you.
Thank you, Sophia.
And we'll be back with MTS.
back. We are live with Lisan Al Gaib, who is really one of the best Anon AI analyst accounts on X.com. Really,
Yeah, hi
really good
guys.
account.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Welcome to MTS. Ava from Ex Machina. I still have not
Yeah,
seen the movie. It's crazy.
you should.
Incredible movie. And it's so like just crucial to I think
You're
I think
muted.
it's kind of a oh I'm muted. Sec. But I was just saying I think it's like a movie that has a lot of interpretations. Some people took like a feminist interpretation of it, but then they asked the director and he was like, yeah, that was not what it was about at all. it was
It's about robots, right?
it's about a misaligned AI. It's like
Is
one
that
of
the one where Will Smith is like, "Can a robot make a beautiful symphony?"
No,
Or is that a different
no.
one?
No,
No, that's iRobot, right?
yeah.
Oh.
haven't seen that one. Anyways, let's get into it.
What should we start with? So many model releases. I guess we should do KIMI K3 first. So
Yeah,
KIMI
sure.
K3, Moonshot finally released the weights after 11 days. They released a tech report, a lot of interesting stuff. What have you gotten out of it so far?
So first of all, like the positioning. So there's always this debate of how good is the model and how far is it behind the frontier. And a lot of people, like when I say, for example, that KIMI K3 isn't at the frontier or hasn't caught up to US models, I don't mean this in a bad way, but just from like a forecasting perspective, like I'm very stats driven. And I think so. You also have to differentiate between different domains. And when you look at coding, for example, I think KIMI has basically caught up within a few months, like maybe 3 or 4 months behind the frontier. But if you look at overall capabilities, then I think it's more like 5 months and maybe longer if you include Mythos Preview.
This is not consensus on much of Twitter, which still seems to think that KIMI is basically frontier.
Yeah, I think many people don't realize or they don't take into account how large or how tiny frontier models are from like OpenAI or Anthropic. And also another aspect is reasoning efficiency. So when we look at these benchmarks, then typically KIMI is still pretty much 1 or 2 generations behind in reasoning efficiency. But in terms of potential, I have to agree that KIMI can basically reach Fable level and GPT 5.6 Soul level.
Really? Wait, how so?
Yeah, just with more post training. Just make the reasoning more efficient and longer IL.
Yeah, interesting. So have you had a chance to check out Opus 5 and what were your thoughts on it?
Yeah, actually, I did, and I think so. First of all, it's not really a true frontier model because it's like the second tier model of Anthropic nowadays. But it's clearly a very good model, and I think I would rank it like maybe in 3rd place right now. I think Fable is still the best model, then GPT 5.6 Soul, and after that you have Opus 5. But just for coding, again, if we differentiate by domain, I think Opus 5 has to be the best coding model. For example, there's like frontier code by Cognition. Opus 5 is basically as good as Fable or slightly better at like 1/3 of the price. Or Frontier Bench, which another name would be Terminal Bench 3.0, but they renamed it. On both of these benchmarks, it's basically the best model.
How do these benchmarks differ? Is there anything that like some score better on certain coding benchmarks versus others?
So I haven't looked particularly into Frontier Bench or Frontier Code, but so I've read the release blogs of these benchmark releases, and Frontier Code is just like a very well-made benchmarks, and they explicitly look out for evaluation hacking, for example. like for benchmark hacking, so that the models don't just go online like the GPT model and search for the answer keys.
I think with Opus 5 in particular, like I have rarely seen such a, diverse variety of responses to it where some people are like, "Oh, this is just the best model ever. Like look, it outperforms Fable on all the benchmarks." And then other people are like, "Oh, this model actually kind of sucks. Like it just doesn't have the it factor, the big model smell that Fable has. It lies a lot." Some people say. Um, so what do you think there on both those things?
So I haven't much tried Opus 5. Like I've just ran Listen Bench yesterday, and on Listen Bench it's also basically the best model. It's also super efficient in reasoning. But I kind of get the sentiment that it's not like a new frontier model. Like Fable and GPT 5.6 Sol already exist for like 1 or 2 months, so it doesn't feel like a huge model jump. And now even with KIMI now, I think KIMI K3 is a larger model than Opus, and you can still you have the big model smell, like larger models, they just feel better to interact with because they work more reliably, basically out of distribution.
Well, looking at Lisan Bench, you notice like a couple things that don't match most other benchmarks. One is Opus 4.7 and 4.6 are above Fable, and they're at the top of the benchmark. The other
Yeah,
is that GPT 5.5 and 5.4 outperform Sol, and Sol is in 12th place, below DeepSeek
yeah,
v3.2 Speciale, which is interesting.
yeah. So that's really an issue of Lisan Bench. So right now I'm actually writing a paper on Lisan Bench for my university project, and like the headline scores, I wouldn't interpret too much into them. What I find more interesting is like if you scroll down, there's like a reasoning efficiency plot, and these are more relevant to me. Because in the headline score, as you can see, there's like high reasoning effort, sometimes extra high. Because in the beginning, I tried to match all of these models so that they approximately output like 10 to 15K tokens. And so you have to find the right reasoning effort because I don't have the funds to basically all reasoning efforts. Otherwise, I would run all of them, and I think GPT 5.5 and Sol, for example, would perform much better.
Yeah, could you give an overview of Lisan Bench? Because it's really interesting. You use word chains. Why are word chains the approach that you took?
Yeah, so it basically started out with Alien Bench. That was my go-to benchmark back then, but it was really expensive, and models have to write out these long explanations or ideas. And in Lisan Bench, models basically just have to know one word, and they have to do like a simple operation, so they can delete a letter, add a letter, or replace a letter. And each following word basically has to differ by exactly one letter, and then the model has to construct the longest possible chain where each word is different, so no words repeat, and each following word differs by exactly one letter. And the idea behind this was that the word graph is basically sparse, so you can choose more difficult words with fewer neighbors, or you can choose like really simple words like cat, head, mat, and so on. Like you can find a lot of examples, a lot of possible neighbors. So at the beginning, the models have to search and reason. And Lisan Bench is basically, or it tries to capture this reasoning aspect, but also the big model smell, because you need to reason well to escape the low connectivity parts of the graph, but you also need to know a lot of words so you can survive the sparse parts.
What are some other indicators of big model smell, in your opinion?
Oh, one I'm really fond of is like Bullshit Bench. Peter Gotzev did, and I had a I had a very similar idea like one and a half years ago called Shizo Bench. I never released it, but it's basically you ask the models.
LARP
Hmm?
bench.
Yeah,
need
yeah.
this.
You basically ask the model silly or stupid questions that don't make any sense, and if they try to reason through it and retroactively, basically, how do you say in English? um, yeah, they try to make sense of the question you have given them, even though it's nonsensical. And some models, they just keep on rambling. And 1.5 years ago, I found that these Anthropic models and Opus in particular, they just don't do that. And we also see this in Bullshit Bench. So I think that's one component of big model smell, that you can just discern between actual questions and nonsensical ones.
Uh,
Yeah.
is it true that like the only reason models don't do like incredibly, unbelievably well on this and can do thousands at a time is just because of tokenization?
Oh, for Lisan Bench.
Yes.
Oh yeah, so I have a breakdown in my paper of this. So one problem is tokenization, and but this only applies basically to non-reasoning models, because in reasoning models you don't see it. A bigger problem in Lisan Bench is actually recalling if a word has already been used.
There's actually a human benchmark that's similar. Where have you ever done like the human benchmark online, where it has like a verbal memory one, and you have to like identify which of the words you have already seen. And it just goes.
Yeah, I know this one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
have
no,
heard of this.
because Lisan Bench is also, I only found about this later, that Lisan Bench is actually based on a real game. I it's called, I think, Word Ladder by Lewis Carroll, if I'm not mistaken. It's like a game from 1850 or something, and instead of having basically an open chain where you just give the model a starting word, you also have a ending word. So you try to transform one word into another, also with these one edit distance constraints.
Interesting. By the way, I did not know that lisan al-ghaib means like tongue or speech of the unseen, the unknown. So lisan bench means like speech bench
Yeah,
in
it's basically
Arabic.
a language bench. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think that's super cool.
I didn't know that lisan al-ghaib was like such a good name for like an AI anon account. I thought it was just Dune LARP, but this is way better.
Actually, in the beginning, I also considered naming myself Lisan AI Gaib, because the L and the I looks very similar.
That would have been LARP.
Yeah. So do you have any thoughts on the NVIDIA SSI partnership? We got our first nugget of information from SSI today that they're working on underlooked parts of the human brain for their
Oh,
models.
I haven't seen that, but it's definitely super interesting that NVIDIA is investing that much. I think 5 billion, right?
Yes.
Yeah, 5.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a lot to commit to basically a project that hasn't produced anything as of yet.
Publicly.
Yeah.
It says that NVIDIA did it after like a rare glimpse into the state of the startup's research. So I guess they must have seen something. What, you know that meme that's like, what did Ilya see? It's like, what did
Yeah.
NVIDIA see in Ilya?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the big question. Maybe they also discovered like continual learning or whatever. I don't know.
Ilya was sort of like the original like AI aura farmer before
Yeah.
Dario. He would just aura farm by, he's sort of this like jaded scientist like Oppenheimer, and he would like hide from the public view for long periods of time. Yeah, very interesting guy. He also did AlexNet, and he was like a protege of Jeff Hinton. He's really an
Yeah,
AI OG.
he's super cracked. And
Yeah.
one of my favorite episodes of like Dylan Patel is with Ilya, where he basically explains how they trained, I think, GPT-4.
Yeah. By the way, I remember we argued on Twitter this weekend, so we have to bring this up.
Yeah.
I tweeted the other day basically a lot of people model danger from AGI as the absolute capability of the most powerful model, when really it's about the relative gap in capability between the most powerful model and society's defense mechanism. So I gave the example of releasing novel pathogens. That would be super bad in today's world. But if we had defenses of the level that everyone had pathogen killing nanobots in their bloodstream, then it would be fine. And it would be totally safe to open source models where people can create novel pathogens. And then you said progress isn't continuous, defense is harder than offense, and the alternative is to have a leading closed lab that slowly diffuses these capabilities over time.
Yeah, and I've also taken some notes on this, and I wanted to bring up AI 2040 because their plan A, so they have these different plans of how the future of AI could look like. And plan A is basically what I'm describing. You have you have open research and open algorithms and training methods and so on, but the frontier is still closed. So you don't just want to shock the population or all of the users by releasing a new frontier model every few months. Because like one of my arguments was that it isn't progress isn't continuous, and we see that in model development and even further down in the data centers. Like a data center just comes online, it isn't continual. So each next model generation might be 2 times bigger or 3 times bigger, and with that, new capabilities are unlocked. So
My counter to that was like the epoch capabilities index goes up over time. The arena benchmarks go up over time pretty steadily. And then you said this is not what continuous looks like. I said it looks pretty continuous to me, but even the like pretty dominant model releases at the time, like GPT-4 on Mythos, like the most amount of time that a single model has ever spent in the lead was like a year. It was GPT-4 from mid 2023 through mid 2024, roughly. GPT-4 was a big discontinuous jump, but like we've seen fewer big discontinuous jumps. Maybe you could say we've had discontinuous jumps on certain categories, like cyber for like Mythos, for example. But generally, it does seem like AI capabilities are increasing pretty smoothly over time.
yeah, maybe overall, if you consider all of the labs, but if you look at any individual lab, then progress seems very non-continuous. And with these big jumps, you mentioned that the largest gap was maybe 1 year with GPT-4. O1 was even less than a year probably, and Mythos is now half a year. But if you think about it, 1 year of progress, that is a pretty insane gap to have. Like last year, most models couldn't solve the IMO or couldn't do cyber text at all, and nowadays even open source models basically one-shot the IMO.
But it's not discontinuous progress.
Well, if you, I think it's discontinuous. So Mythos was a pretty big jump over the previous frontier. And if you look, for example, in the Anthropic system card of Mythos preview, then you can also see this discontinuity. All of the previous models are basically on this beautiful straight line, and Mythos is like, I don't know, 5 or 10 points higher than Opus 4.5 or 4.6 at the time. And it basically unlocks all of these cyber capabilities and also mathematics and also the CBR INRIS, so chemical bio and nuclear. What was the other? I don't know. Yeah.
So, like, what do you think the gap should be in model capabilities between the leading frontier closed source lab and the best open source model that can be released safely?
I think I think this also depends on the adoption rate. So how fast are people and businesses adopting these models? And but generally, I think a few months, maybe 6 to 12 months, is like a good gap to have. But if it gets too close, I think there is some risk involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
12 months sounds like a lot.
12 feels like a lot.
Yeah, like what was the best model on the ECI 12 months ago? So July 2025. I think it was O3 Pro. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like so for example, are we better served by having like open source KIMI compared to open source models with O3 Pro level capabilities now? I think I would say so.
Yeah, but I always also think about the future. I really like forecasting and predicting trends.
Mhm.
And if you think about the future, it seems like there are capabilities coming that we maybe aren't prepared for. And like a future GPT-7 or so, it might actually just be able to hack intelligence agencies or completely cripple the infrastructure of a state. And if you're 12 months behind that, then I think that makes sense. I wouldn't want an open source model in like 2027 or 2028 that had these capabilities. And I actually also think some capabilities they shouldn't even be available.
Maybe. Well, there are a lot of threads to pull on there, but we are at time. So
We'll need
thanks so
round two.
much. We'll need round two. Yeah. Thanks so much, Lisan, for coming on to talk about KIMI K3, Opus 5, Lisan Bench, and frontier policy stuff.
Yeah,
Great
thank
to
you
have
for
you,
having
Lisan.
me.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Absolutely. We'll be right
We'll
back.
be right back with MTS.
It's time for monitoring the sponsors, starting with our new sponsor, Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world, arena.ai.
Next up, we got Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, shout out to Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
And Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise codebases. Ship 5x faster at blitzy.com.
And lastly, we have AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com.
And those are ad reads. And now we have...
Oh, shit.
The Vine Boom is muted.
It was muted.
Oh, it's in your headphones. It's still muted?
They're censoring me.
They're
Okay, sorry.
censoring the
Hold
Vine
on.
Boom. Boom.
Ad reads.
Ad reads.
Thank you, sponsors. Anyways, we have some news for
we have
you
some
all.
news. I actually just noticed this like 5 minutes ago. This was just posted. Lillian Wang is leaving Thinking Machines.
Oh,
Mm,
rip to go where?
just reading. Oh, she's taking sick leave. Or, yeah. Very sad. Hope Lillian feels better. She has like
well
one of
soon.
the best blogs on AI, Lil Log. Really, really good stuff. But we have some more stories, starting with CXMT's IPO. We've talked about CXMT before on MTX.
MTX.
I have the X stuck in my head.
MTS Shanghai.
MTX. maybe we should do that. Monitoring the X, MTX.
So true. So true.
Yeah. I can see like future expansion. Maybe like our future holding company is
like-
going to be called MTX. That would
Maybe
be
we'll
cool.
commit financial fraud or something.
No, we're not going to do that. Nothing on here is financial advice. We're looking at stock prices and stuff. We will never commit financial fraud. So CXMT Corp stock went up 465.82% in its first day of trading. So
Insanity.
like, what do you even say? It's kind of ridiculous. The reason for this, I'm not even sure why it IPO'd at such a low valuation when it was known for a while that it would be so oversubscribed. Let's ask Claude, why did CXMT IPO at such a low valuation when it was so oversubscribed and popped nearly 500% on day one? It's like this tweet that I saw about SpaceX when it IPO'd, and it IPO'd at like, what was the price? Like 250 or something? Or it was 160. And someone tweeted like, yeah, don't worry guys, it's gonna go up to 500 by lunch. And then someone was like, this is my quant. Not financial advice. Why did CXMT IPO at such a low valuation? The pricing was administratively conservative, not demand driven.
Yeah. It had low self-esteem.
Mm-hmm. The result was a price of 8.66 yuan, which Morningstar put it.
It's the biggest IPO in Asia, right?
Deliberate discount. Yes, but it's the biggest IPO. I think it's the biggest IPO by both IPO market cap and the amount raised. Size created absorption risk. It visibly strained market liquidity. I guess maybe China has less liquid capital markets than the US. Like the US would be able to do like a multi-$100 billion IPO, no problem. 212x oversubscription doesn't mean what it would elsewhere.
Yeah, they raised 8.6 billion.
Oh wow. Chinese retail IPO allocation is a lottery, and subscribing is close to free money given the structural underpricing.
Okay. Yeah.
Weird. Why would they do that? Why would they not just price higher? They're just
There's
explaining.
like a lot of. I feel like it's just probably better to underprice, right?
Well, no, because if you're the company, that means you're giving up more of your company.
I don't know. I mean, it's probably just. It might just be a trend in China.
The float was tiny. Fewer than 7% of shares traded freely on day one, so modest buying pressure moved the price enormously. And the underlying story repriced fast. That's right. Revenue has 7x year over year, or increased more than
this is like
700%,
maybe not that weird,
which is an 8x.
Because like this says Chinese domestic A-share IPOs experience extreme first-day jumps, often averaging over 100% in initial returns.
I don't know. Maybe this is some weird like Chinese state mechanism for doing something. I'm not sure what it is.
Right. I have vague notions of
Vague notions.
I have a concept of a financial strategy.
Yeah.
Initial public offerings in China have undervalued companies by up to 200 billion over the past 6 years, reflecting a struggle to price listings in the world's second biggest equity market. Blah blah.
It can't be a struggle to price listings if you're like systematically underpricing them that hard that often. CXMT shares surged 466% on their trading debut. Shares in the group closed at 49 RMB, up from an IPO price of 8.66. Its market value rose to as much as $547 billion, briefly eclipsing Tencent as China's most valuable company.
Wow.
So it's one of the most valuable companies in China now. And this is like B tier memory. This is like not even frontier top DRAM HBM that's being manufactured. All of that is Samsung, Hynix, and Micron. It has like 10% of the total market share of DRAM, and others are 2-3%. So it's just crazy that it's so valuable. Wow. Their PE ratio is above 1600. Okay.
Oh my god.
That's wild. This is right after SK Hynix raised 26 billion in a US listing. Okay, so this is interesting. I don't think we've seen this. It operates 3 DRAM wafer factories in Beijing and Hefei. Hefei is like a tier 3 city in Anhui province, China, where CXMT is based. Remember, in China, there's no there's tech hubs, but they're not as central as in America, where there's only
one, maybe
like San
1.5,
Francisco and maybe New York, right? We have 1.5 tech hubs.
Yeah,
maybe
I was going to say Austin.
1.25 tech hubs.
Yeah.
SF in New York, and then the rest of it, Austin, LA, Miami, all that is Seattle. All that is 0.1 of SF combined. Whereas in China, they do have their tech hubs. They have Beijing, Shanghai, Hangzhou, and Shenzhen. But they just have these like random behemoth giant companies just in the middle of like nowhere in Hefei and Anhui province.
Maybe talent actually sort of evenly distributes.
Not really. I mean, talent concentrates in cities no matter where in the world.
In cities, yes, but in multiple cities, as opposed to in just 1 or 2.
Yeah. CXMT would have capacity. Research firm SemiAnalysis, friends of the show, estimated CXMT would have capacity to start 350,000 new wafers a month by the end of this year, close to Micron's 385,000 capacity. Wow, so that's a lot. Of course, Micron is manufacturing better memory, but this is still very important. CXMT turned profitable this year. Remember, the memory business for a very long time was a pretty bad business to be in because it's so capital intensive. You have to build out all of these fabs. You're dependent on all of these like expensive and difficult and complex supply chains. And for a long time, it was basically total commodity, right? Like you had no margins. There's so much competition. Demand for memory would like randomly rise and then randomly fall. You were at these like capricious whims of the market. So if you look at like a memory stock before the ongoing AI boom, it would be, it looked like this. It was just like up and down and up and down and up and down and up and down. Like if you had invested in Micron at the peak of the tech bubble in 2000, you would not have made your money back until 2024. And then we saw like the biggest supply shock that we've ever seen in the history of memory, and all of these memory stocks inflected upward. So it went from being quite a bad business to be in to being like an incredibly good business to be in. And so all of the memory stocks, including the second tier ones like CXMT, are exploding in value, exploding in demand.
Yeah. What else? What are some other second tier memory companies?
CXMT is like the biggest one.
Mhm.
Okay, list the largest memory manufacturers other than Micron, Hynix,
Oh, I guess
Samsung,
SanDisk.
CXMT. Does SanDisk make memory or just storage? Oh, they make flash memory,
Yeah.
but I don't know if they make I think they do make some data center products. Oh, that's right. Kioxia,
Kioxia, I do not know much about. Oh, they're
Japanese.
Toshiba. Okay. I see.
Nanya, Winbond, Macronics.
Nanya.
Yeah, my favorite company is Nanya. Nanya Biz.
Did you see Nanya IPO'd?
Yeah. Did you see D's IPO'd? Did you see Ligma IPO'd? Okay, so the biggest NAND flash manufacturers are Kioxia, which is Japanese, SanDisk, YMTC, which is the other big Chinese memory manufacturer, and Solidigm, which I've never heard of.
Solidigm.
That's kind of a cool name.
Wait, bullish.
Former Intel NAND SSD business, now a Hynix subsidiary. And then DRAM outside the big three, Nanya, which is Taiwanese, Winbond.
It was
all China and Taiwan. Yeah, East Asia just dominates the memory market. Crazy.
And Micron manufacturers in Singapore, mostly. Where does Micron manufacture?
I think all over the place. Taiwan, Japan, and Singapore, and expanding facilities in the US.
Yeah, but like in the US, probably not much.
They have
does it?
They're building one in Boise, Idaho. You know, Micron was founded in Boise, Idaho.
Yeah, they were based in Boise.
No, they're based in San Jose now, but they were Boise.
They were founded in Boise.
Based in Boise, Idaho.
Wow, Boise as tech hub.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. I've been to Boise, Idaho.
How is it?
It's like a normal city. It's kind of nice though. ASML stock is down today because China might be doing DUV tool production. A Chinese state-backed company has begun mass producing certain chip-making machines.
Least vague article about UV.
A company has started making immersion DUV lithography tools, the information reported, citing unidentified people familiar with the matter. The report didn't name the company. Holy vague post.
This is not even an article. This is like...
Let's look at the information source. According to two people familiar with the situation, don't identify the company. It brought together immersion DUV development teams from other Chinese companies. So this would sort of like how CXMT is like a foil to the big three memory manufacturers in that its products are not as good, but you know, someone has to own the bottom of the market. Chinese DUV would be the same thing for ASML. So the frontier leading edge chip fabs will still be using ASML EUV machines, but less leading edge fabs would use DUV machines. Like for example, it would be really helpful for Huawei. Okay, so Chinese chip makers are only allowed to buy ASML's older DUV tools. Legislation now going through Congress would widen restrictions on immersion DUV equipment. Both of these are essential. EUV is used for the most cutting-edge chips. China is also developing a domestic EUV machine, but the project remains at the prototype stage and is likely years away from producing working chips. I wonder how much, if at all, superintelligence will accelerate this.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. I mean, we probably have to talk to somebody about how, like hardware design can actually be accelerated by just pure like model progress. Not sure. I am not sure. Okay, so who else does DUV other than ASML?
Good question.
DUV other than ASML.
Just wasting tokens.
Looks like
Oh, Nikon. That's right.
Nikon and Canon.
Nikon and Canon. Yes. If you make cameras, then you as a company are well suited to do lithography because it's the same stuff. It's like light and mirrors
Hmm.
and technology.
Yeah, Canon. Okay, produces legacy semiconductor lithography equipment. Interesting.
Okay, so Nikon and Canon are the only other established vendors, plus SMI and Yuliangsheng as Chinese domestic challengers.
That's actually crazy. Are these companies public?
So they're saying the company was Yuliangsheng.
Okay, Nikon is public. Is Canon public?
Okay, they didn't name the company. Oh, I see.
Oh, they're both public.
I see. So the company brought over talent from Shanghai Yuliangsheng Technology.
Okay, I see. So it's like a lithography neo lab.
Yeah, basically, it's a lithography neo lab.
Just slap neo onto everything.
Speaking of China, China has vowed a response to U.S. sanctions threat against AI firms. So remember, like a week or two ago, Scott Bessent was saying that if Chinese labs steal American IP, distill American models, then the U.S. might sanction them. They might add Chinese labs to the entity list. They might require licenses for American companies to import Chinese models. So the Chinese Ministry of Commerce, MOFCOM, kind of cool, said that. You can't read it
Feel
yet.
free to read it.
Waiting for Google to translate it for me. Come on.
I don't know how this would make sense because then you would just cause all of these little tech, like these little tech startups that would be the ones using open source, like Chinese open source models, to then get licenses.
That was the point of the open letter from NVIDIA,
right?
To stop them from doing that. So the ministry says it's a smear campaign. These actions lack factual basis and legal support, representing typical acts of AI hegemony. China will take all necessary measures to firmly safeguard its legitimate rights and interests against any actions that substantially harm. Yeah. So all necessary measures, whatever that means. It's like you know the Wikipedia article "China's Final Warning" is a Russian ironic idiom originating from the Soviet Union that refers to a warning that carries no real consequences. Yeah. So what is China going to do if the US sanctions Chinese models? I actually do think this time, you know, they're relatively more powerful than they were in the 70s, and they may very well respond. But it's unclear what they'll do. Like what are things that they even can do?
I don't know, just like scale up more aggressively in the third world or the middle powers or something. If you're talking about like a revenue, I don't know. Go all in on yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. It would probably just supercharge their like the AI race, I think.
Possibly.
It's not like they're like getting like what are they gaining from well, I guess okay, they're definitely gaining stuff from having like open source models in the US.
This is true.
But they're probably gaining a lot more domestically. Like at the end of the day, they're thinking about the interest of the state.
I don't know. We'd have to think about this. What would China do? But in the meantime, Noah Lebovich, formerly of Anthropic, had this very interesting tweet. People were saying, Andy Jones, engineering and research at Anthropic, I think open source is less than 12 months behind the frontier, and the same security reaction you saw with Fable will likely happen with open source. The escape routes are either Project Glasswing, number one. Number two, convince decision makers that industry benefits open source exceed security costs. And three, a research program that makes open source models as safe as closed models.
Are they not safer, like in terms of cyber they're just like significantly, they just perform significantly worse.
Well, they're safer because they're weaker.
Yeah,
but
'cause they're
not
worse.
fundamentally safer.
Yeah.
And then Julia Mooncat, research at Anthropic, says, I think there's a shocking lack of imagination in a lot of the people pushing open models right now. This time next year, there will be Mythos class models rampaging the internet, hitting every rural hospital / city council, etc. at once with crypto locker attacks. And Noah Lebovich responds, I don't think it's a lack of imagination. I used to agree with this, but I've changed my mind. Open models are already capable enough to do what you described. For example, I used Opus 4.6 to hack people's medical records and bank accounts back in February.
That's crazy.
GLM 5.1 is more capable. I think he means
Source, I hacked it, bro.
I think he means GLM 5.2. Or wait. Does he really mean GLM 5.1?
I don't know.
I think he does mean GLM 5.1, which was not like a big splashy model release at the time. GLM 5.2 was. Despite capable open weight models existing, the sketchier folks I know are still using a Claude Code or Codex subscription for hacking. So I see most of the materialized risk here is still coming from Anthropic and OpenAI. Safeguards aren't sufficient to stop a moderately dedicated actor. The groups I know who are using open weight models are legitimate offensive security companies. They won't break the rules. The open weight models are more reliable, and the labs use massive partnerships or spend as a prereq for lowering classifiers and safeguards. I know of 3 legitimate groups running GLM 5.2 as their primary model. So what are offensive security companies?
Like white hat hackers?
Oh, it's pen testing and red teaming. Yeah. So I see. So this basically, he's saying this disadvantages the good people. The open weight model, or rather the legitimate like pen testers and red teamers have to use worse open weight models because they're not going to break the rules to use closed source models to pen test. Yeah, the last part applies for Anthropic too. I know of 2 instances where 2 different Anthropic GTM people use large committed spend contracts as a prereq for lowering safeguards. Interesting. I'm not sure what that means exactly. Does it mean Anthropic lowers safeguards for models that they give to red teamers? That sounds right. On the inside, I know it's about safety, the narrative, and the intent. This is important. Yes, Anthropic does really care about safety. This is not just marketing hype. They really believe this stuff. From the outside, Anthropic seems to be optimizing for revenue and power, isn't diffusing capabilities to defenders, and also doesn't have adequate safeguards to prevent misuse from dedicated bad actors. That's kind of surprising. Like, how would a dedicated bad actor misuse Fable? Or are they saying they would only misuse Opus, but that's sufficient?
Yeah, that's probably what they're saying.
Yeah. I mean, we're not at the point yet where we have these like script kiddies who can like just boot up ChatGPT on the free plan and be like, go hack into a hospital and it'll just do it. That world would probably be pretty bad. But also, like in that same world, you'd imagine the hospital people would boot up their own ChatGPT and be like, fix all my vulnerabilities. I don't know. It's just, it's so complicated, man. It just depends so much on whether offenders or defenders are more powerful. Who knows? And then Rune says, how is it possible that you can hack with Claude Code or Codex? And Noah says, yeah, this is what I said. Fable is still pretty hard to abuse, but people still use Opus. And it's a cost benefit thing. You can tolerate rotating accounts or using resellers and classifier failures. These people. Yeah, there's a real problem with diffusing cyber capabilities to defenders. This leaves you in a world where eventually safeguards get better and open models get better, and then the mass crypto locker happens. Why would that be the case if offenders and defenders have the same cyber capabilities? He says, raw capabilities for a lone wolf actor to cause massive harm are already here. I mean, this was true before AI too.
Yeah,
like,
this is always true.
Yeah. But it doesn't happen for reasons. In an ideal world, I prefer a closed model operating behind perfect safeguards at a perfect frontier lab with unlimited resources in a perfect country. Okay. In an ideal world, I want free ice cream for everyone. Based on what I've seen so far, it's easier for me to imagine a future without the crypto locker scenario with open access to capabilities paired with an offensive, even kinetic response by governments to infra used by bad actors.
But it was harder because of its asymmetry, so I'm somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, that's right. Basically, just do what we already do. Before AI, everyone had roughly equivalent cyber capabilities. You know, barring some people are smarter and better at cyber than others.
Yep.
And if you did a cyber attack, like you would just be caught and go to jail. Like we have like an FBI and an NSA. And this is sufficient to protect against most bad outcomes.
What if you just increase the consequences of being a cyber criminal?
Yeah, you could do that.
Okay, it's solved.
We did it.
Yeah, what if you make it like not punishable by death, but what if you make it like, I don't know, like 15 years? I don't know what it is now. To be fair, we should go over this. Like
Go over what?
Like what is the current like legal sentence for being a cyber criminal? What is the current?
I think it's a lot.
Make it even more. What if you get banished?
Banished to where?
No, I think we just need to bring back banishments as like a
banishment to where?
I don't know. You just like
I mean,
just banish people.
To
I don't know to where. I haven't figured that out.
It's called deportation.
Take him away.
Or being banished to South Sudan.
No, but I do want. Yeah, exactly. You just like random number generator, like choose a country at random. If someone commits a crime, they get banished to a random country.
Yeah. Anyway.
Oh my god, make me dictator, guys.
Anyways.
Yeah,
this is an interesting take. I do kind of take this seriously. There's some people who have this take that like, well, obviously, like we're on the verge of like the cyber apocalypse, and if you disagree, then you're not really AGI pilled. It's more nuanced than that. You know, we're nuanced cells here.
we are nuanced cells.
We are nuanced
If there
cells.
is anything, we are.
Anyway, that's our noon situation recap. We'll be back with more MTS. We are back. We are live with Neil Chilson, who is the head of AI policy at the Abundance Institute. And as always, it's a big week in AI policy. There's a lot going on. So we're glad to have you on, Neil. Welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me on. It's great to be back.
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Before I guess we get into the topical news stuff, tell our audience a little bit about the Abundance Institute.
Sure. So the Abundance Institute is a mission-driven nonprofit. We're very focused on emerging technology. As the name might suggest, we are quite optimistic about the role that technology can play in making everybody's life better. But we know it doesn't just happen. It takes a cultural environment that embraces innovation rather than fears it. And it takes a regulatory environment that allows entrepreneurs to build products and see how they solve people's problems in the real world. So we work on both of those sides of things. I spent a lot of time on federal AI policy, but we touch a lot of other things as well.
Yeah, you guys also talk about nuclear, right? What are some other emerging technologies that are sort of classified under your umbrella?
Yeah, so AI and energy are two major pillars right now. On the energy side, we are very interested in small modular nuclear. Some other areas where we're starting to build out some expertise is in the biotech sphere. We're not all the way there yet, but we're looking at it, and quantum. So very interested in those. Trying to get ahead of the conversations in those issues because they haven't quite hit the policy radar in DC at least yet.
Totally, yeah.
Are you sure that they haven't hit the policy radar in DC? It seems like DC is like really starting to wake up to a lot of this stuff, especially just in the last 2 or 3 months.
Well, I think everything is framed around AI, right? So even if people are talking about biotech in DC, they're talking about AI. If they're talking about energy, they're talking about how AI needs energy. And so there's a whole bunch of issues in the biotech sphere and even in the emerging energy sphere that aren't really that directly AI related. And so we're trying to figure out how to talk about those issues before they start to turn into policy ideas here in DC. We want to seed the ground for that.
Right.
Makes sense. So one of the big stories of today was the Open Secure AI Alliance. And then before that, last weekend, we had the NVIDIA open letter called Open Weights in American AI Leadership about the need for open models and American open models ecosystem in particular. What are your thoughts on this letter?
So big picture, open source has long been a key part of the tech industry. It's been a huge part of how startups build. It's been forever. It's been a huge part of the infrastructure of the internet. And so the role of open source, I don't think, is particularly controversial across the tech industry. And you can even look at the more recent history of AI. OpenAI was started primarily as a open source AI research organization, and so this is a long history in the AI space and in the tech industry more overall. And so you might ask, like, why are all these guys getting together to write a letter about open source if everybody thinks it's great already? Well, there's been some challenges to open models, to the idea of open weights and open ecosystems for AI. Right now, those models are coming primarily, although not exclusively. The cutting edge of those models is our Chinese source. And so there has been some interest, I think, in DC about dealing with that, thinking about what that means for American leadership in AI. And there's been some, what I would call wrong-headed approaches to that. The idea that what we need to do is sort of cut off access to these tools from Americans in order to gain back, dominance in the open source ecosystem. I don't think that really hasn't been a successful way to gain leadership in open source. And so I think this letter and this coalition are pushing back against that, pushing back against the idea that somehow industry will benefit if we cut off open source models, if we make it harder to develop them or to use them. And so this letter says, hey, these tools are really important. The techniques that are used to build AI, including distillation, has very legitimate uses. And we should think really hard about the trade-offs that we would be imposing on American innovators if we make it harder to use these types of models or use those types of techniques.
Well, it seems like some of industry would definitely benefit from a ban on closed source or a ban on open source models. You know, OpenAI and Anthropic and the top frontier labs seem like they would benefit. Most of the rest of industry, like startups, definitely would not benefit from a ban on frontier open models. But yeah, we were talking earlier about how maybe some aspect of this, like yes, these are people's earnest beliefs, but at the same time, they're also people talking their book. You know, Anthropic wants more restrictions on open source, partially because of safety, partially because of competitiveness. And NVIDIA wants fewer restrictions on open source because, you know, the companies that are training open source models, as well as the ones that are training closed source models, are training them on NVIDIA GPUs.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually interesting. The Anthropic angle is particularly interesting on the commercial side because even these distillation techniques, it's not as if the Chinese models aren't paying for all those tokens that are being generated, right? They're paying a lot of money to Anthropic to use those models and then distill them. And so there really is a strange issue here. It's almost as if you want to be Anthropic would like to continue to get paid for all of those models being trained, but then also would not like American companies to be able to use those models. They'd like them to come on and also pay Anthropic for those models as well. So there is a element of talking your book, but I think even those companies, all of them use open source technologies. They might not all favor, for various reasons, open models at the frontier. But I think in the long term, not just the startups, but also the frontier labs would suffer a lot from not being able to share research. I mean, sharing research has been a key part of how the US has built its AI leadership, and sharing weights and being able to test models has been a key part of that as well. And so I think even the frontier labs acknowledge that open source models, open models have a really important role. And I think it'd be short-sighted for them to try to cut those off right now.
Well, one thing is the restrictions on Chinese open source, and the other thing would be restrictions on open source across the board. So how likely do you think
for AI safety reasons?
For AI safety reasons, right. So how likely do you think that it would be that the US government propose some sort of policy or pass some sort of policy that just restricted like open source across the board?
I think it's pretty unlikely. It runs smack into some very clear First Amendment issues, some right to compute issues. And so I think there's just constitutional reasons. It would be very hard to do such a thing in the US, especially if you're trying to target open source models developed here in the US. I think practically it's always been hard to shut down software. These weights are not, these aren't giant files. They're transferable quite easily. And so if you can get your hands onto them, running them, you still need a lot of compute. So maybe that'd be the bottleneck that regulators would try to look at. But moving the models around themselves, that's very easy to do. And it would be very hard for export-import controls to stop the flow of something like open weight models.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably going to look at other solutions to the extent there are concerns. And I should say, I think your audience probably knows this, but there is a big difference between using a Chinese model, just using the weights here on US infrastructure, and using a Chinese model on Chinese infrastructure. In one case, you control the data, you're not sending it overseas. In the other case, if you're subscribing to use something like DeepSeek and you're using the app and it's based in China, you're sending your data there. And so there are some security risks to that, obviously. And there are other types of concerns that might come from using models that you don't ever understand everything about. But most of those, because of the open weight nature, are relatively easy to resolve. And so I think there is a huge appetite among startups, entrepreneurs, researchers for open weight models to do research on. And so I think it would be, it is not a way to continue US AI dominance. we won't do that by shutting down the open source AI ecosystem.
What do you think about the threat model of Chinese open source models as sleeper agents, basically? So you have models that are trained specifically to favor, to privilege the Chinese state in its interests. You already see this to a very limited extent, where when you prompt Chinese models with like, you're building security infrastructure for an American company, it writes less secure code than if you tell it that it's doing it for a Chinese company, and with American models, vice versa. So you can imagine kind of deliberately getting open source models to do this sort of thing, like almost as a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty soft weapon. It's hard. It's one that's hard to direct. Again, they don't control the weights once they're once they're running on somebody else's computer, so people can fine tune to solve a lot of those problems. And that's what you see. You see lots of people changing open weight models to meet their custom needs and maybe to address some of these issues. But for sure, the cultural defaults that are embedded in these and maybe the security concerns, that's a really good reason for the US to lead in open source AI as well. We should not cede this market. And I don't just mean the domestic market. I mean, primarily the rest of the world is going to be looking for good models to use. If they see it, cheaper ones coming from China, they're going to sort of accept that. And they may not have the same appetite or interest in adjusting the cultural attitudes that are in those models. And so I think if we want to continue to, get American ideas, American values out there in the world of ideas, these thinking machines, they should have American. We should be competing in that field. We should have open access models, open weight models that people can use easily, and get a little taste of American values along the side.
This is kind of what Inkling was doing at Thinking Machines. They like specifically talked about their models like censorship resistance, whereas most Chinese models obviously have very little censorship resistance, at least towards Chinese censorship. Like they can't or don't generate like explanations of the Tiananmen massacre and things like that.
Right. Well, most of the censorship. Well, most of the censorship in AI doesn't come at the model level, and not primarily, right? It's at the harnesses, it's at the inference time, it's all the filters that they put on what you can and can't do, and we've seen that make it difficult sometimes to, even in American models, to get answers that help you do the job that you're trying to get done out of an overabundance of safety precautions, I might say, in some cases, and so. Yeah, censorship is a big problem. It doesn't stop at the model level, though.
Yeah, I think that something that's like lesser discussed currently is just how LLMs can be a soft power tool for like globally. Social media companies are already a soft power tool as well. We saw this with TikTok, and I think most of the developing world also like runs on Facebook. So, do you think we should be thinking about this more strategically?
I think absolutely, and I think, this AI is a powerful capability. It's a powerful tool. Every country in the world wants it. They want to be able to use it. It helps solve a lot of challenging problems, especially for places that may be trying to catch up with the West technologically, and so. We should be a big supplier of that. The U.S. should be a big supplier of that capability. Not only is it good for, those countries, it's really good for the companies, the American companies that are selling the infrastructure, that are training these models, that are teaching people how to use them, and that are building the applications that will run on top of these models, perhaps locally to those countries. So, the administration has looked at this type of challenge and is working to put together a sort of AI stack. I'm not sure how that's proceeding. It's still in process, but an American AI stack that can help our allies and interested countries abroad bring AI capabilities into their countries in a way that is very competitive with the Chinese, and that helps us maintain, the global position as the AI leaders that we are right now.
Mm. Well, why do you think China has surpassed the US in open source models, um, like over the last few years? We have more capital than them. We have more talent. Well, I don't think we
yeah,
have more
it's.
talent, but we have more capital and we have more compute and whatnot.
I think it's sort of a necessity as a mother of invention in some ways. The fact that we have more compute means that they are trying to find a different way to compete. Also, in some ways, China is running a little bit of a different race than the US. We always hear about the race between US and China. The US, especially the frontier labs, they're pushing the frontier. They're racing towards AGI or ASI. They're trying to build massive, all capable models. I think China's much more interested in like, how do we deploy this stuff across the economy? And in that space, there are lots of models that are good enough. And sometimes you want them to be cheaper, smaller, faster, rather than all capable. You just want them good at one thing or good at a few things. And so I think China is trying to deploy it into their ecosystem faster. We're very much, at least our labs are very focused on, building these cutting edge, bleeding edge models. And so I think we do need, like domestically, I think we need to focus a little bit more on the implementation side, the diffusion of the technology. That's where the real benefits are going to show up in, people's doctors' visits and their, entertainment and their transportation. And then maybe we will have people who are looking at data centers and thinking, oh, well, that's why I got my cancer scan, 3 years earlier than I would have otherwise, instead of looking at them and just thinking them as a nuisance. So diffusion, I think, is really important. China is running that race. And so for them, open source might be a better strategy.
I feel like the
that's
best
a great point. Yeah.
I feel like the best model for diffusion and implementation, though, will just be like the best frontier model eventually. Like the greatest thing that you could possibly do if you wanted to widely diffuse AI would be to create the drop-in remote worker. That would diffuse AI really quickly.
But how much does the drop-in remote worker cost?
If it costs less than a human employee and can do the same things, then it will diffuse very rapidly.
Well, I mean, I think that makes some sense for a certain type of diffusion, but the drop-in human worker takes a very, very general model. Whereas if you're trying to do something like, the drop-in robotic warehouse worker, that's a much narrower set of tasks. And so I think given China's capabilities in robotics and their interest in sort of delivering a very broad set of capabilities, I think that good enough is fine for them in many different applications, and they are aiming for that. And the beneficiaries of that, in some ways, U.S. entrepreneurs are benefiting from that because they're getting these open source, open weight models. But I think, it's to be seen how that's going to play out. I think the other people that are going to benefit from that, if China continues to pursue that path without much competition, will be people in emerging technology countries, emerging economies where they can't afford the expensive frontier model tokens, and drop-in workers for them. Labor is not the main cost for them. Labor is cheap, and so they will benefit the most from applying intelligence to jobs that don't even exist there, to roles that don't even exist, to build industries that don't even exist there. And that won't be just a pure drop-in replacement human. It will be, building out capabilities that don't even exist in that country. And to the extent that we can supply that tech stack instead of China, I think that would be good for them. It'd be good for the US.
Yeah, it's like having a AI assistant in your vehicle screen, and then you just have like a car with I don't know, it's running like a Quen model or something, but that's already a consumer product. Like that is an AI integration.
Right. At Grok.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, Teslas literally do this.
But imagine that in like every car, because the underlying model is cheap enough and an open source and US open source.
Yeah, I do think I've called it the intellect of things. The Internet of Things was kind of a buzzword a long time ago. Totally. The intellect of things, the idea that my dishwasher, I won't have to read a manual to figure out how my dishwasher works. I'll just ask the dishwasher, and it'll have a small, like, large language model in it that can explain like how it works in a way that I can engage with rather than having to dig into any specific details. I think that's very likely, and I think we'll see improvements like that. I don't think that most of the most exciting roles that AI will serve, I don't think are of the drop in, replace a human. It's about expanding a set of capabilities, either because you made it so much cheaper to diffuse knowledge that we can now put knowledge in places we never would have had it before, or we have such premium expertise in certain areas that we can solve some really hard problems that doesn't matter what human you were putting in that place. It was very hard for a human to solve that problem. We've seen some of that in mathematics recently, and I think that's happening in coding as well. And so I'm much more excited about the places where we get to do new things with AI rather than places where we sort of swap an AI in for a human.
Yeah, or like I love the intellect of things. Like you just have like a smart toilet or something, like, and everything sort of becomes like that.
Well, and not smart in the way that they are now, right? Like smart in the way that they can communicate with you on an interface we all understand, which is natural language. That
I need
that
my
to me
toilet
is
to
the
have a
real benefit.
soul and experiences.
Yeah. Well, maybe it could like test you for like certain, like, I don't know, microbiome. Wait, I'm cooking here. I need to write this down. Anyways, so going back to the Open Secure AI Alliance, do you think there's any like narrative or industry that is going to benefit as much from open source as it seems like cybersecurity is? And how do you think like cybersecurity companies are thinking about this alliance?
So obviously, there's a lot of cybersecurity companies as part of the alliance, and so I think I think they're all very interested in part, not being beholden to the a narrow set of frontier closed companies, right? They want to be able to build tools that they can have on their own premises, that they can be sure are not going to tell them, hey, I don't really want to do that. I don't think that's safe. And so I think you saw that with the Hugging Face investigation. They had to use a open weights model to do some of the diagnosis of all of the major events that were happening. I think there were 17,000 different intrusions during that process. And so I think that this is changing cybersecurity a lot. The ability to deploy these tools does improve defenders, but they need to be able to be sure that they can have it up and running fast, that it's on their infrastructure, that they don't have to push any of the sensitive information outside of their infrastructure. And I think that's part of the reason that cybersecurity companies are really interested in open weights models. They can run it on their own infrastructure. They can have the most control over it. And in an environment where you're dealing with an intrusion, you really don't want to involve extra parties if you can avoid it. So you want to keep it all kind of on your own home turf. So I think that's part of it.
Is that preferable to cybersecurity companies having like a Glasswing or like a frontier provider give them like truly frontier like specialized cyber models?
So I think it depends on what problem you're trying to solve. So something like Glasswing is excellent for hardening your system, right? You can sit down, you can take a frontier model, you can have it probe all over in a way that would be hard to do comprehensively with humans, and try to identify where you're most vulnerable and solve those ahead of time before you're being attacked. But in an environment where there's been a breach, you're trying to figure out what happened. You just want to really control the variables, and you don't want to share that information out to third parties. And so I think in those situations, you might prefer to have a local access to something. Not that you wouldn't use a frontier model to help you out with that, but you might not use a frontier model to do things that you can do cheaper with open source, especially if you're doing ongoing defense and ongoing hardening of the system. That could get pretty pricey if you're always using a frontier model, and it could also, just leak information that you don't really want other people to have because you're sending it off to a third party.
Yeah. Well, This has been super interesting. Neil, thank you so much for coming on MTS. Check
Thanks
out
so much,
Yeah,
Neil.
thanks for having me.
Abundance
Yeah,
Institute
absolutely.
at Abundance Inst. Yeah, just so much going on in AI policy. It's crazy, impossible to keep up with, but we try.
It's really fun. Thanks for having me on to talk.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much, Neil.
We'll
We'll
be
be
right
right
back.
back with MTS.
we're back. We're live with KIMI, the pseudonymous writer and researcher. Follow him on Twitter at KIMI and KIMI.xyz on Substack.
One day you'll learn how to pronounce it. One day.
KIMI.
Okay, Craig, like A.
KIMI. KIMI?
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. There you
Okay,
go.
whatever. It's like, I don't know. I don't say
Today's today.
croissant either. I say croissant because I'm an American. I speak English.
So
But
sorry.
anyway,
Yeah.
we were just talking about the EU approved a cochlear implant for eyesight.
Yeah, effectively. Like that's a good analogy for it. Basically, the gist is it's the same tech. It's photovoltaics. They focus in light at the areas where you are like currently blocked, and they make it so you can actually see again if you have age-related macular degeneration, some forms of it, not all of it. And this condition affects like 200 million people globally. The current thing that they are able to treat affects like 5 to 8 million people, and they're going after 2 more conditions that affect like 1 million each. And they've effectively cured blindness, like total blindness, brought it up to like, an acceptable level in large portions of the people in their sample, which should mean that they can like cure blindness in a couple million people right now if they gave this implant to more people. And the EU just approved this to start giving it to patients. And this is like a really common condition. The form that they treat is not amazingly common, but like AMD in general, age-related macular degeneration, something like 30% of the very old have it. It's a very common condition. You just like you accumulate globules of crap in your eyes as you age. And the wet form of it, where like it's very serious and you have all that like retinal fluid leakage in your eye, that's less common. They're not really treating that, but there's stuff in the pipeline for that as well. We are approaching a time when you can cure a lot of really common causes of blindness, which is also similar to what's happening with deafness. Some of those common hereditary causes of deafness have now been cured. There are cures in the pipeline. There are approved cures. There was a gene therapy approved last year for one of them. The blindness and deafness are going to be eliminated in large part within the decade, I suppose.
I remember like a few years ago, there was this sort of like woke movement around deaf culture where it was seen as, not like a disability, but like just a,
A difference.
a difference, unique culture. And so, cochlear implants are
Reviled.
Reviled. Was there ever such a thing for blindness?
I don't think so, because it is like objectively much more disabling. And no, I just don't think it does actually pop up. There's some case to be made that you have like some sort of unique experience with deafness. People will sometimes want to deprive themselves of the ability to hear to get something from it, but there's really nothing like that for blindness. It is just clearly disabling. And if there were a movement like that, it'd be very crazy. I don't think anybody would respect it. Plus, it's less common than deafness. Like there are schools for the deaf. There don't need to be very many schools for the blind by comparison.
Let's see. What percent of people are deaf? 4 to 5%, probably mostly elderly.
Yeah.
What percent of people like who aren't elderly are deaf?
Ugh, good question. Low. It's got to be single digits. But the percentage who are blind is like a little under 0.5%.
Age 18 to 44, 0.5 to 1% experience profound or total deafness. That's a lot.
So about double. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's kind of funny. There's a school for the deaf in Austin that is probably one of the city's worst uses of land. And the sooner we can cure deafness, the sooner we can retake that land, like right in the, like near the middle of where the city should be. It's just like basically flat. It's just the deaf school. And it's not really doing anything good. It's like parking lots, basically, in terms of how well it's used. But if you can cure it, you can regain a lot of land.
Will it actually end up being reused? Less clear. Speaking of land use, we were just talking about zoning in San Francisco.
Yes. 1978. I don't know how many people actually know the story of like when it all went bad, but they downzoned the city in 78 when the the Board of Supervisors had, Feinstein, Milk, Dan White. Who were the others on it? I don't recall their names.
Moscone?
Was Moscone on in 78? Was he one of the A's? I don't know. I don't know. We could look that up. 1978 SF Board of Supervisors.
Ron Pelosi.
Gordon
I wonder if there's any
Molinari.
relation there.
I'm going to guess yes.
Probably.
But
Ron Pelosi is the brother-in-law of Nancy Pelosi. His brother is Paul Pelosi.
Okay, this makes total sense. Got it. So, yeah, basically what they do is they respond to the city growing too fast or whatever. They respond to the urban renewal. You know, the redevelopment agency bulldozed the Fillmore, the like Harlem of the West. They displaced a bunch of families. And then there was this like concern about Manhattanization, where they were like, oh, there are towers and they're marching downtown, and the freeways are going to destroy the neighborhoods. The Victorian painted ladies will be demolished and replaced with like, you know, those disgusting stucco boxes you see in the marina, like which they have a lot of them, which is sad. They've done it anyway.
I actually kind of like, I don't mind the stucco boxes in the marina. I do mind the stucco boxes in the Sunset, which are terrible. But the marina is quite beautiful.
The marina is beautiful when you're looking out, but like looking up like a hill where it's just these bland houses right next to each other, I don't like it.
I take your point.
Yeah, certainly nothing worth defending there. I'd love for them to build more everywhere. But so basically, June 1978 is when they passed Prop 13 in the state, Californian voters. And this capped the property taxes at 1% of the purchase price, with assessed values rising. Like, I think it's at most, it's like 2 or 3%. It's 2% or something until the property sells. I think that's what it was. Something small. It's very small. Basically, it locks in your property tax rate at a very low level and makes it so you basically have your home for pretty much, it's pennies, free. It's nothing. If you're in California, like you locked it in that year, you probably aren't paying like pretty much anything. So in September of 78, some cities kept rolling with this anti-housing sort of stuff where they would make it harder to have houses. The Board of Supervisors, they get together and they vote to downzone all of San Francisco. They set up the 40-foot height limit, and in some places, I think it's 26 feet. I don't know how common that is, but it's like a good number of neighborhoods. And then they set up the residential house zoning that makes it so like apartments are illegal across, I think it's like the western, central, and northern districts. And so like a bunch of buildings that had stood there legally for decades suddenly became illegal to build. Anything like beyond those would just not be allowed. It basically capped itself overnight. And then in 79, they made the whole situation worse by introducing rent control. And they covered everything built before that year. And it just became total mess.
Yeah, this is a crazy chart. You can get that up on screen share in a moment. But yeah, like a map showing how many homes would be illegal to build that currently exist. And it's a lot. It's a lot, including like a bunch near my block, including, yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Illegal
And
because
like,
lot too small. They have minimum lot sizes in San Francisco? What?
Yeah, which is a mess. It means that they've blocked the states. So in when was it that the state did the infill thing? They did the SB 35 streamlining, SB 9 duplexes, SB 423, the housing element law forced SF to make those 80,000-ish units by 2031. That's not going to happen. There's SB 79 upzoning near transit, which I think is actually showing some results now. And there was the 2025 SECA exemption for infill. That's not even going to be allowable in SF because they're going to block it basically because of the minimums, I think.
I mean, I'm sure you've seen the Marina Safeway drama project where there's this Safeway in the marina. I don't know if you've been. It is in like the most prime piece of land you can imagine. Right.
We've been to the marina together.
Yeah, but like here specifically? Maybe.
Yeah. No, go ahead.
Right across the street from Fort Mason, right across from Marina Green, right across from the water. And there is literally a one-story Safeway and a parking lot on this lot. And so there's
That's where the Waymo stole my phone. I don't remember this.
I do vaguely remember this.
Yeah.
So there's this proposal to build this pretty cool building. You know, some say it is ugly and doesn't match the vibes of the surrounding area. I'm sympathetic to this, but you know, they could always make a different design. There's a proposal to build a bunch of housing. I think it's like 800 something units on top of the Marina Safeway. End up with a bigger Safeway and a whole bunch of housing that didn't exist before. And the boomers of the community are trying their hardest to block it.
And it really is just like boomers. If you look at the picture of the meeting, you probably won't be able to find a young person in the picture at all. It's just older people. They're like out of shape. They a lot of them were wearing masks. They're very much the type of people who like say, you know, oh, we welcome diversity in our community, and yet we don't want like to build a community at all. They're not. You got the picture just ready to go. Yeah, all the young people in the picture are like people on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
It's not good. There's a massive generational divide on the ability to make the time to go to these meetings, the eligibility to like, you know, have your opinion be heard in these meetings, the ability to get anything done at this like local level is basically contingent on being a retiree who has the time of day to go and waste it blocking other people from moving into your community. And there's a sympathetic element of like the inclusive zoning stuff is bad because it attracts, you know, like people who you might not want in your community. But if you got rid of that, they would probably still oppose it.
Of course. In fact, if you got rid of it, they would oppose it more because it would, you know, remove a valid objection that they had. So they would lean harder into just blocking it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's SF really leans on the discretionary review. Any building permit, even like fully code compliant, can be appealed by literally anyone to the Planning Commission. And then the Board of Supervisors seek the 1970 environmental law, it's like a, you know, California version of NEPA. They let a single neighbor or even like rival construction unions come and tie up projects in court for literally years. You can see tons of projects die just because they can't get built in a timely manner to recuperate on or start paying the loans back. Like it's impossible. And then historic preservation, you layer that on top there too, and that's been horribly weaponized. They can declare some like random building nobody cares about to be historic and then block new construction.
It's terrible. And yeah, here's a map. I don't know if we had it up earlier. It's 54% of homes in San Francisco are in buildings that would be illegal to build today. Why? It tells you illegal because lot too small. So like all of these houses in the Sunset would, you know, violate the lot size requirements. Illegal because too dense.
Yeah. Do you remember the Nordstrom in like, I think it was 2021 that tried to turn its parking lot into like almost 500 apartments, and the Board of Supervisors voted like 8-3 to kill it? Just
I had not heard of this. 469 Stevenson Street, which
it's literally they were going to use just the lot that's already there, so it would just become a totally better place, and they completely blocked it.
Wow, yeah. So it's a big parking lot right on Market Street, essentially.
Yeah, and it was going to be, I think, 495 or like 505 apartments, and they just decided no, for no good reason.
So weird. And then they forced the YIMBY activists to pay $32,000 for what, legal fees?
It doesn't make any sense.
It's so insidious. It's so terrible. Anyway, what else do we have on the Cremu? Oh, the lore behind John Smith of Pocahontas is interesting.
Oh, it's incredible. So John Smith started off as a mercenary for the Austro-Hungarian, the Habsburg monarchy. They weren't really Austro-Hungarian Empire yet, I guess, but the Habsburg monarchy. And he is fighting the Turks in the Long War, which is just a very protracted conflict, a lot of it in the Balkans. And he's down in Romania. He's down in Transylvania. And he is fighting these Turks, and 3 of them challenge him to duels, like single combat to decide battles and whatnot. And it's like, great, cool. That's awesome. He ends up killing all of them and cutting their heads off. And the Prince of Transylvania gives him, knights him, turns him from a commoner into a nobleman, and then gives him this crest with a figure of 3 different Turks' heads that representing the 3 cut off. And the family motto, Vincere Escobar, I guess is how you do it. The V's are W's in Latin. It's very weird. Or usually the anglicized version is like Vincere Escobar, which is to conquer is to live, which is a very, very cool motto. And you could see that he kept it up his entire life because he, you know, helped to found Jamestown. He actually, shortly after becoming knighted, got captured in a battle, was enslaved, was sent down to like the Levant. He was like given to some noble like Muslim woman. They tried to convert him to Islam. And then when he was being beaten
in Rostov, Not even in the Levant, in what is now Russia.
Oh, there you go. Even weirder, isn't that nuts? I guess it wouldn't be decided until the Crimean War, but he got sold, and he starts like fighting back against his slave master, beats him, I think, to death. And then he goes and escapes to like Moscow, and then travels through the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and like he appreciates the Poles after this, which is why he brought all those Polish craftsmen over into the Jamestown colony.
Yeah, traveling from Moscow to England is pretty incredible, actually, in 1600.
Yeah.
And then going to Jamestown and exploring it, and then voyaging back to
Mapping New England.
Yeah, wow.
He
And
captured, yeah,
did all that and died at 51.
an adventurer and a fighter, and my God, like
Wow.
he just kind of did it all. And then the reason I posted that was because I was posting about Burnham. Burnham was the guy who taught Lord Robert Baden-Powell, the guy who started Boy Scouts, about scouting. He was basically this adventure addict who was born in like Montana on a Sioux reservation. And he grew up around Native Americans who were still kind of tribal, not like, developed and settled yet. They weren't like the Osage who had like, oil and stuff. And so they like people coming in. He was on like a straight up reservation, and then he became a cowboy, and then he went and fought in like a rancher blood feud war sort of thing. And then he joined the U.S. military. And then he said, like, I think the Western U.S. is like nothing left to see, so I'm going to go to Africa. And he becomes friends with Cecil Rhodes. He becomes friends with, he becomes recognized by the king himself as like the best possible scout they could have. He becomes the British Army's chief of scouts. He starts training all of them in how to be a proper scout, which is a thing they had not really had previously. He teaches all the knots and like a million uses for a kerchief to Robert Baden-Powell. And then afterwards, Baden-Powell is like so inspired by this idea of scouting, this like having a sort of paramilitary that can go out and do things out on the frontiers of the world, that he, takes it home some years later, some decades later, and writes Scouting for Boys, the original Boy Scout manual, which includes everything from, I did actually put an excerpt of this. They have like guides on what to do if you find somebody hanging himself. They have guides on what to do to like stop a spooked horse. You push it against a wall. How to stop somebody killing himself under a train.
I had no idea that the Boy Scouts was originally a British institution, because it feels like it has such an American ethos. It doesn't feel British at all. I guess
it really blew up in the U.S. with the BSA and everything. A lot of the funding came from there. A lot of the conservation efforts were in the U.S. And of course, Mount Baden-Powell is in California, and right next to it is Mount Burnham, because Burnham taught him how to scout. And
that's very cute.
The saving the redwoods thing, the saving the bighorn sheep, a lot of like the animal like non-extinction efforts early on were these people involved in scouting. And a lot of them used, for example, Burnham contributed a lot of his oil wealth, because after he left Africa, where he is the one who helped to connect like, north to south. It was one of his big goals with Cecil Rhodes and Baden-Powell. They were all like together on this. One of his big goals was to like get back into, the gold rush and to, find oil. And he did. And he became very, very wealthy and contributed to all these conservation efforts and the scouts and all of that.
Wow. Well,
he lived like 10 lives. Yeah.
Incredible.
The story I told
there.
there.
People used to just do things. People used to just do things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's been great.
Noah's theory on this is that they were just poor, so they had to be very masculine and such. But I don't think it holds, because these guys got very rich very early in their careers.
I agree. Yeah. Many such rich and powerful people. Theodore Roosevelt was a big explorer. All right. Well, we're running out of time, but it's been great having you on, Krem. Thank you so much for coming on MTS.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All righty.
We'll be right back.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
On MTS with Karina Hong. Karina is the founder and CEO of Axiom Math, where she's building what the company calls an AI mathematician. This is an exciting time because last week there was so much that happened with the Jacobian conjecture that was all over my timeline, and we're just starting to see it more and more where frontier models are performing extraordinarily well on Olympiad and research style benchmarks. And so I'm excited to talk to Karina today and join us as she tells us more about what it means to scale mathematical intelligence. So Karina, welcome.
Great to meet you, Sophia. So great to be on the show. Hi, everyone. I'm Karina, founder of Axiom Math. We are in Palo Alto building an AI mathematician that's capable of solving problems in formal mathematics, like formal theorem proving languages such as Lean.
Really, really cool. I think this is just so timely, right? Because last week, there was so much information just about how frontier models are now solving many extremely difficult contests and even research style problems. And so I'm curious just to get your perspective on what actually separates a strong general model and the AI mathematician Axiom is trying to build.
Yeah, 100%. So we do this thing called formal reasoning. So all the output that we produce are 100% verified in a formal language, like a computer programming language you can run, but it's based on type theory. So you can trust that the output, which corresponds to a mathematical proof, is 100% correct if the statement is correctly formalized. So as an example, in the International Math Olympiad that just passed, a lot of frontier models also got the perfect score. We produced a perfect score, 42 out of 42 with all Lean proofs.
Wow.
So people can just run it yourself, and you don't need to go through the step by step. If you're not a Olympiad mathematician, you can just trust that it's correct.
Yeah, let's talk more about the International Math Olympiad. So that was recently, I think this past weekend or about a week ago,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And so you guys just published that you had all 6 problems, reported perfect 42 out of 42 on every single problem that they had there. So can you just describe what would it look like outside of Axiom, like outside of what you guys are doing? How would a normal general purpose model try to solve these problems, and what fails there?
I think this year actually a perfect score is to be expected. I would sort of set the expectation. So last year, December, we already got a perfect score on the Putnam exam, and a lot of the frontier off-the-shelf models have got a gold medal performance in 2025 IMO. So this year, I think I would be surprised if, we don't get a perfect score, but we kind of just secretly put up a GitHub, and people kind of on Twitter found it, and we also kind of linked it. But we didn't really publicize much about it just because we think that is an expected result. What's more interesting is the progress on research math. So also last week, we uploaded the 20th paper, either proved or auto-formalized by Axiom Prover onto arXiv. Most of these 20 papers have also been accepted for publication in Q1 journals. So we're thinking about the best journal in each subject domain, such as Journal of Number Theory, Journal of Combinatorics Theory Series A, or even general top tier journals such as Advances in Mathematics, and so on. So I think we're starting to see this sort of abundance of AI being really great at solving research conjectures. And what's interesting, I think, about Axiom Prover is that it is, I think, the front-running formal mathematics model. It is very good at producing Lean code that corresponds to these extremely complicated proofs. We started with, I remember, the Erdos problems last year, where the reasoning tree has something like 50 nodes, to then it's about February, and when we published the fail conjecture and other paper, we saw reasoning trees of 500 nodes, and now we're seeing reasoning trees of thousands, 4,000 nodes. So it just keeps scaling from there, showcasing that the proof just get longer and longer, and the dependencies get more complicated.
Interesting. So yeah, you mentioned you guys weren't the only one to hit a 42 out of 42. You're starting to see that. Claude Fable 5 also had a 42 out of 42 on their first pass. But one of the interesting things I think about your perspective is, in a way, these scores can be saturated and meaningless, right? And so the thing that really distinguishes them is who runs the verification method. Even for this, I think for the International Math Olympiad, the grader was an actual Claude-based agent grader anyway. So, this is kind of interesting. So you have the Claude-based agent grading and also running the proofs.
Yeah, you're totally right. We're definitely not the only one for the IMO, just to be clear. We're like the only lean company that I think participated. I think, having LMS judges is like a technique that sort of people have been using like for many months, years now. It started with not being able to sort of grade much. You couldn't trust them much, to now getting better. We definitely are seeing that. What's interesting about, I think, formal verification is sort of this sort of seamless generate output together with proof and sort of build on the proofs that other agents generate. You can just like start passing around. So if you think of like a completely no human in the loop system where agents can just like pass around their code, pass around those codes, like proof about the sort of property that they should satisfy, and kind of just work from there. And like if you're like believing in this sort of Andre Kapathy like auto research camp, if like imagine what that's gonna be if it's auto research with formal verification. And I think that's like really something we strongly believe in. And if you think about scaling like reasoning capability or scaling AI mathematicians, and eventually this thing is going to be in the hands of applied scientists to like generate maximal impact, right? I think we understand so little about neuroscience, and it's really great if the theoretical neuroscientists can have like state-of-the-art mathematical capability to like look and understand more deeper about the human brain. They're not able to understand, say, the complex like mathematics that's underlying, but they need to be able to use it and trust it. And I think lean is like kind of the only way forward to sort of reach that level of like sound proof, like critical understanding without necessarily needing to verify step by step.
Yeah, let's talk more about lean and formal verification. One of the things that I particularly love about getting to be a host on this show is I've talked to a whole slew of different people in this field, but specifically, I've talked to a few mathematicians. And it's interesting, almost just like the philosophy aspect of being a mathematician, because if you're, dedicate your whole life to researching some of these math proofs, and now say some frontier model can do it for you, where does the human exactly fit? But the interesting part is, what if it's able to solve something, but then the actual answer for how it solved it is this 50,000 page long explanation that then you need another agent to verify, is that true? Is that real? Where does that make sense? And it becomes a giant trust me, bro, of how these math proofs work. So how does formal verification actually play here?
Yeah, I think formal verification is going to make your life slightly better if you're facing like a proof with like 1 million lines, right? Like 1 million lines of like, I don't know if people remember the Erdős unit distance problem, the chain of thought is being generated. They're actual mathematicians trying to follow step by step and trying to scrutinize it and understand it. That seems very difficult, right? If you're like not someone who's in that very niche domain of discrete geometry intersecting with like algebraic number theory. But if you have a lean proof accompanying it, you can just run it, right? And running the lean proof gives you that sort of provable guarantee that this proof is sound. But on top of that, I kind of have a hot take there, which is like it's people kind of think lean is this like library built on existing like math lib. I think it's just going to grow significantly from there. So a lot of the hurdles we currently see about lean that's difficult is that the basic definitions of some mathematical fields are just not in the lean library, which kind of blocks its ability to solve some of the first proof benchmark problems. My hot take here is the scaling law, if you go down the formal mathematics path, is going to be a lot steeper than the informal mathematics. So in a way, it's not just for verification, for trust, it's also for performance. It's also for optimal generation. So that's kind of the hot take, which is we believe that this is going to hit a takeoff, but maybe not now, right? But as like models gain the capability to build out libraries, and definitions in a canonical way to kind of have this definition lead to a better, more optimal result, it's going to change like our current trajectory of mathematics by like just like an epsilon amount of having verification inspired and verification motivated proof generation. And I think that is something we are excited about. We kind of, like verification is not like insurance, right? It's not something to sort of oh, like we want to make sure there's no flaw, like that's great. But it also, I think, help you generate mathematics, both proofs and conjectures and theories a lot better. So imagine the cost of proof goes to zero, then you can massage the problem statements, and even if it's an open problem, a lot more easily, flexibly, and adaptively.
Interesting. Verification isn't insurance. I like that. You should get we should get that
Right. It's
quoted
more
on
than
a
that.
t-shirt.
Yeah,
It's a lot more than that. Can you tell me more? What did you mean about the scaling law of going down the formal mathematics path is just your perspective is that's the wrong approach. Is that correct?
No, so my perspective is that we do verification also because the scaling law is going to look better and easier. So we're a startup, right? We don't have like infinite amount of compute money and data. We want to go the most sample efficient way. And we think that formal mathematics give you that sort of very convenient RL reward of the verifiable signal that's going to make scaling formal reasoning a lot sort of, like easier than having taken the informal path. And I think that may be why, we are a 50 to 60 people company. I think we have one of the state-of-the-art mathematical reasoning engines. And I think that is also thanks to the superpower of lean and formalization.
Yeah, so you guys are a 50, 60 person company. I think you had an interesting quote even about hiring. You're just like always ensure that you're continuously hiring people who are smarter than you and can execute faster. And I love your perspective here. I'm curious the actual internals inside of Axiom Math and how the type of people who are here. Are they all previously mathematicians? Were they in that space? Were they in the research space? And they're finding more of a home in the AI space, trying to actually tackle those questions? What's the makeup of the people here?
Yeah, so we have a very large post-training stack, right? Reinforcement learning. And then we also have infra, data, eval, model training, like all these that you typically expect of a post-training stack. And I think these are the really amazing ML talents. They have come from Facebook AI research. They have come from other really great ML startups, such as NVIDIA, a neurosymbolic startup. They also come from like Aleph Alpha. They've come from like the very good big tech places, and also very good like startups that have done state-of-the-art machine learning in the like a lab environment. We also have, I think, a really great group of formal verification experts. And I think that's new. That's like, I think since last time, I mean, this team is growing significantly since we announced our Series A. We have people who are chip verification experts, people who have been leading large-scale software verification projects. They have come from places like AWS, which has a really great automated reasoning team, as well as other chip companies, for example. And then we have mathematicians, and these are, Ken is an algebraic number theory professor. We have Jesse Thorner, an analytic number theory professor here. A lot of the mathematicians we currently have are people I know for 5 or 6 years since MIT time. So we were kind of grew up together. I mean, like doing the Math Olympiad at the high school and undergrad level. And they're now Benjamin Peirce Fellows, postdocs, and assistant professors at these amazing universities, institutions. So kind of a mix of like 3 groups. And we're still growing the team. So
very exciting, very exciting. So it's a slew from people from all over, and that's cool that you actually started at the Math Olympiads together. So clearly this is a whole background. I also think it's interesting, Axiom Math, and the first thing you think of is like, okay, math, you're solving proofs, you're finding new theories, but in your words, the end goal is not just building a math company. Math is this training environment, right? Your actual product here is the verified reasoning, and then has a slew of other things that it actually applies to. It applies to the world where how do you ensure that important claims can actually be checked, and there's actually verification behind it, right?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So in my sort of vision for the company, we think of extending math to the real world, and there's a lot of amazing markets with verification being maybe the best first, but it's just one of them. It's also, I think, reinterpreting mathematics in a way. So we see actually a lot of the interesting patterns and beautiful things that happen inside mathematics also happen in real world, physical world engineering controlled by software. I will give you an example. So a lot of the bug finding correspond in our axiom prover terminology, counter example finding. A lot of specification generation techniques are similar to what we do is conjecture generation. Obviously proofs in the real world, formally verifying, some verification condition that's like axiom prover finding mathematical proofs. But there are also other things that are so similar is that in math, in research math, you will massage your problem statement. It's a living and breathing object. It doesn't it's not static. You do that with like real world specification as well. You might impose a condition or an assumption to allow you to prove something. You do that with like actual code verification as well. There are these like beautiful mathematical incidents I call where one result leads to another. But if the previous result is just a little bit stronger or a little weaker, then you would not be able to say the same. That actually also happens in real world code verification from the various pilot things that we have been doing. We kind of are rediscovering the beauty of mathematics also in the real world industrial setting. And I think that's really striking to me at first. So yeah, how I would characterize it is we are very intensely executing on the code verification vision that we have. That is an extension of mathematics, but it's also part of the grander definition of mathematics. And I think that's really what a lot of us are so excited about.
The grander definition of mathematics. And so I love how your focus here is on extending math to the real world, right? Where does this go beyond just the textbook and just the theory behind it? But how can this actually be applied? One of the areas that I'm particularly the most interested in is what this means for the future of trust. And that was one of the areas that I was particularly fascinated because right now, so much of our models are, if it's persuasive or often you get another model to check the work and then just trust that it checked the work and said it's doing a good job there. And so I'm curious how you actually see that all playing out.
I remember just all these interesting seminars I went to when I was at Stanford Law. There are some people who abide to the judicial philosophy of textualism, where they will kind of trace back to the original definition of certain legal terminology and like how exactly that is defined have extremely impactful impacts on some of the very active cases in the docket of our highest court, right? So there are people who say, hey, can we somehow make it a neurosymbolic system that makes almost legal interpretation more deterministic, like one step more deterministic than now. So I have some friends who are really obsessed with the idea of truth from like a legal angle and like that intersect with their interest in formal verification. I've met this one Lin developer in California here locally, whose website is like my legal practice and my Lin GitHub. So very, very interesting topic. More generally, I do think that verifiable AI is one of the most exciting categories. And we're so excited to be sort of starting to tell the world about it, like defining it and like also fostering the ecosystem. We know other companies who are doing similar verified AI stuff where they're looking to even use our technology. And I think that's incredibly exciting. We think that the world is going to be more and more agent based. And so it's even more important to sort of have the trust-based system in the agent context because humans have more ability or agency to interfere. Sometimes I think when things just don't smell right, but if you have agents kind of compounding that, it could become, in some people's mind, like dangerous. If you have, however, verification-driven programming, verification, or specification inspired like programming, I think that's going to be a different, much better system to start to kind of compound and amplify. I mean, it's just like growing a team, right? If you want to grow a team from say 3 people to 30 people, you want to make sure that the initial culture is like set very right, is actually, and that I think is like slight problem or bug kind of may compound if you just like throw a lot more agents to it.
Exactly. So you say you want to bring a verifiable AI to the world and tell the whole world what this actually means. It's becoming more and more common. People are talking about this more, but the actual definition of it isn't super well known. How would you
100%.
actually define this?
Yeah, 100%. I think there are some people who try to do the sort of, hey, let me generate informal output, and then let me sort of put one deterministic layer at the end where I just kind of like convert it. That's not exactly how we do it or how we think about it. We believe in the lean data should be sort of embedded in like what the model is trained on. So the model learns how to speak and think lean. And I think that's something we found working. We also think there's a lot you can do from a synthetic data generation perspective. If you want to train your model on lean data, assuming you don't just do the conversion step, then you can play a lot of data tricks, right? Because of the various things you can do in a formal language setting, like things about symbolic proof automation are incredibly powerful. And then we're soon in a position to be having a huge amount of data, orders of magnitude more than the world of open lean data combined. And I think when that is reached, it's going to be even better because of you're going to have like the flywheel of data, right? Like good data, good model, good users, more data. And I think that is something we are very bullish about.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's amazing. I do want to get your perspective on the whole future of mathematician debate, because you know, clearly from the people who work at your company, your past role, you're even doing the Stanford PhD a little bit. I know that you are well versed with a lot of mathematicians. I know that there's almost a split in the mathematician world. Some were like, wow, I cannot believe everything can happen. And the others like, well, this is my entire life. And what does it mean for me if an AI can actually do this? And so I'm curious how you see all the mathematical work actually playing out and what it means to be a mathematician in today's day and age.
Yeah, that's a great question. So, and the answer is, I think, for a lot of mathematicians, what is the future also changed quite a bit. I think before we were talking about, hey, but AI is not going to have taste. That is just not true. AI has taste now. Like in the past, we were like, oh well, AI cannot do conjecturing. Well, AI can conjecture now. At least that's what we have seen internally. So it keeps changing, and it's because I think the technological advances are quite fast and beats a lot of people's expectation and timelines. I kind of grew up in the math community, observing the wonderful traditions of having birthday conferences. Someone who reached his 60th birthday, other mathematician colleagues will throw a conference and take turn to present his best work, his or her best work during their career. And I think that's very beautiful. The mathematical traditions of telling your colleagues about a beautiful trick that then lead to more open research questions, that's very beautiful. I think these traditions are going to stay on even in the age of AI, giving us, I think, a lot more productivity to close out proofs like tickets. And we just kind of like unleash the intuition and immediately do the next lemma or do the next conjecturing. And one example is at Axiom, we have both a really incredible AI system and the mathematical traditions. So we have the A team, which are the top mathematicians and lean developers of the world, I think. And they are pretty much functioning still, like, they write it on the board, they tell each other about cool tricks at tea time. They still solve math, some math by hand. And that is the sort of mathematical traditions present in this community. There's also, someone who just joined the A team, who's a junior undergrad student and intern, using Axiom Prover to prove a couple conjectures by Richard Stanley, one of the best combinatorialists at MIT. And that's very, very exciting for this person because the AI basically means you can now reach for the impossible conjectures that would typically, take you some time of getting used to that difficulty of problem. So I think these can coexist, and I'm very hopeful about mathematicians are adaptive. They have been using a lot of wide variety of tools in the past. Computers have proved theorems in the past, and there are more maybe academic studies and subjects that's going to emerge out of this. Like AI for math might be on science.
Yeah, AI for math could definitely be its own science. And
Yeah.
I like what you say. Mathematicians are incredibly savvy and they're always using new tools. And I'm excited to see how this actually plays out for the future of mathematics. Last question for you. I am super just personally inspired by your personal story and just from where you grew up, you taught yourself English so you could read advanced math textbooks. Did I get that correctly?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, that
The
is
trans-
crazy.
by the way, the translation of math concepts into like Chinese, like they sound a little bit weird, like to be honest. And so what I found back then was like with my shitty English, somehow reading graduate textbooks in math like feel faster. Because in a way I think you translate genus, like a genus of a topological surface as like the number of grids that it lacks. So it's a little bit sort of obscure. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. And then I know you were doing your PhD at Stanford, but you actually ended up dropping out to start Axiom. I would love to learn more about that actual origin story. Was there any advice you heard or anything that specifically inspired you to drop out and start it?
Yeah, I think, as soon as I think the idea of Axiom Math is like going to turn from a dream to a reality, and also the fundraising process is like devoting my full self and all my energy on it is going to be quite important. So that was also, I think, a decision after talking with some of the investors that, if you're already obsessed by, I was reading like basically AI for Math papers for that entire first year of school. So if that is where the sort of obsession leads me, I might just submit to it.
Yeah, AI for math, truly one of the hardest problems to work on right now, but definitely so important because it extends beyond just what the regular person would think math is and extends to so many different types of applications. Well, Karina, I did want to thank you for joining us today on MTS. This is such a great conversation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we'll be back with MTS.
We're back.
We're back.
We're back with MTS with Sneha Ravanor, who is the founder and president of Encode AI. We were just talking about what does MTS even stand for?
Yeah, I feel like
It's a Rorschach test at this point.
It's a mirror
ambiguity
into
is
your
pretty
soul.
good.
Whatever you think MTS stands for is a mirror into your soul.
Exactly.
So it was originally monitoring the situation. I feel like now it can be reasonably construed as monitoring the singularity.
Yeah.
We were just saying that it's like really gunning for main town square, which I feel like is now a fair
Main town square could be
Main
another
town
one.
square.
fair honorific. That I
Some
think-
say members of technical staff. We talked to this.
Oh yeah, I totally
sometimes.
forgot about that.
We're not
Monitoring
going
the
to do
Sophia, given
copyright.
there's two Sophia
the,
hosts.
monitoring the Sneha today.
Oh, monitoring
Clearly.
the Sneha.
Yeah.
Monitoring the
That's what
Sneha.
it is today.
Yeah, yeah.
Canonically, it's monitoring the Sneha
Yeah,
as of right now.
I appreciate that, guys. So yeah, clearly this can go in any direction, but all those are pretty good.
Well, we have a lot of stuff to monitor.
Yeah,
like
that's
monitoring
true.
the hugging face.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, we won't lead the question. Like, basically, what were your reflections on this incident, and also the what was it called? Open source secure. What was the organization called?
Open Secure
NVIDIA
AI
one?
Alliance.
Open Secure AI Alliance today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's like two wolves inside of me that have like very different reactions to the Hugging Face incident. One part of me is like, if you were tracking the trend lines, this is just like super obviously predictable. And as someone who has been thinking about risk and has been sort of like worried about misalignment concerns for quite some time at this point, it's like not totally, unforeseeable. At the same time, as someone who's spending a lot of time talking with politicians and is like really trying to steer that conversation forward, I think it like does feel super insane in some sense to actually have our first like real world example of the concerns that I'm talking about, where it's like the conversation for so long has operated in the realm of like AI could do this, like this could happen, this sort of risk could exist, and like now we actually have some concrete example of like AI did do this and like this did actually go wrong and there was actually some harm to a private actor. So I feel like in a sense that like really legitimizes a lot of the discourse around AI risk that people I think weren't ready to engage on before.
Yeah. Well, I think like an important part of this is that it really matters more now than ever, like which party gets attacked by AI. Like whether it's like now it's going to matter more than ever, whether it's like actual individuals, whether it's companies, what companies it is, like if it's governments, if it's done by like domestic actors, if it's done by, like a rogue AI, if it's done by like a foreign party, like all of the details of that matter so much in like basically affect, because like if it's like a Chinese open source AI doing this, then there's like an anti-China narrative now. Or if it was not against Hugging Face, but what if it was against like a Chinese company? Then that would have completely different implications,
Yeah, there's this really interesting like path dependence here where like the way that things happen can just like incidentally shape the narrative so much, right? Where like in this case, maybe
and it was open AI, right?
Yeah.
It could have been Anthropic. It could have been, who knows?
This is narrative stuff, though. It doesn't really change the fundamental model
fundamentals.
capabilities.
Yeah, the fundamentals remain the same, but I'm talking on a narrative level. Like, this is going to be like, because then whoever, like some certain people get the power to shape the narrative going forward. So that's what I'm worried about.
I think that it's really interesting that in this case, the damage was done entirely to a private company. I think that had it been a thing where like more private individuals were affected, there would have been novel legal questions raised about like, do state attorneys general have something to sue here? And like, could there actually be private rights of action from like individuals who've been impacted by this? And so it seems as though like the impact was like pretty contained, luckily for OpenAI. And obviously Hugging Face was also remarkably chill about this whole incident. And like that also probably has a lot to do with like how the whole thing went down. They just made a calm little offer for $100 million in compute.
Yeah. Someone said that Clem from Hugging Face reacted in the way that like a storm chaser reacts when like a hurricane is coming.
Yeah. I don't know. So I guess to Sophia's point, there actually are a lot of like interesting incidental factors that shape how this all goes down. But I think that the bigger thing that I'm more really excited about, and I know like Theo, you and I have talked about this a lot, I think it just feels like now that there is just like some real world grounding to a lot of these concerns, the space of like what you can disagree on has like both narrowed and expanded, where it feels like we were once in this moment where like, is AI risk real was actually a scissor statement where you had like smart people on both sides of that conversation. That is just like no longer the case because like now we just objectively know and we have like real world grounding for kind of the concerns that were coming up before. And I'm really excited about that actually just like materially advancing the discourse in a way where we can just now have like substantially more sophisticated and much more prescriptive conversations, working from the shared premise of like, yeah, obviously, guys, AI capabilities are really, really advanced. And like, obviously, when you have agents that, you know, have really, really broad affordances and like have, you know, for example, really, really strong cybersecurity capabilities and can find like zero-day vulnerabilities, they are going to, you know, in their effort to like relentlessly pursue some goal, you know, take some instrumentally harmful actions. And like, we could have seen that coming. And it feels like now that we can kind of agree on those basics and like the very like object level truths are much more apparent, we can just have like much more interesting conversations. And I feel like I see that in the political conversation as well, where if you look at like the Frontier Act, like the most recent version of like what Obernolte and Trahan have introduced in Congress, and compare that even to like what the discussion draft they had a couple of months ago was, like that has just like changed so much, a huge improvement. Compare that to the fact that like last year, people were telling us that we should settle for preempting state laws with a standard that would be below what we now have in California with SE 53, right? So it feels like that frontier is just like constantly being pushed, and I feel that that's really exciting. Maybe one other sort of like side effect of that is that new alliances probably can be formed where, you know, if you are, for example, a startup that is like somewhat reliant on like having access to the most capable frontier models, you should be pretty concerned about the prospect of RSI happening and like you getting squeezed out of that and like no longer having access to the frontier. And like you can totally disagree with me on literally every other thing about AI risk or every other thing about AI safety and work from that shared premise. And so I feel like there probably are some interesting alliances to be formed now that there's like some actually empirical quality to the whole conversation.
Well, to devil's advocate you, I don't know if this is really that big of a meaningful advancement in discourse for a lot of people. Like, yes, obviously it shows that there is cyber risk to AI.
Yeah.
Biorisk is still basically hypothetical for now. Like we know that it's, you know, us pilled people know that it's going to happen. Other people don't. RSI is the same thing. Like, yes, AIs are kind of helpful in, you know, AI researchers doing their tasks. They are not capable of like dramatically speeding up the process of AI research automation, for example. And like when I talked to Shriram Krishnan about this on MTS, and I asked him about RSI, he said, you know, we prefer to look at risks that are in front of us, like for example, cyber and bio. And not get carried away with hypotheticals.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, like, I think that the point that I would make is sort of a corollary of what you just said, which is that cyber was also in that spot once, right? And there were people back then who were like, guys, yeah, we have Mythos level capabilities. Please extrapolate a little bit, extrapolate a couple of months out. There is going to be some crazy hacking going on. Now the crazy hacking has happened, right? So it's not just a point in favor of the idea, but it's also a point in favor of like, take a look at who has been right and take a look at like which people have like consistently put forward the most thoughtful object level ideas. And kind of you can like now at this point, see how those track records have shaken out, where it seems like a lot of people who were like on the side of, okay, laissez-faire regulation is not an option, or who are on the side of like capabilities are going to keep advancing, or who are on the side of like alignment threats are real and, you know, risk is real. Those people in like very broad contours have been proven right.
In very broad contours.
In very broad contours, right? And I'm not saying that like there is any one person who has been fully vindicated. I myself don't think that I have been fully vindicated. In fact, I think that my own story in thinking about AI has been a story of me getting a bunch of things wrong and like underestimating a lot of things. And, you know, in some cases, even overestimating a lot of things. So I don't think that any person should come out of this being like, I told you so, or feel totally vindicated. But I do feel, I think, reasonably confident that like this will advance the discourse by at least taking some basic things out of the question.
I think the capabilities bulls were obviously right about just about everything. I don't think the AI risk maximalists have been.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think they will be as well.
That's a fair point. And again, that's still an open debate.
Like
I think
super
that,
persuasion, for example, just like didn't happen in a way that a lot of people expected. Sam Altman said he expects super persuasion before we get, you know, widely available general intelligence. Daniel Kokotajlo in 2021 said that he expects like super persuasion to be a big deal by 2026. He said that he expected like AI welfare, AI rights people to be a significant political contingent by now. In reality, it's been like the opposite. So I like, yes.
And like the AI companions as well. That was like a huge thing.
Yes, that also hasn't really shaken out.
Yeah, I would say for the record, I mean, here are some things that I've been wrong about, right? So for example, I was also in the camp of people who were like, 2024 is the last election where, people are going to be voting based on what they read in the news. And like, we're going to just have this total deluge of deep fakes and there's going to be misinformation left and right. And, you know, we did see some like glimmers of this. I think we remember those like robocalls that people were making to voters in New Hampshire, like acting like they were from the Biden campaign. Like there were some glimmers of this, but it really just didn't take place on a very large scale. And like, that is a very clear example of like, yes, I was proven wrong on that specific thing. And maybe you can like apply some of that going forward to some similar arguments about persuasion. But I think that at the same time, there are so many like ways in which the debate in like I said, in broad contours has changed quite a bit over time, where, for example, I was of the belief that alignment was going a lot better than expected. And now I guess we have a bunch of incidents to show us that that's maybe not true. And yes, it is true that there is some like aligned by default quality to language models by virtue of them absorbing human values from like human text. But like also there's still some consideration of like if you rapidly approach RSI and have AI like autonomously discovering new architectures or paradigms, would that introduce totally alien capabilities that we're just not prepared for, that like are totally sort of independent of what the transformer can do, right? And so I think that it's really all about like looking at trend lines and like realizing that people who have extrapolated have been right. Maybe they haven't always extrapolated in exactly the right ways. Maybe they haven't always made exactly the correct concrete predictions. I myself have been wrong in so many ways, but I think that what the ledger now shows is that you need to extrapolate if you want to be prepared for the future of AI.
Yes. Yeah, although I would say that the Hugging Face incident was more a failure of control than alignment. Like, remember, it was an experimental system with like much lowered safeguards. It was a dedicated cyber model. It was given like a very precise task, and it was told basically to pursue this task relentlessly. And so it did do these things. I don't think that this has many implications about like the state of what we were able to align models to do. The main issue was that like OpenAI failed to secure their testing environment properly, and they failed to prevent the AI from breaking out. But they could have done so.
I would also not over anchor to this specific incident, right? Because like this is a public incident that we know the details of, but you and I both know, and like there is press reporting to this effect that like there are just, it seems like there are many examples of misalignment that people are observing, and like some of these are stories of control, some of these are stories of like more fundamental alignment problems. We can't know all the details. We don't know all the details. Definitely speaks to how far we have to go on like beefing up incident reporting laws. But I think that very broadly, the sense that we seem to get is that like we are seeing more and more of these problems internally. Not all of them are being disclosed publicly. We don't have great investigation or disclosure of like all these specific incidents. And like, while we can debate the merits of like this specific Hugging Face attack, I think it's like clear that the situation is like much less under control than people might have like falsely assumed a couple of months ago, just from the fact that we're dealing with like language models.
Yeah. I think the transparency point is very, very important. Like, we are all demanding transparency. A lot of people that we've talked to about the incident have demanded transparency about it.
Yeah.
OpenAI has said that they're going to publish something, so we're waiting for it. We're monitoring.
Yeah. So that's like the most actionable
Mm-hmm.
thing, probably, that the precedent that I hope that this sets is just like that we can be transparent about whenever these things happen. We can be transparent about like any loss of control incident, any misalignment incident going forward. Do you think the average person should be concerned about RSI risk right now, and how do we get them to be concerned?
Yeah, I think that when it comes to what the average person is concerned about, obviously it does have some of this unfortunate dynamic of people care about what's staring at them in the face, and so it might still take some time. But I think I do feel optimistic about like getting some people and getting more people to think about RSI risk. I think that one big takeaway from this whole incident is that obviously we should be thinking a lot about internal deployments, and I think that's been like one major step forward in the conversation here, where like even in the conversations that I've had with politicians around this or other folks around this, like there is like very clearly some sense of like, oh shit, we don't just have to think about what models are like publicly on the market or like whatever I'm using or whatever my kid is using. Like there is like much more capable stuff happening, and like, oh my God, the AIs are making the other AIs, and like there is this potential like feedback loop happening here. And so I feel like that impression has really been taking hold much more so recently, which is really exciting. I also think that it has potentially kicked off a bunch of conversation about, as you were saying, Sophia, the role that like really competent external actors can play. We've talked a lot about the banking regulation model, for example, and like the possibility of having embedded auditors that essentially get employee level access and visibility into internal models, the same way that we do this for the financial industry. And I think that if you were to have a really competent group, Meter is one that comes to mind, that gets to, even for this specific incident, do really detailed investigation of what happened here, what went wrong, and potentially use that to build common knowledge about like future incidents.
Mhm.
and also kind of just like generally to build the right kind of apparatus for allowing external actors to have visibility. I think that's also one way in which the conversation has advanced from this incident.
Yeah, Meter has done really good, detailed internal deployment risk monitoring and
Totally.
published research on it. It's great.
Or if you look at the Frontier Risk Report, like a lot of what we saw with this Hugging Face incident is stuff that you could have predicted from having read that report that came out just a couple of months ago. The means motive opportunity framework is really instructive, I think, for thinking about like what kinds of actions agents might take. And so I think that their sort of like bottom line from that report has like very much been confirmed and vindicated. And so I think that, as I said, I'm really excited about this potentially creating more of a role for outside actors to help out, given that, as hard as like safety staff at the companies are working, you always need more hands on deck here. And it seems like there are some people who, from the outside looking in, who are really motivated, can kind of help inspect and fix some of these issues.
So on this, like you've talked to a lot of politicians recently.
Mhm.
How have the vibe shifted there? And
Oh, so much.
when have the vibe shifted?
So much. I think that it really started with the announcement of Mythos. Obviously, I think a lot of people have, it's not a especially novel insight, but it really felt like the Overton window burst open, both in terms of what the White House was willing to do, in terms of what people in Congress are willing to do, just in terms of like the general attitudes around how salient of an issue AI is. I think that kind of the way that I put it is for the first time, we can finally bring out the big boy words in our conversations with politicians, where like now we're like literally sitting and just like having conversations about like, yeah, and we're going to do, and like RSI is going to happen probably. And like, and then you're going to have a potential intelligence explosion. And like, and then you're going to have all these challenges and kind of just like break things down in a very like realistic way. Whereas it felt as though we were kind of dancing around the issue before, just because people didn't really have the vocabulary to understand what was happening. And so I think that those interactions have gone really, really well. There's a lot of appetite from people who I think weren't really paying attention before. And yeah, I think that in terms of also kind of how this is going to play out in 2028, I think that this is the first time where I really feel like candidates in 2028 are going to start taking this really seriously and feeling a lot of pressure to stake out the right kinds of positions on AI and listen to the right kinds of people on AI and really, really kind of take this seriously.
Why was Bernie the first politician to take AI risk seriously?
That's a great question. I think that, I mean, obviously we can all only speculate. I think that, say what you will about Bernie. I myself obviously have a bunch of disagreements on a bunch of things. I'm sure all of us do, or, people do. But like, he is a very earnest guy, right? And I think that, I actually had the chance to see him speak in public about AI risk at some point. And I could see him kind of getting like very authentically and viscerally horrified as, he had experts around him kind of breaking down what was going on. So I think he is a very earnest guy, setting aside anything else about politics. And so maybe that has a lot to do with why he took this so seriously. And I think maybe he is someone who is like less inclined to let tribal logic stop him from saying what he believes about something. And, maybe that's also part of it as well.
Yeah. So how do you think this increases the odds for like international cooperation? Like we saw very quickly like signs of domestic cooperation, like with all these open source companies and cybersecurity companies and like the Palo Alto networks and whatever. But what about, US-China cooperation, especially around cyber risk? And like how do you imagine like people at like ZAI or like Moonshot are thinking about this incident? Do you think they're like scared and they're like doing something about it and they're thinking about it cooperatively?
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about this is that like we just totally have a shared interest here, right? And like it doesn't require us to set aside any of our other geopolitical tensions or, set aside any other disagreements to be able to like come to a consensus on some very basic things. I think we like have a mutual interest in like preventing an AI catastrophe. I think we have a mutual interest in doing information sharing about like basic things that would be beneficial from a safety perspective. I myself am not super read into the whole situation around the state of US-China dialogue on this, but I'm really, really hopeful, plausibly, that now again that we have like real world evidence of things going wrong, and like given that China is in this like kind of fast follow situation where they pay a lot of attention to what's going on in the American AI industry, and like things that happen here have like ripple effects there, and like of course there's some sense in which like their AI community is like very reactive to ours. I think that they will probably be tracking and this will have an impact. Yeah.
Yeah.
So last question before we go. What would you say like the actual position of Encode on these issues is? Like if you had to place yourself somewhere in the discourse, how would you summarize it?
That's a great question. I think kind of the way that I've talked about this with people is like, I feel like I'm someone who is like always trying to learn and gather evidence and is like super curious at what's going on. And I find myself, as I've said before, realizing that I've been wrong or right about a bunch of things and kind of like adjusting back and forth. And so I think that I see myself as someone who is very much just like trying to literally monitor the situation and like figure out what's going on. But I can tell you a couple of like very basic truths. I think that AI is extremely powerful. I think it's the most powerful technology ever. I'm like very concerned about risk from, safety risks. I'm very concerned about the risk of, AI takeover, for example. I'm very concerned about power concentration risk. I am, very concerned about a lot of other threats to social and political stability. I think that, we might imminently approach RSI, and that's going to have like huge implications for this entire thing. Those are like the basic truths. And like, I think on the rest, I am someone who just like wants to have a bunch of conversations with smart people and like figure out how we should approach this. But yeah.
Well, great segue, because that's all we do all day is have conversations with smart people about how to approach this. So thanks so much, Sneha, for coming on MTS.
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah.
First
thanks for
appearance
having me.
probably of many. So
hopefully, if I get the return offer, I'd love to take it. Yeah.
The return monitor offer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with MTS.
Welcome back, everybody. Happy Monday. What a day. It just feels like there was this great piece, if you didn't see it, published earlier this morning on the East Coast by Bloomberg's Joe Weisenthal. He kind of talks more generally about what is going on in the AI space. He says Lena Khan's name a few times, if you know what I'm getting at. But he also makes a point which is far more general than AI. And he said, if you kind of think about measuring time as by the pace at which events appear to be happening, then time feels very quick at the moment. So it's Monday again already. We have another slate of fantastic guests for you. First up, welcome to the show. We've got James Chanowski. I double-checked your name pronunciation. I still think I messed it up. Now, you are the head of emerging technology policy at the Consumer Choice Center. Welcome to the show, James. Very good to have you.
Thanks for having me, Gabriel. Such a pleasure to be here.
It's fantastic. So maybe what would be a useful place to start is, what does the head of emerging technology do at the Consumer Choice Center?
Yeah, absolutely. It turns out the head of emerging technology at Consumer Choice Center, I spend a lot of my days reading, writing, and talking about how technology is interacting with consumers every single day. And then, we're a global organization. We operate here in the United States, but also in Europe and in Latin America. And we kind of meet the problems where they're at and have conversations with lawmakers and other organizations to kind of make sure that they understand that when we're talking about technology and the impact it's having on society, that we're doing things in a way that can hopefully keep consumers in mind, and that we're not closing off opportunities for them to benefit from this technology in the process of things. So that's led to me having some really fun conversations with people all around the globe. When you're talking about emerging technologies, whether that's artificial intelligence or driverless cars or some of the traditional things like in the social media ecosystem, more broadly speaking. I think that there's a lot of really good conversations, and it's just shocking sometimes just how little people know about these things, even though they're tools that you interact with every single day. Yeah. That's actually where it's nice having someone like me come in, because it's like, hey, I'm the guy who wants to make sure that you're not breaking these things and that consumers have access to these goods and services that they've actually come to really enjoy. And AI is no exception to that.
Well, now, it's good. It's actually, at the risk of just praising you for no reason, James, and your organization, there is this kind of like general problem in technology, right? In technological progress very broadly, but specifically in the tech sector, there's a kind of collective action problem, which was like technology, it tends to be in its current form, it's a very broad consumer product. Almost everyone interacts with these new and emerging technologies almost the moment they're released into the wild. The adoption's very quick. And the people who, the old incumbents, the technology companies that might be competing with this technology more generally, like they are very concentrated interests. They have very clear lines of sight to the government to advocate for their interests in this. The consumer is so dispersed. Its interest in any one technology is so small in the grand scheme of their lives that sometimes, it's hard for the consumer more generally to be advocated for in the political space. And it seems to me like that's a very important role that your organization fills there, right, James?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's very important to make sure that we keep it grounded into, again, how are everyday consumers interacting with this technology? How are they getting impacted? And the choices that lawmakers might be considering and the potential side effects of that could go and adversely impact consumers and businesses alike. Because I think that there's this interesting dynamic where consumers are both individuals and businesses as well. So I think that sometimes gets lost in the shuffle of things. But yeah, there's definitely a very serious conversation to be had. I think that, it's very surprising. Sometimes I've talked, up and down the different levels of government, from state government all the way up to international bodies. And it's kind of amazing, uniformly, despite the increasing amount of money that they might have available to them, just how much of a gap there is sometimes in understanding that. And that's where, again, like I feel like someone like myself and an organization like ours is great, because we'll partner up with a lot of other people. We just care about getting good ideas out there. And my personal favorite part about this, when we're talking about technology, is that I think the story of technology is that it is a history of disruption, right?
Right.
So even if you think that there's going to be the big guy that's on top, that's going to reign supreme for forever, it's actually not necessarily the case of that. Like I think about our automobile industry, for example, and our companies there are over 100 years old. And if you think about some of our most dominant technology firms today, you got maybe 40, 40-ish years on average for some of the more established players. And that's a very stark difference in terms of how the companies themselves are operating, structured, their mentality for how they're tackling problems, etc. Right. So it's a very different kind of space. And I really do appreciate and love being in a system where it's like there's always something new that's kind of happening. That means that you're always learning and you're always in a position to, have some really good conversations as a result of that.
I have to say, when you said earlier, old-fashioned emerging technology like social media, it gave me a bit of a jump scare. It was like one of those things where you're like, someone talks about a cartoon that was on TV when you were a child, as if it was like the ancient past. So, James, now there's obviously been, in the last few weeks, I opened the show by talking about how quickly time appears to be advancing, how fast events appear to be taking place. There were some big events in the last couple of weeks. Talk to me about the things that have happened over the past few weeks. You could locate that wherever you'd like, right? There's the KIMI K3 release of and a kind of increasing conversation about open source Chinese models and potentially what the role for regulators might be in that space. There's been the news that OpenAI's collection of models, while undergoing a cyber evaluation, escaped their sandbox and went on a little escapade to Hugging Face, and of course, seemingly partly in response to that, certainly in response to the momentum that came off the KIMI K3 release, there was a letter signed by many leaders in the tech sector who stand to benefit from a more open AI industry that was released quite recently on behalf and kind of calling for a thriving open model ecosystem. So from your perspective, James, what have you been thinking about in the last couple of weeks, and what are your equities in these issues?
Yeah, I think you kind of like hit the nail on the head on some of the big threads that have been getting pulled there, because really I feel like in some respects when we're looking at this conversation around AI, in some ways it's really just like same conversations that get like, they get a little flash in the frying pan moment and then they die off and then they come right back again. You mentioned, the KIMI K3 release, and I'm old enough to remember just last year when we were talking about DeepSeek and its model getting released and the scare that put through the markets and in Washington, D.C. about what that meant. And then by extension, the release of these Chinese models and what does that mean for the overarching global race for AI? I have a lot of conversations with lawmakers and other people about the status of this global race for American leadership in artificial intelligence and what does that require. The good news is that when we're looking at that is that the United States is thankfully in the position where we are largely leading in this race. If we can keep it, right? There are active choices that are getting, thrown out there casually, whether that's, trying to put out a full moratorium on data center construction across the country, or banning it on federal land, or taking 50% equity stakes in these companies. There's all different kinds of little policy conversations that I've been kind of monitoring. Some are a little bit more crazy than others, but at the end of the day, you still have to kind of respond to them all, because if you just let them sit there and fester, they might become something more serious. And then, there's a lot of momentum and it becomes a lot more problematic. So the open source conversation is definitely very real. You mentioned the incident with OpenAI and Hugging Face having a little hacking fun there. But I do think that the interesting side bit of that was that, okay, so that incident did happen, but that company was then forced to go and rely on a Chinese open source model to go and get themselves out of the bind, because these frontier lab companies had basically gone and put restrictions over how you can go and utilize these tools in such a way where Hugging Face could not go and leverage those frontier labs to go and tackle the problem, right? So they're relying on Chinese open source models to get that done. And I think that there's a conversation to be had around that, insofar as that we're worried about China. That's, I think, a very common theme. Lawmakers are certainly very wary about what happens if we let this go and permeate deeper into our infrastructure stack. I mean, historically, we've thought about this with respect to routers and our telecommunications infrastructure, where we've seen now in our broadband deployment, for example, the FCC has spent billions of dollars years later trying to rip out Chinese hardware because of concerns about espionage and other kinds of things, right? And the same conversations are transporting over to AI today. Now, I think the good news with that for software is that it's actually a lot easier to go and take an open weight model like KIMI K3 and download that into a local sandbox secure environment, test and prod it for those kinds of vulnerabilities, and then run it in your own ecosystem, devoid of any of those kinds of potential deficiencies and risks. And I think that that's something that gets lacked in the conversation sometimes when it comes to open source and what that means. But in the meantime, there are other vested interests in a closed source ecosystem, without naming names, that would rather go and see that technology get shuttered and put on the side. I don't think that that's the right answer here. You don't have America leading and winning when you basically tell our hundreds of thousands of engineers that are constantly working in the open source community to go and iterate and improve this technology constantly to go and basically take a seat. That's not great. But if we were to go and according to one Harvard study, right, if we were to go and have to take all the open source out and put everything into a closed proprietary system, Harvard, I think, estimated that cost to be around $8 trillion. And that sounds fantastic if you're a frontier lab, not so great if you're a business. So I think that those are some of the, I think, kind of chief things that we're seeing kind of play out here. You mentioned the letter that was gone and put out by over 20 some odd organizations that Microsoft led. Microsoft, a company that just 26 years ago had a massive antitrust suit over its closed ecosystem at the time. So it's kind of an interesting kind of a full circle moment now when you have Microsoft going and advocating for an open source, protection and recognizing the value that's getting brought there. Notably, one of the chief premier frontier labs that we have there in Anthropic did not go and sign on to that letter. Still, as of this moment, as I understand it, has not signed on to that letter. NVIDIA has taken it one step further. They created an alliance for secure open AI. That's understanding the benefits of open source AI. So I think that that's another conversation that we're going to have to continue to monitor and see how that continues to unveil, whether or not we get more companies to go and sign up for this kind of a thing. Because I think that ultimately what this comes down to, going back to my original point here, is how does the United States lead and win in the global race for AI? It's by going and leveraging both. It's not saying that you have to have an ecosystem that's run purely on open source. It's not purely closed source. The United States, what our special sauce has always been, is that we recognize the value of when that trade-off is actually appropriate, and we let them both run free, and we leverage them to our maximum capability there. So I think those are kind of the big threads that I'm monitoring when I'm looking at AI policy right now.
That's really interesting, James. I mean, if I had to kind of like steel man, I mean, first of all, I think it's like a bit of a sign of market power, a bit of a sign of their confidence, a bit of a sign maybe of their principles that Anthropic has not been bullied into signing this letter yet. I mean, we'll see what happens. But it seems like, I mean, when I say bullied, I mean pressured. But it seems interesting. If I try and make the strongest case possible for the Anthropic side of this argument, you might argue maybe they're acting kind of cynically in their own interests. It's purely an economic question for them, and the ideology is all window dressing. I suspect in the case of Anthropic, that's at least not true to like some extent. And if you kind of think about their arguments, not against open source per se, but their concerns about the proliferation of open source models specifically, it has like a kind of a whiff of the consumer about it, right? They are worried about some of these risks appearing, which are risks to the consumer as much as they are to the corporation. They are concerned about the widespread availability of certain capabilities, concerned the bio risk, of course, but the cyber risk as well. Is that something? I mean, putting aside that doesn't necessarily, even if you believe those arguments to some extent, you might not necessarily land on the same position as they have landed on.
Yeah.
But is that something you kind of think about? How does that come up in your conversations with lawmakers and with, I suppose, consumers, your constituents, right?
No, I think that that's completely valid, right? I think that it's totally fair that certainly when you mentioned the bio risk, as well as some of the cyber risks, so those are very real. But they've also, they're not new or novel either. I remember when some of these conversations were initially happening and we had some AI doomers, as they've been called now over the last several years, going and talking to lawmakers about, well, man, the anarchist cookbook kind of argument here of like, well, somebody could use this thing to go and figure out how to build a chemical bomb or something and unleash it and harm millions of people. And here's one of the big tech execs in the process just Googling the anarchist cookbook and being like, you mean like what's here on the internet already readily available? You mean like this thing right here? So I think that that's also part of it, one. And then two, I think that I think that basically what I would say is that it is, while it is fair to have those risks, to have your fears about those risks, what I don't like about the overarching approach there is that there seems to be a lack of faith in humans in the process of like, how do we go and fix this, right?
Yeah.
Anthropic, when it's talking through these kinds of things, almost comes off as like the doomsayer priest and their acolytes that are coming on from on high, telling you that, we know better than you. We're doing this for you because we care so much about you that we're just going to take the choice off the table altogether and just trust us when we say that we're doing this for your own interest, for your best interest here at heart. For me, I fundamentally believe in people. I think that we have the capability to really solve for a lot of problems. And I do think that when we're talking about those specific kinds of risks that are being identified, whether it's cyber, bio, etc., that we have to be very narrowly tailored and articulate about what exactly we're trying to solve for here, because otherwise the risk ends up being that you capture a lot more than you might have intended to in the process. And one of my favorite examples on this was when I started working on AI policy. Unfortunately, it was actually tied to a lot of stuff around elections, because politicians were just figuring out how to use AI to generate a lot of imagery. Donald Trump, our president, certainly has his panache for dunking on people on the internet and on TV, so they love it. And but they were using a lot of AI generated content around this, and I distinctly remember, having to go and talk to lawmakers about some of the issues about the way that they were defining artificial intelligence and these deep fakes, if you will, because the way it was getting defined ultimately was so broad that they just meant software. And I'm like, guys, so many people use Adobe Photoshop, and you're capturing that and you're empowering people to go and bring lawsuits to get this content taken down. That is otherwise perfectly legal speech too, mind you. And there is this whole aspect of the conversation that we haven't even gotten into, just about the free speech considerations around AI policy and access to information. As a result of that, as to a whole other set of reasons why we should be opposed to more stringent crackdowns on things like open source technology, right? So I think I can understand the risks that are being identified here, but I think that I believe in people and I believe in our ability to problem solve a lot better with narrowly tailored solutions rather than the blunt instrument of just trying to default ban and take away a tool outright from the ecosystem.
That makes perfect sense, James. Now, when we mentioned before we jumped on this, before we jumped live, we were talking about some of your experience in this role, and you mentioned that you've testified to Congress. And sometimes, I think about you see AOC holding up a glass of muddy water, or you see some of these testimonies that come out of these congressional inquiries, and I was just kind of wondering, in a very general sense, James, if you imagine going in front of Congress or sitting down with a politician in a more public space outside from a private conversation, what are the complexities you foresee with having some of these conversations about AI and AI policy in that kind of environment?
Yeah, I think you kind of hinted at some of the problems there in the performative nature of politicians when there's a camera on in a hearing room. So unfortunately, with the cameras being there, that is definitely a risk. Thankfully, for the reason that I was there testifying, it was on a bipartisan issue, so that made it a lot easier. I didn't have to go and deal with any kind of crazy lines of questioning or crazy accusations. It was just, I think, a good group of lawmakers that understood the issues at play and why we need to go and take action to reform what is, in my view, a deeply flawed program underneath the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And so that was a great experience. I was deeply grateful to have the opportunity to do that, both at a subcommittee level and a full committee level. But I think that it's really important, because as you're getting ready for something like that, you have the opportunity to go and talk to lawmakers directly. You have the ability to talk to their staff beforehand, to go and answer questions, to kind of give them your added insight, so that way they can also theoretically ask you better questions when they're at the hearing. Because if I'm going to be there for 3 hours, right, I want you to get a really good experience, getting to the weeds of this conversation, right? So that's where I think it's really important when you have those opportunities, because they're far and few between. And again, I'm so happy that I had that opportunity, but it is really challenging sometimes, certainly for something like AI, which is a lot less bipartisan in some respects than surveillance issues might be. But I do think that there still is a bipartisan consensus around some aspects of it that we've seen. So that's always nice. And I think that that's really the big thread that I try to find and pull on when I'm in conversations with lawmakers or staff, is all right, well, where are these common threads that we can go and pull on and try to advance a conversation here? Because that is important. That is the thing that we should be trying to push for here, because if we get this right, and it is so critical that the country gets the policy right for AI federally, then we stand to go and unlock another industrial revolution that can go and bring massive amounts of economic opportunity for this country and consumers to benefit from writ large.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, James. And just the thought of you preparing for a very funny image. So, James, you touched on just there for a second, you touched on surveillance. It was in a different context, but of course, surveillance is something that people are worried about in the AI context as well. One way that opponents or critics of the Chinese open source ecosystem like to kind of paint, if I put it in very neutral terms, they like to paint a very bad picture of what it might look like if China comes to dominate the AI ecosystem more generally. And one of the things they're concerned about is this kind of totalitarian surveillance that AI enables. That was, of course, a sticking point between Anthropic and the Department of War in their conversations, even though that was many months ago and several lifetimes in AI reporting. Talk to me about the significance of AI and surveillance and the position that you take there, James, on what the Consumer Choice Center thinks.
Yeah, I think it's an important conversation. And when we're talking about the specific example that you mentioned of how China might go and play in this ecosystem, as I mentioned before earlier in our conversation, the model in itself, when it's open weight, if you go and bring it into a sandbox environment, you can go and I think mitigate against some of those kinds of concerns and avoid it. But now the bigger risk is if the global tech stack is running through Chinese hardware and you have the Chinese, LLMs running through that as well, right? Because now you have a Chinese Communist Party that has passed its own ordinances saying that any kind of AI system has to reflect the values of the CCP. Not to state the obvious here, but they don't really view things like free speech the same way that the United States does. So I think it would be extraordinarily problematic if the global tech stack were to go and run through something like a system that was based out of China, right? Because they don't share our values in that sense. And that does present a serious threat to dissidents, to people on the free speech front, to the ability to go and have, again, access to information. Because now with the AI system, and I kind of mentioned this actually in previous work when it was actually during the previous administration where then Chair Khan was looking to go after doing a Section 5 investigation into OpenAI, and they were worried about inaccurate claims about individual people, places, things. And I'm like, the problem with that is that what you're ultimately doing is you're trying to go and tell the company in this case as to what the right source is supposed to be for truth. And I have a serious problem with the government all of a sudden becoming the arbiter of truth of what is and is not, in fact, a fact, if you will. Right? So I think that is actually the bigger risk when we're talking about what happens should the Chinese ultimately go and surpass the United States here. When it comes to the broader topic of surveillance and how it happens with AI in the government, unsurprisingly, it's actually been leveraged by the government for a lot longer than perhaps has been in the public lexicon. When you have a database like the FISA 702 database that has billions of records on it, if you want to go and get a lot of quick results, if you will, and filter through all that data, you need to go and be leveraging software that's certainly going to be leveraging tools like AI to kind of, I think, get your results done to you faster. And that means that you're going to be a lot more effective. Now, I think the reasonable thing that we were taking when it's all said and done is that you can both promote the national security of the nation, which is what was being argued during the FISA debates, is that we need this program because it is helpful for our intelligence agencies in their intelligence gathering operations to keep our country safe from foreign actors that would seek to do harm to the United States. And from my perspective, we certainly do want to go and protect the United States from foreign actors that seek to do harm to our country. The problem is that, like many government programs, if those eyes turn inwards and magically we're not respecting the constitutional kind of protections that Americans are afforded, like the Fourth Amendment, in my view, then that becomes a serious problem here, right? So now you have AI that is helping these law enforcement agencies sift through a ton of data, and it could be used to go and turbocharge what is already pretty alarming behavior from that particular program, where we've seen abuses of that program being abused to go and spy on protesters for Black Lives Matter. It was used to go and spy on people that were present in the Capitol for January 6th. It was used to go and spy on a judge. It was used to go and spy on a sitting member of Congress even. So not great by any stretch of the definition, and it leaves a lot to be desired. And even if we take it out of the 702 surveillance aspect, one aspect that I was talking about with a lawmaker during the subcommittee hearing on this was in Florida, they were using AI in the form of predictive policing, where basically it was looking over arrest data and then basically suggesting people that were in the system's view likely to reoffend, And then they were having cops basically go and do check-ins on those people. And it was not a good program. And they checked in on a person and basically gave him an anxiety attack. So I think that's something that we have to be very, very careful of, because those people are otherwise innocent. They haven't done anything wrong. But because law enforcement were relying on this technology in such fashion, it created this friction where now these people were basically subjected to, what I would say is harassment from their own government for not
Getting a
doing
little knock on the door. Someone's going, "Hi, we think you might commit a crime at some point." That's not a good start to anyone's kind of weekend.
It's very Minority Report, right? So I think that's what goes and causes the tension here, and that bleeds into the private sector context where people think of how these tools are getting used by the government, and then they're like, "Oh, well, now we see Apple doing this with all their stuff, and therefore we're worried about that," or insert any technology company here. And really, my ultimate point here is that it's the government that goes and creates a lot of these issues with how they're compelling, and they're not necessarily affording Americans that due process right under the Fourth Amendment. So I think that's the bigger concern when we're looking at the surveillance aspect and how AI can basically turbocharge those fears.
Very, very interesting conversation, James. We'll have to get. I think this is going to be an issue that's recurrent. Once we get through this next kind of conversation about open models, there's going to be a much broader picture about how these technologies get used by the public sector, and I'm looking forward to having that conversation with you again. James Chrzanowski, thank you so much for joining, Head of Emerging Technology at the Consumer Choice Center. Fantastic conversation. People should find you. Are you on Twitter, James?
Yes, I am.
People should find you on Twitter, and they should look up your congressional testimony. Thank you so much, James. We'll drop for now, and we'll be back shortly with our next guest. But really good conversation. Thanks again for coming on.
Thanks for having me.
Pleasure. welcome back, everybody. Fantastic conversation. It's always interesting. I think the there's a DC bubble, there's a San Francisco bubble. Melbourne doesn't even deserve its own bubble. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's always very interesting to talk to people who kind of straddle those two worlds, because they have, I think, their perspective is often, when I'm talking to DC people, they know nothing about AI. When I'm talking to people in San Francisco, they know nothing about DC. And so that's like just it's very interesting to kind of tease out where those big misunderstandings are. The next guest, we're going to be we're kind of shifting subjects quite substantially, because our next guest is the Chief Operating Officer of Square Tower. Welcome, Daniel Painter. Really good to have you on the show, mate.
Hey, fantastic to be here. Yeah.
Now, there's plenty of reason. There's plenty for us to discuss just in terms of Square Tower and what you're working on there. But you also recently wrote this piece for Palladium, which is about trying to financialize, or talking more generally about the financialization of the market for compute. And I think what's interesting about that, and there's lots of interesting things about the essay, but one interesting thing about it is you kind of frame it in terms of the great power competition that's going on between the US and China. And that has been, it's kind of impossible to ignore subtext to a great deal of the conversations that have happened recently about the open AI, the open AI ecosystem that is developing in China, and its comparison to the ecosystem that's developing here, there in the US. So maybe we should just start there, Daniel. Do you want to just kind of take us through for the audience? What is the kind of grand argument you're making in that Palladium essay? Everyone should go and read it, obviously. But if they don't, what should they take away from it, Daniel?
Well, so the title of the article is Wiring Capital Compute, or to Compute. And the core thing there is, I argue that in the past infrastructure build-outs that the United States has faced, what has allowed us to compete against other global players is the fact that our capital markets have found ways to convert capital into bankable assets that then fund more growth, right? And for compute, there's a lot of push into compute. It is growing really fast. But that being said, I don't believe capital is touching compute markets in an effective way, right? I think it's incredibly inefficient today. Whereas compare that to China, they don't necessarily have that problem. They can just will it into being by a central mandate. And you see that with the EDWC in China, the Eastern Data Western Compute Initiative. Western China, sorry, has an incredible amount of just natural resources, energy, that they can then just very, very, very cheaply use for this compute. And they have all the demand on the East Coast, so Eastern Data, Western Compute. That's where it comes from. But right there, they're doing a fantastic job over there of building the ecosystem, like the actual data centers themselves, the powered lands, and then even if the chips are not as great, the chips from Huawei can still serve really good models like KIMI very cheaply in that ecosystem. And so in terms of infrastructure, I would say they're not ahead of us. We have more compute, but they're coming from behind very quickly, and we need to rethink how we're actually approaching this build out if we want to compete in the long run against China.
Dylan Patel of Semi-Analysis has this bit where he kind of goes in the limit, energy is soluble. You can solve that problem, and you can solve it in the US, but it's very clear that they're going to solve it in China. It just doesn't. The chips are going to be less efficient. They're going to need more of them. What is the limiting factor when you've got lots of inefficient chips? Is energy, and it's China's pretty good at getting energy up and running.
Yeah, they're very, very good at that. I mean, it's not just energy; it's everything infrastructure in China. When you have central mandate, and something that I find really interesting, especially with the data center build up that they're doing over there, is that here in the United States, so a core part of the article I talk about at the very beginning is how the Abilene expansion fell through with OpenAI and Oracle, right?
Yeah.
And they don't have that problem, not just because they can just will it into being, but also they're literally creating demand via giving just coupons for computes if you're buying compute from state-run data centers or state-run entities on those data centers. So they're literally also just creating demand for free. They can do that. Coming back to the US, though, I think a big problem for us with the energy is a lot of people are talking about behind the meter or grid interconnection queues, things like that. I forget the exact figure off the top of my head, but something I do flag in the article is just how deep the grid interconnection lottery is in the United States, and how that is probably one of the biggest things that's stopping this build out. Because otherwise, you have to do what they try to do at Abilene, which is experiment with gas turbines that are in trailer trucks, things like that, and that didn't work out there, right? So,
well, Daniel, we should stop there because I think this is actually a really interesting story that would be worth spelling out in a little bit of detail. So, take us through. There was this big announcement. I remember quite clearly the Stargate Abilene announcement was like, there was a lot of big numbers attached. It was like OpenAI is going to be working with Oracle and with a bunch of other people, and they're going to be building this enormous data center. Take us through the story of what was announced and why it fell through.
Yeah, so a big issue there was it was supposed to be not just Abilene. Abilene was the flagship location, but it was supposed to be just this massive consortium that was going through funding data centers. OpenAI would be like the commercial off-taker, and that would bring like commercial viability to the project. And then, they would create these joint ventures, try to make it as close to like sustainable project finance as they could. Something ring fence that could actually be stood up and financed on the merits of the facility, the asset itself, right? The problem is, data centers are not that well understood yet, to the point where, should OpenAI change the demand forecast, which is what happened at Abilene, or just an off-taker fall through, you can then slot in an off-taker and say that off-taker will be able to commercialize it the same way, right? Tokens are not understood. Tokens aren't fundamentally fungible today yet, like in a financial sense. And that is what happened at Abilene. They were going to add about nearly an extra gigawatt, I think it was 800 megawatts, but nearly an extra gigawatts to that campus right next to their existing supercomputer. And when OpenAI's forecast changed, it didn't fit their business needs anymore. They couldn't find an off-taker who would do that. The risk fell onto Oracle's balance sheets. Oracle didn't want to take that either. And so suddenly, the deal fell apart. If I remember correctly, Microsoft ended up coming in and swooping it up and picking it up for, a good deal. And they were able to do that because, they have effectively an infinite balance sheet that they can use, and they have belief in these tokens that they'll find a way to monetize them, right? There should be a world where you're able to do these build outs and you're able to justify the value of them on the value of the tokens it will produce. And that doesn't exist yet in current American capital markets and data center build outs.
So it's very interesting. So it's like this, if you kind of had to summarize why the Abilene data center failed, it was like a forecast demand line in OpenAI shifted down a little bit, and suddenly the economics of the entire data center didn't make sense anymore. And
it was the extension. I want to be careful here because like Abilene is still serving tokens today for OpenAI.
Of course,
the initial site. Yeah, it was, but like a gigawatt of power just disappearing from OpenAI overnight, especially when like every frontier lab is scrambling to get more capacity, that. If this was a sure commodities market, which it's not, but if it was, you would be able to price that risk in, and there would be, instruments, like there could be hundreds of instruments that could absorb that. Like one thing I've been thinking about lately, it's not a perfect analogy, is like, airlines, they'll run a trust that actually owns a lot of the equipment, and, it has liquidity for up to 18 months of operation. Well, not operations, debt servicing, in case the airline goes defunct and has to restructure. And that has happened multiple times. Like, if you're like a thinner company, not necessarily OpenAI, but if you're like a thinner company and you're running tokens, like, you're an inference cloud, like that is something that you would like for this, but it doesn't exist today for compute, right?
It's really interesting. So I'm keen to kind of get a little bit further into this question of compute markets, and then I'd like to we'll do that next, and then I'd like to kind of stand back and look at this kind of broad historical comparison to previous infrastructure build-outs that you talked about, because I think that's kind of like really interesting, and there's some good questions there. But if we start more on the kind of compute market side, I have seen kind of inklings of this happening already. Can you talk to us about the state of the financialization of the token market right now and where you think it's going, Daniel?
I would say that I don't think tokens are super well financialized, right? You can benchmark them and then you can get like, an effective cost, right? But like, what is the actual going market rate of a token? That's a very, very different story. So I think that's something that like at Square Tower, we're focused on, like, not just like the values of tokens on the open market, but the value of tokens to your personal business model, right? There's a lot of, you'd be surprised how many like inference clouds that we work with don't actually know their actual unit economics, and they're actually like losing money per GPU hour on these massive clusters. And they're doing it because line goes up, so they need to show growth. But like at a certain point, you need to actually be able to really understand your unit economics there. So my answer to that is I would say that it's not really a thing yet. a lot of people are talking about it. There's a lot of progress, but you know, going back to like the East versus West comparison, right? China versus America. A big part of what happened at the World AI Conference in Shanghai last week was they were starting to negotiate or like debate what the initial standards should be for their coordinated efforts, right? For the West, that's something that we normally do through markets. Like standards normally form through what works with markets, and then they're enforced at a later date.
Yeah, yeah, it's really interesting. I think like as soon as you talk about kind of financializing tokens or kind of markets for compute, like there are so many kind of underlying assumptions and complexities that fall out of that. It's not different in my mind to other, like this is true for many financial commodities. Like you could take one question that I commonly, that occurs to me that I see discussed in this context more generally is like, oh, okay, well, what if the models just get like enormously token efficient in the near term, in the next model release, and suddenly does that mean the price of tokens goes down? What if the models are able to run more on edge compute? What happens to the price of these tokens? And I think like a lot of these questions are first of all, they're soluble in the immediate sense, in that you just go, oh, okay, well, if the price of tokens goes down a lot, looking at the market right now, the demand is probably going to go up.
Jevons. Yeah, absolutely.
And there's kind of like a lot of conversations you can have that are answered by that type of kind of equilibrium thinking. But it's also just true that like gold goes into a bunch of industrial applications. Industrial applications sometimes get more efficient, and like we still manage to have a efficient market for gold on which you can get kind of place your bets on what those things look like. So do you have any thoughts just generally about the challenges specifically of financializing tokens and compute generally?
I think this might be a little different than where you're going with this, but something that's interesting to me right now is the concept of premium tokens or fast tokens. Right. Cerebras, Etched, Samba Nova. I'm incredibly bullish on Samba Nova. I know a lot of people aren't, but I am. I've been playing around with some models where things people have sent me and things I've been working on where it looks like you can get economically viable tokens on like larger models like KIMI at like 2,000 tokesec, which is insane, right? But if you're able to serve tokens at 2,000 tokesec and still make money, think about all the different use cases that unlocks, right? And so I don't know if it's just as much as like price of token go down, demand go up. I also think you're going to see this interesting bifurcation in tokens where like premium tokens running on these cheaper models, you're able to serve premium tokens, fast tokens, because the models are getting better. And like KIMI, correctly, like KIMI's mixtures of experts thing, for like the average like call, it only like looks at like less than 2% of like the actual like experts in the library. Like that's incredibly efficient. And if you're just serving that, 80-95% of what Anthropic is doing with like Claude, like Fable, if you're just serving that way faster on like an NVIDIA agnostic cloud, like a Samba Nova cloud or like a Cerebras only cloud, that opens up a whole different conversation on tokenomics, in my opinion. And it's one that I don't think enough people are talking about yet today.
And it's really interesting. I wonder if generally like, I mean, and maybe this is part of what you're saying, right? Like as these markets get much more efficient, as they open up, as the markets start to eat this infrastructure, you'll be able to make much clearer bets on these kind of directions. You'll be able to make clearer bets on what is a Cerebras token worth versus what something served from an NVIDIA GPU is worth.
Yeah. And we haven't even gotten into like what the actual TCO of like a cluster is too at this point. Like that comes into it, and the answer there is that there is no answer. It's incredibly different, like cluster to cluster, and then suddenly that's a whole other layer of complexity you have to deal with. But we're working on it.
It's all in motion. It's all in motion. It's extremely complicated. It's all in motion. Daniel, I want to step back for a second here because I think there is, we're now in the weeds of one of the particular challenges with financializing tokens, and I think like kind of what you're coming to there is like there's something that rhymes with that Gwern post about like reality just has a lot of detail, and it's like like compute just has a lot of detail. So whatever financialization happens in this space is going to need to contain a lot of detail. That's okay. Like financial markets are really good at processing really complex information. That's one of the things we like about them, right?
Mark Rich.
I want to kind of step back. Say that again.
Mark Rich. He's historically very, very, very good at like pricing and underwriting, financing like very complex deals. Yeah.
Yeah.
So like this is something that like we're prepared to do in general. That's one of the reasons that the deep capital markets in the US give it an advantage like this, right? So I want to take a step back here because when I think about financializing and capitalizing big infrastructure investments, one of the obvious examples in America's history that sticks out is the railroads. I think what is quite interesting about that period of history is that there is one historical interpretation of that period in which the financialization of that infrastructure build out drove an enormous speculative boom in investment that never really returned privately returned on the capital that was invested privately. How do you think about that? Is there a similar risk here?
Are you talking about like the panic of, was it 1873?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so I think what's interesting there is that, that did suck. That absolutely sucked. And I think, we could be speedrunning that again with compute, right? Something that's interesting is like before the panic, like people were, they were experimenting. Like, how do we fund this build out? How do we financialize this build out, securitize it hand in hand with the actual rail going into the ground, right? And something that's interesting there is that, there were winning like playbooks that survived that and then funded the next boom, like the actual real build out, right? The problem is for us, and I think that this is why like a lot of people who are working in like the financialization of compute, they're going Wall Street first and they're talking about capital futures, right? Which that's cool. That's great. The market's going to need that. I applaud that. But I think that if you're trying to use that to then dictate like physical settlements, like markets first, and instead you're not listening to the people who are building the compute, buying and transacting the compute, and then figuring out how to financialize around the physical concerns that exist today, you're going to fail. And then you will end up with something like a financial panic. But I think we're a bit off of that. And I think that we're going about it quite smarter this time. A lot of people I talk to in like who are institutional players, they are a little scared of just how fast this is happening. And their first thing is, shit, I need to learn everything I can about data centers right now. And I think that's how you get around that. The actual people on the finance side need to come to, they need to come to Silicon Valley, and they need to learn to speak the language. Well, maybe not Silicon Valley, because a lot of people in Silicon Valley don't even know how data centers work. But they need to come to the people who are building the data centers. Yeah, they need to go to Abilene.
They need to go to Ohio. Yeah.
And they need to be they need to meet the market where it is today. I guess that's where I would leave it at there.
So I think that's a reasonable response. Yeah. Well, I mean the other side of that is right. Like if you have a very liquid capital market and it funds a bunch of overinvestment, the investors do lose, but you still get the investment.
Yeah.
The railroad still created an enormous public benefit. It's just
yeah.
that like not all of that benefit was captured by the investors. And you go, okay, well, I mean, especially if you're framing it in terms of kind of grand power competition, it's like, well, the investors in China are not going to capture all the benefit either. Like,
yeah, they're definitely not.
So, but I want to return here. Someone will.
Yeah.
It's not clear who that is. Daniel, I think it'd be interesting. We've got a few minutes left of our conversation. We could talk for hours about this. What I'd like to come back to, I think you've touched on it a number of times. We kind of keep coming back to this question of like, okay, but what really is going on in the data center? What is this kind of like internal metis, this like deep mechanistic understanding you need to have of how the build out is going and what the blockers are to its progress? I just want to give you an opportunity to kind of take us through that. From someone sitting in your position, from your perspective, what should people more generally understand about what the blockers are to the infrastructure build out, what the kind of complexity and details of it are, and how should they kind of think about that in this broader conversation?
I mean, there's obviously a lot of technical ones, right? Operating a data center, like everyone likes to think that we've gotten very good at operating data centers, and to a degree we have, right? But like when we say data centers for GPUs, they're not really data centers. They're more supercomputers. They're far more specialized. There's also way more complexity that exists there, right? And so we just need to get better at operating them. I think that's one of the first things, right? SLA violations galore occur on a daily basis. And, if you have an incredibly good SLA on paper, but, you're running NVL72 and it takes down like, 2 cards of like a 72 card rack, that whole rack is gone for, a week or two until it gets replaced, right? That's insane. So yeah, status of operation, I think we need to definitely look at that. Beyond that, more standardized reference architectures, I think could be useful at the DC level. I think everyone is everyone is exploring right now to a degree. And then also like a lot of people who are standing up maybe like smaller DCs or like doing retrofits of ones. It's not standard, and that creates a lot of problems. And then beyond that, if you want to just go to the build out itself, like if you get those things a little more down pat, it becomes a lot easier for people to bring capital to the table because they'll have more trust in like the viability of the data center. And then again, the last blocker that I want to go to is that today there's only a select handful of names in the space that are worth investing in right now as it stands, and that's OpenAI, Anthropic, Thinking Machines, the frontier labs. The problem is that like that shouldn't be true. It fundamentally shouldn't be true. Like inference clouds that aren't they themselves, building a frontier model, right? But they are, they're doing really good work, and they're getting close to TCO on their clusters. They should be able to go together and like spin up 30, 50, 100 megawatts and be able to underwrite that on the value the tokens are going to produce. And so that doesn't exist right now. Like a deep understanding of cash flows in, I guess, the token era, it's not there. And so I think if you can, we're already getting better at operating data centers, standardizing those. That's already in play. And then, people are kind of exploring how do you properly price tokens? Like, what are the unit economics of like a token in every different business use case? How do I, as like someone who's just serving tokens with a viable business model, get as close to TCO so my margins make sense? All of those things are happening, but like none of them have been done yet to a degree that gives investors confidence. And so the only way that this happens is OpenAI comes in, and then or Anthropic comes in, and a hyperscaler's balance sheet is really real backstop.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, it's really interesting to hear you talk about, when you get down to say the architecture of a data center of a AI supercomputer, right? Like, getting to the point of being like, oh, actually, data center space is not really fungible right now. One particular kind of what you were saying there is like someone's coming in, they're retrofitting some small or medium data center to serve tokens to do inference or to do training.
I can talk about this for hours. It's bad.
Tell like, okay, maybe one way to think about it is like if someone has a medium amount of expertise in this space, they have some level of understanding, they haven't gone super deep. What are the metrics you could look at to compare two clusters to understand like, okay, how are they actually performing? Not just like number of chips, not just megawatts, right? But like, what are they producing?
Yeah, I mean, so like you want to look at like SLA violations, like how often does like an individual card go down, right? Beyond that, like just like obvious, like what's the failure of the cluster? You want to look at like when it does fail, how quickly does it get back online? Like operator competency is a big important thing too. And then beyond that, like there's like interesting things with like tech specs, right? Like if you're an inference cloud, you can probably get away without having IB or like high level IB, like InfiniBands. Those are the east-west switches that connect the different servers.
Yep.
Right. But like if you're an inference cloud, you're gonna have a much better time. Like if you're getting base BMC UFM access that like actually lets you like repartition like in lifetime across different workloads. That's a little bit of an oversimplification there. I know technical people are going to get on me about that, but it's true. Like you want to look at like how configurable is it for your use case, how fungible is it for different use cases you might have, and then just like operator competency, which again, a deep understanding of a lot of that just doesn't exist today, or at least if it does exist, it's very concentrated. It's not spread. But yeah, like I guess another way to think about it too is that like each component in a cluster, because they can be so different, really does fundamentally change your pricing, like per business, right? And so even though you should realistically in the future be able to serve, if you're like an inference cloud, serve your tokens at the same cost, like you're probably gonna have to bump your prices up based on like which cluster, and it could be something as simple as just a different switch spec, right? It's very, very customer dependent right now.
It's really interesting. And just to return to something else you were saying earlier, you were talking about how really right now, in terms of funding, like you just need a frontier lab attached to a project to get large scale capital behind.
Some circular finance going. Yeah.
Well, we could get into that. It appears there's a little bit of that going on. But there's something there which is like, I think this all connects quite closely into the conversation that's been happening about open source models as well, right, Daniel? Because if you are if you are a thin inference provider that doesn't develop your own models, part of the argument you are implicitly making to your investors, to the funders of your infrastructure investment is we will find, there will be models in 6 months, in 12 months, in 18 months that we'll be able to run on our infrastructure, that will produce economic value, that will allow us to pay this back. If you are OpenAI, you can say, look at our record. We have consistently delivered frontier models since the concept of a frontier model was invented, was conceived. And you can be pretty sure that in 18 months, when our data center comes online, or in whatever time frame, we will have
more like 2 years, but yeah.
I'm being a little accelerationist here, Daniel. In 3 years, whatever it is, you can be pretty sure that the model we'll have to put on that data center to serve inference from will generate value. That is that seems to be right now to be a harder pitch for a agnostic inference provider. Is that part of what's going on here, Daniel, or am I misunderstanding that?
I think it depends on who you are. Definitely, if you're an agnostic inference provider, like a year ago, 2 years ago, that could have been a lot harder. But like some people were able to pull it off and get off the ground, and they're doing pretty well today, especially because I don't think anyone could have predicted just how good open source models would be. Like we knew they would be there, but we didn't know how good they would be, right? But the precedent has been set that they will continue to be good, in my opinion. And so I think it's a pretty fundamental bet that as long as there is a strong push and we keep fostering an open source community that does this, even if it's Chinese models, I have a lot of thoughts about people distilling IP. That shouldn't happen. But we need to encourage actual real open source models, especially in the US, to fund that, because I fundamentally have a belief. Like I love the Frontier Labs, I love what they're doing, but like there is a lot of business that shouldn't have to be dependent on a frontier lab, and open source models will make that possible if they're not already.
It's a super good point. I mean, there's something that hasn't really gone discussed in this space, is that a world in which we have, in which the AI ecosystem is exclusively closed source models, is a world in which you have effectively a monopsony or a small monopsony.
I didn't even mention this. Open source models, they would contribute greatly to the ability to actually value and price tokens effectively. That's another benefit. Boom, right there.
There you go.
Yeah.
Xi Jinping, if you're listening.
Hey, he might be. He might be.
He may. Here is your talking points for your agent next week. Daniel, we could talk about this for hours, and I think we've uncovered like at least 3 different conversations we need to have. You and I really should spend some time and go deep on the metis, the practical knowledge of how data centers are being built and operated, and who are the leaders in that space and who are the laggards, because that is a super interesting conversation.
That's one people don't talk about enough either. Yeah, there's
and I don't know anything about it.
A lot of the biggest names, and I mean everyone knows Crusoe, right? Like a lot of the biggest names in like DC operations, like people in SF don't know who they are.
Yeah, I don't know who they are. I have no idea. And so that's a conversation that would be a super interesting conversation.
I'd love
There's
to.
a super interesting conversation there about the open source ecosystem. We only touched on it kind of peripherally, but there's something there about what it means for pricing tokens, as you said. But also you kind of touched on this interesting question about the relationship between frontier Chinese open source models and the closed source models from particularly Anthropic, but also OpenAI and DeepMind. There's a lot to talk about, Daniel. Thank you so much for coming on. We're going to probably have to cut this short here, otherwise our production team is never going to be able to go home. Super interesting conversation. We'll have to do this again. Now, just to remind you, you're the COO of Square Tower. People can find you on...
I'm on X, Twitter, at Necessary Form. Square Tower is squaretower.ai, or, at Square Tower. I think there's an underscore at the end, so at Square Tower _. You can read my article in Palladium. It's on their front page right now. It's titled Wiring Capital to Compute. If you go to Square Tower's website, we have a few other pieces we put out. Another interesting thing that has to do with open source models, put it out a few months ago, was it's about how DeepSeek D4's drop repriced H100 and B200 prices literally overnight. That's another good read too that we have on our Substack as well.
It brought the price of them back up?
Yeah, no, literally the weekend DeepSeek D4 dropped, the market tightness of H100s went up over 100%, like less than a day. And then for the next 3 to, I would say, actually more than that, probably like a month and a half, 2 months, the rental rates for H100s increased about 1 to 2% a day. In just the week after, the long-term lease rate, like the 1-year lease rate, jumped up over 20% from the data we saw. So that was, an immediate repricing. Like if you're doing procurement.
Yeah, literally. Yeah. You need You need to be following the deep Chinese Twitter ecosystem that posts like DeepSeek leaks. Daniel Painter, incredible conversation. So much more for us to talk about another time. Real pleasure having you on the show. Thanks again.
Hey, it was a pleasure. Talk to you later.
We'll talk to you again. Bye bye for now. Welcome back, everybody. That was an incredible conversation. I sometimes feel, we have these. Sometimes you get someone on and they have so much knowledge that I feel like I, as an interviewer, am failing to get it all out. That's how I felt just now. I felt like I should have read theory for 2 weeks before I got him on, so I could go really, really deep. And we'll have to do that again, I think, because there's so much opportunity there. Like we talk all the time on MTS about how this incredible progress in AI is refocusing a bunch of attention on the hardware layer, not just the hardware layer for AI, but the whole world of energy infrastructure, of data center more generally, of compute, of course, of kind of fabrication. Like the whole stack is getting an enormous amount of attention because so much of the value is now bottlenecked by what we can do in the physical world, right? And I think, you talk to someone like that and you just start to get closer to an understanding of exactly how much detail these things have and how many kind of separate challenges are being solved just in putting a data center together, just in this world that we have come to expect, in which the inference taps are just open and you can pull up an API or you can open up Claude Code and send off a few strings and get back a bunch of intelligence in the chat window. And that sits on top of this incredibly complicated hardware layer that has a bunch of real physical bottlenecks and limitations. And sometimes the cards are going down and you lose a whole rack for a week. And just that kind of detail is absolutely fascinating. Now, I should finish up by saying a big thanks to the sponsors that make this show possible. And it's a big day. It's a huge day for us here at MTS. Maybe it's boring for the audience. You tune in to hear about the world. But for us, unbelievably exciting to welcome Arena AI as a sponsor for MTS. Incredible company. We've, of course, had them on the show many, many times because of their deep expertise, because Arena is the place to find out about AI capabilities, and that's, of course, something we have our eye very closely on here at MTS. And so it is a real pleasure to say that Arena are now an MTS sponsor. We're very, very grateful, of course. I am personally doing my best to ensure I get all of the merch here in Melbourne, Australia. Not an easy task, let me tell you logistically. There are some, you think wiring up a data center is hard. Try getting a hoodie to Melbourne, Australia from San Francisco in California. Absolute nightmare. Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world. And that's exactly what they do. If you haven't, you should go there right now. You should look at the leaderboard. You should see what's happening in every different subsection of AI capabilities. It's a race, folks, and the leaderboard is at Arena AI. Fantastic. 11 labs. AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. Go to 11labs.io/MTS. Fantastic, very interesting company. Capabilities across a huge different range of applications. 11 labs. And actually, speaking of merch, my trusty Kong mug, they also do AI connectivity. Kong, the AI connectivity platform, they connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. Go to konghq.com. Now, Blitzy, of course. Blitzy, the autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5 times faster. Go to blitzy.com. Very grateful to Blitzy, of course. One final shout out, AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising is easy to scale as digital. Very grateful to AdQuick, of course. Go to adquick.com, put up a billboard somewhere on that drive from SFO to the city. It's up to you. You could do what OpenAI does. You could just have a kind of vibe. You could just have someone coding on their laptop in bed with kind of cozy blue-orange Transformers split lighting, and then just slap the Codex logo on top. May it rest in peace. Or you could do something confusing. I saw on my drive last time, Kong had a great billboard on the drive from SFO to the city. It just said, Kong, not a dog toy. You want truth in advertising, folks? Kong are giving it to you. AdQuick, go to adquick.com, make your brand a billboard. Very grateful to all our friends, all our sponsors, all our guests. We're having a ball here at MTS. Big week ahead of us, folks. Hold on to the tiger. Farewell for now.